Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to the Anime Fictions 2.0. Today, we're diving into another exciting whatif Naruto walking backwards on tightrope. Part 3. Hope you loved first part. If you're enjoying these alternate timelines, make sure to hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, and check out the other videos on the channel. And of course, drop your thoughts in the comments. I always love hearing your ideas. Alright, enough talk, let's get into the story. Chapter 33 Reminding. Sasuke leaned back on the low wall, propped up on his elbows, his eyes closed. Anyone who didn't know him might have thought he seemed bored, but it was rather the reverse. Of was trying to block out the immediate noise and feel of the bridge workers around him and of Naruto, Shino, and Sakura, who had learned a genjutsu, it seemed, and been sent to guard with them and focus his attentions outward. He could hear no sign of any threat nearby, but that was no certain guarantee. It wouldn't be especially difficult to sneak up on them. Hey Sasuke, stop looking so glum, Naruto said from the other side of the bridge. It's like a break. Sasuke frowned at his teammate. Surely Naruto was aware that he was just on lookout. Naruto nodded imperceptibly and crossed his fingers in the hand seal he used for the shadow clone jutsu so quickly that even Sasuke almost didn't see it. Ah, Sasuke thought. He's running recon then. The Uchiha slowly allowed himself to relax. Naruto would give him fair warning. Just trying to rest, he said casually. Have to keep up my strength. Oh? Naruto teased. Did Sasuke-chan have trouble sleeping? No, Sasuke grunted. But I'm going to have a rough night tonight. Why? Sakura asked concernedly. He shrugged. I'm going to be up late knocking the stuffing out of the idiot. Bastard. The four of them stood in companionable silence for a time. Then Naruto spoke again. I'm bored, he said matter-of-factly. Short attention span, much? Sasuke muttered dryly. Sakura giggled, but he wondered if it was because it had been funny or because he'd said it. Hey, I can focus on something for quite a long time, said Naruto, glaring at him. Attention span isn't the issue. There's just nothing to focus on. Sasuke shrugged. Should I get you a babysitter or playmate? He got a poke on the forehead for his trouble, but it didn't bother him as much as it once might. You're a bastard, Sasuke, grunted Naruto sourly. You've mentioned, Sasuke nodded sagely. Oddly enough, though, no one else ever does. You're a bastard, Shino said with perfect poise. Sasuke turned his eyes skyward. Really, Shino? I am quite within my rights, said Shino without inflection. It is beyond true if... Shino! Naruto exclaimed, pointing off to the distance. Look! An interruption. Sasuke nodded gratefully at Naruto. He couldn't expect Shino to forget all he'd ever done, and he had put it behind him, which was enough, but it didn't change how the words had wounded him. Sakura, however, didn't understand Naruto's motives and hit him. You little... she muttered. Don't be a jerk just because you're bored. The Uchiha winced on his friend's behalf, but said nothing. What, after all, could he say? Sakura-chan. Naruto whined. Don't hit me. I thought our relationship was mutual, no abuse. Sakura froze. Sasuke put his head in his hands, but in that safe darkness, he hid a smile. Naruto, you idiot, he thought fondly. But Sakura didn't hit the blonde. She took 3 deep breaths and turned away, leaning back on the railing. Guess I need to get used to this, if I'm going to be on your team, she muttered. Don't be stupid if you can avoid it, Naruto. Sasuke looked over at the girl, surprised. She was looking up towards the heavens, breathing deeply. Naruto leapt up on the railing beside his raven-haired teammate and studied their fellow as well. You've grown, Sakura-chan, he said quietly. Both the girl and Sasuke looked over at him in surprise, though hers was greater. His eyes no longer held the playful twinkle of a moment before, but now seemed a deeper blue, and though he was sure Sakura couldn't see it, Sasuke recognized something like pride or happiness in them. Naruto was glad that Sakura was becoming the teammate he remembered once again. Suddenly the blue eyes widened and shifted again, becoming a blaze of cerulean fire. Sakura, go, he ordered flatly. Tell Kakashi-sensei that they're here. Sasuke's eyes widened and, straining his ears, he heard the splashes of ninjas' feet on water behind him. He whirled as Sakura began to run. "Shino, go with her," he ordered. The Aburame didn't even bother to reply. Sasuke heard his retreating footsteps behind him. "Civilians!" Naruto called to all of the building crew. "The enemy's shown up. I'll contact you when it's safe." "Tazuna!" Sasuke called over the sound of panicked workers. "You stay here, or can't have them following you to town and bypassing us." Tazuna nodded and fell into place behind the two of them. The bridge was almost empty. "Wind style," said the cold voice of the Dishonored. "Great breakthrough." Sasuke had half expected the entire bridge to be thrown. Instead, all of the civilians still on it flew off, as though thrown by a great hand, landing in the dust behind the Konoha ninja. Naruto turned, looking at them in surprise, but Sasuke nudged him there. At the very point where the bridge ended, 3 figures had landed on the stones. The Dishonored's skull-like mask faced directly towards Naruto, and despite the distance, Sasuke knew the lenses and the eyes behind them were focused directly on the Uzumaki. For a moment there was perfect silence. Then the Dishonored moved. He drew out one of his many sealing scrolls and pulled out of it a number of knives. Sasuke's heart sank with no those 3-pronged blades anywhere. "I'd hoped he wouldn't have any," he thought grimly. "Wishful thinking, I suppose?" The kunai were thrown all over the bridge, embedded in the stone all around them. Naruto stared at Sasuke in alarm, but there was not time to speak. In less than an instant, the armored shinobi was to Sasuke's right. Sasuke blinked his eternal Mangekyo whirled. There was the lightning-fast action of drawing 2 kunai. The blade unsheathed from the scrolls entwined around his enemy's wrists. Sasuke had expected that. He'd known the design blocked. The Dishonored had teleported away. He stood by Zabuza again, so perfectly poised that Sasuke almost thought he had imagined the moment of lightning-fast combat. Only one strike, he thought. He can teleport all over the battlefield, swinging undetectable single strikes. That is the power of the Hiraishin. Naruto could do that too, though, as he demonstrated by performing a quick teleport to one of the Dishonored's kunai and back. "They're the same seal," he whispered to Sasuke upon returning. Sasuke nodded. There was silence again. Then Zabuza spoke. "Haku, you know what to do." The white-masked ninja raised his arms, and mirrors of ice formed all around them, rising from the sea below. Haku stepped back into one and was all around them. "You don't have the chakra to sustain that long," Sasuke said, and he was fairly confident it was true. Naruto shrugged. "They may not have to," he said grimly. Sasuke grunted and began forming hand seals. He had a plan. Sure enough, as he formed the second seal, a Senbon flew at his neck. His Mangekyo Sharingan saw it with ease. He snatched it out of the air and completed the jutsu. His eyes snapped onto the rapidly moving form of the ice-style user in the air over the bridge as he brought his hand and the Senbon in it to his lips. "Fire style," he said quietly. "Flaming Senbon." The needle flew at invincible speeds and intercepted Haku in mid-leap. Sasuke had compensated for his motion. The ice ninja dropped to the bridge, alive but in pain. Sasuke had hit him in a nerve cluster in his lower back, and the fire had begun to burn his clothes. Zabuza yanked out the Senbon and patted the fire dry. "Damn it," he muttered. Sasuke's trained ears picked it up, even over that distance. "Didn't expect. Dishonored?" Sasuke's left eye widened, his right closed. The Dishonored had vanished in the moments he'd been focused elsewhere. He blinked. So had Naruto. He squinted. "Oh," he thought, shocked. They had not vanished. They were in a fantastic game of cat and mouse across the great Hiraishin board that the bridge had become never in one place long enough for any normal man to see. Even the eternal Mangekyo barely picked it up. They would appear, already striking, and just as they blocked one another, vanish and appear elsewhere. It was like a dance, each ninja able to predict the other's movements fairly well and able to make up for mistakes with the speed of Hiraishin. "Naruto," Sasuke called. "Can you keep him busy?" The blonde's yes had an odd echo to it, born of the fact that it was spoken from 100 different places at slightly different times over the course of that one moment, but Sasuke understood it well enough. He turned his attention to Zabuza. He felt the blood begin dripping from behind the closed lid of his right eye. The fool was still wondering where his ally was, Sasuke noticed amusedly. The eye opened. "Amaterasu, Sasuke said flatly. The black fire spewed forth across the battlefield. Sasuke's left eye tightened. Blaze release, he murmured. The flame split and formed a ring around the startled Kiri shinobi. I should kill him, Sasuke thought, watching the man as he suddenly looked at him in shock. I won't get another opening this easily. His shoulders slumped. Naruto wouldn't forgive me, though. Instead, he fragmented the fire, sending parts into each of the ice mirrors all around them. They burned and melted just like anything else in the grips of the technique that was Itachi's and Sasuke's signature. Don't take your eyes off your enemy, moron, called Sasuke to the Kiri Jounin. What are you doing, kid? Tazuna asked in fright. Trust me, Sasuke whispered. Zabuza glared at him. Okay, little genin, he said, spitting with fury. You asked for it. Last time I underestimated you. Not this time. Kubikurabucho was out in an instant and Zabuza was moving with a speed that Tazuna found quite impressive, judging by his gasp. Sasuke knew better. Zabuza was no faster than he had to be, was a heavy hitter, primarily. Sasuke, on the other hand, used speed as another weapon. He wasn't as fast as he had been, Thuff couldn't have matched Lee, by any means, but he was, thought, not faster than Zabuza expected. That would have to be enough. Sasuke drew two kunai out again and leapt to his left, channeling chakra to his feet to stick to the railing of the bridge. Timed perfectly, he leapt back, arms forward, kunai pointed. His outstretched limbs slipped through the hole and Kubikurabucho flipped the kunai outward, bent at the weight to plant his feet in the earth and spun. Kubikurabucho was torn out of Zabuza's hands and flew skyward as Sasuke released it. In an instant he had translated his spin 90 degrees and was stabbing towards Zabuza's side with his twin blades. The former Kirinin leapt away in shock. Sasuke tossed the two kunai after him, caught the falling sword, and swung it into a classic Kenjutsu stance all in one fluid motion. He channeled his immense stores of Yin chakra into his arms in order to carry the sword better, he noted with slight pride, than Suigetsu had ever managed. He and Zabuza glared at each other across the field of Horatian knives. The sounds of Naruto and the Dishonored colliding again and again echoed all around them. Then Sasuke's Sharingan saw Zabuza channel his chakra into a quick jutsu. Water-style hidden mist jutsu, the former mist ninja said forcefully, releasing the energy outward. Sasuke's Sharingan went haywire. The mist being formed and maintained by Zabuza's eyes, it appeared to his Dijitsu to be an extension of the man's chakra system. To the hypersensitive Eternal Mangekyo, it was rather traumatic to be breathing in parts of the enemy's chakra. Sasuke sighed, releasing the Sharingan. For now, at least, it would be easier to fight without it. Chapter 34 Recursion. This is useless, muttered the armored shinobi. Naruto heard the words in the intermittent moments as they transmitted with unrivaled speed across the field repeatedly. Horatian is too fast. Then it was over, and Naruto was standing next to Sasuke in front of Tazuna. The mist was thick around them. Sasuke had seemingly disarmed Zabuza. The massive broadsword was held out before him in a standard Kenjutsu defensive neutral stance. Nice to see your dun yellow flashing for the crowds, grunted Sasuke by way of greeting. Naruto chuckled. You know me too well, Sasuke. Plan? Sasuke shrugged. Can't use the Sharingan in this mist. Senjutsu? Naruto nodded. Cover me, he said as he lowered himself into a meditative full lotus position. He breathed a deep in, out, in, and repeat. The perfect stillness, even in the thick of combat, was calming in a way which was exactly what made Sage Mode work. He opened his eyes and saw chakra. Zabuza's chakra was thick in the surrounding mist, but Sage Mode saw things in more depth than the Sharingan on that level, though the Sharingan's other abilities were not inconsiderable. At any rate, despite the shrouding mist, Naruto saw two shapes off in the mist that recognized the water of Zabuza and the ice of Haku. Wait a moment. He thought for an instant. Where's? The Dishonored was right behind Tazuna, swinging his blade, and Naruto still could not feel his chakra. It was unnerving. With a battle cry, Naruto leapt into action. Flipping onto his hands and spinning, he kicked backward with all his strength. The strike connected with the Dishonored's chest plate, flinging him back a ways, but before the man had even hit the ground, he had used Horatian. Now he was striking a powerful blow at Sasuke the Uchiha, only just parried it with Kubikurabuken, then he was gone again. The mist remained. Naruto glared into it. "That's one speedy bastard," he muttered. Sasuke nodded, looking grim. "Can you lift the mist?" Naruto laughed harshly, already forming hand seals. "Wind style," he roared. "Great breakthrough." The rush of air blew the mist back and off the bridge. Zabuza, Haku, their armored ally, became clearly visible. It was only for a moment then Zabuza's mist began to creep in again. "Oh, no, you don't," Naruto thought viciously. With a quick hurration, he was beside Zabuza and kicking him into the wall at the side of the bridge. This effectively broke his concentration. The fog immediately lifted. Naruto quickly whirled to parry a strike at his side from the Dishonored's blades, which emerged again from the scrolls at his wrists. He used the impact to push himself away from his foes, back towards Sasukathan. With another hurration, he was on their other side, still flying in that same direction. He spun in the air and plowed into the armored ninja, kunai out, intent on prying off the mask and taking out the shinobi beneath, but the armored man was having none of it. The man dropped his legs out from under them and performed an effective aileron roll so that the two landed with the crushing weight of the armor, and the shinobi within was all on Naruto. "Momochi, go intercept the Uchiha," the Dishonored ordered coldly. Naruto didn't see whether the former Kirinin obeyed, being otherwise occupied with the weight atop him. There was a momentary grapple, and then the Dishonored had pinned Naruto's hands and feet under him and away from his chakra core, making an escape by hurration impossible. "There," hissed the skull-like mask with a chilling laugh. "Effectively neutralized." "Idiot," said Kurama's voice in Naruto's mind. In the next moment, the fox had lashed out with pure chakra at the foe above them. The red-gold energy flowed out of Naruto's body and pushed the enemy ninja off immediately. Naruto used the opportunity to leap up and settle into a combat stance, eyeing his foe warily. But the damage was already done. Even as Kurama tried to retract the arm of chakra he'd created, the Dishonored grasped at it. The metal fingers made contact and pulled. In the open cage where he resided, Kurama began to scream. Naruto's eyes grew wide with shock and horror. The Dishonored was pulling Kurama's chakra away from them. "Cut it off!" he screamed inward to the bijou. "Cut off the tail, it'll grow back." Kurama wasted no time. In an instant, the mass of chakra, full ninth of Kurama's available energy, was emerging from Naruto and entering the cubey-shaped red emblem on the Dishonored's chest plate. Once the red energy had all been absorbed, the Dishonored slumped for a moment, and then he laughed. The sound was cold and cruel. "Contingency Kitsune has begun to fulfill his mission," he whispered. He looked into Naruto's eyes, and the blue lenses spun. "You cannot defeat me without the fox's aid, fool," he said. "But if you use his strength, it becomes my own." "You have only one tail's worth of chakra," Naruto hissed furiously. Kurama had become oddly silent. The boy feared for his friend. "It won't regenerate." "No," said the Dishonored, "but it doesn't need to." In a momentary hurration, the armored man was mere inches from Naruto. His hand grasped at the boy's stomach, where the remains of Kurama's sealand, the connection his chakra had to the outside, resided. Naruto was ready, though. He hurried away, back to be in front of Tazuna. Sasuke was near the center of the bridge, meeting Zabuza with a kunai with Kubikura Bucho. The Dishonored was farther back, near the end of the bridge. "Are you all right, Naruto?" an urgent voice said from a pace behind him and to the left. "What happened?" Naruto whirled to meet Kakashi's gaze. "How did I not notice them?" he berated himself. "I have Sage Mode active." He was too single-minded. That was not good for Senjutsu. He needed to keep an open mind. "I'm fine," he said quickly. Everyone was here, both teams 7 and 8, and that actually somewhat worried him. "Sasuke!" he called. "Fall back!" Sasuke obeyed instantly. He struck one last powerful blow at Zabuza, which met the twin kunai the missing nin was using. Using that force, he catapulted himself backwards towards the other Konoha ninja. He nodded quickly back at everyone, then turned to Naruto. "Plan?" he asked quickly. Naruto clenched his fists, thinking. "Our priority is defense," he said, thinking. "But we also have to get them away as quickly and efficiently as possible. Any ideas?" Sasuke blinked, and in an instant his Mangekyo Sharingan was active again. "Can we kill Zabuza?" Naruto froze, then sighed. "No choice now. Try to leave Haku alive." Sasuke nodded. I can take Zabuza then. But it'll have to be quick compensating for my body takes a hell of a lot of chakra. Naruto nodded. Tsukuyomi? Sasuke shook his head. Not unless I get a great opportunity. I'm not good enough at it for it to be worth that much chakra. Kakashi, Kurenai, what are you two up for right now? Naruto asked quickly. I'm at pretty full strength, said Kakashi quickly. So is Kurenai. Should we team up against the Dishonored? No, said Naruto, shaking his head. You two take Zabuza. Keep him alive if you can, but that's no longer a priority. Sasuke, you and I are on the Dishonored. Rest of you, he met Shino's hidden eyes. Protect Tazuna. Look out the Dishonored can Hiraishin. Kakashi's eyes widened. What? He said, teacher, that I can Hiraishin, said the Dishonored from right behind Tazuna. Naruto leapt into action. There were no Hiraishin knives between the Dishonored and Tazuna, so he was forced to simply leap in between them, shoving Tazuna out of the way with his body. He met the Dishonored's downward slash with two kunai. For an instant, he held the blade away. It extended outward from his enemy's wrist like an extension of his arm, pointing straight forward. Then Sasuke swung Kubikuribucho with a battle cry. The blade met the Dishonored's armor, but Naruto knew that the Dishonored had allowed it. The armored ninja was faster than either him or Sasuke. He was stronger. He knew Hiraishin. Naruto grimaced slightly. If we fight him individually, he realized, we're outmatched. It was a frightening thought that already they were facing an enemy stronger than themselves. But he wasn't stronger, because they had teamwork. In the instant after Sasuke struck the enemy, the blade flicked away from Naruto's defense and slid into the hole in Kubikuribucho. The Dishonored pulled and spun. The sword flew out of Sasuke's grip. The blade whirled, forcing Naruto to duck. Then the Dishonored was gone in another Hiraishin. The entire exchange had taken perhaps 4 seconds. Naruto felt his heart sink. The enemy had teamwork too. His eyes met Sasuke's, and he knew his friend had come to the same realization. Sasuke shrugged grimly. Naruto nodded, eyes narrowed. They had no choice but to fight him. How are you doing on chakra? He asked Sasuke quickly. Sasuke shrugged. I've got enough, but it won't last forever. I'm going to have to try Sage Mode. Naruto looked at him worriedly. Sasuke had never mastered the Snake Sage Mode as fully as Naruto had mastered the Toad. It was all too possible that he would be turned to stone, as Naruto often had nearly done while training. But Naruto had been with Fukasaku. Sasuke had no such luxury. Or did he? Try summoning them then, said Naruto. You're not using it alone. Sasuke shrugged noncommittally. They're all too likely to turn on us, he said. You sure? Naruto growled. They've got no choice but to help, he said, putting his hands together and popping his knuckles. I watched the Dishonored across from them as Sasuke performed the summoning jutsu. The man looked as smug as metal could just watching them in what seemed like amusement. Naruto wondered if he felt that he would lose nothing by letting them do this. What was he playing at? His eyes flitted over to the water. Kakashi and Kurenai were fighting Zabuza there, and Zabuza was doing remarkably well. Kurenai's genjutsu was not particularly effective against him, and Kakashi's abilities held no surprise. As Naruto watched, Kakashi was forced to leap back as Zabuza swung Kubikuribucho around in a deadly arc, nearly bisecting the white-haired Jounin. Beside him there was a puff of smoke. Naruto looked quizzically at the small, wizened old serpent at Sasuke's feet. It was black and, though clearly old, still sleek as any snake. Its eyes were a bright, venomous green, and shadowed in purple, reminiscent of Orochimaru himself. The snake blinked a few times and then lunged at Sasuke, who snatched it out of the air by its neck. His other arm, his left, then grasped its tail firmly, likely to prevent it from being used in any sort of taijutsu. Stop whining, Hibika, muttered Sasuke. Don't recognize me? No, hissed the snake, Hibika, in serpentine fury. Who are you, boy? The Snake Sage, said Sasuke flatly. Long story. I need to go into Sage Mode, and I can't be certain I'll be able to keep stable. I need your help. And why should I help you? Who do you think you are? Spat Hibika. Sasuke glared at him. I am Uchiha Sasuke, he growled. I was trained by you in the White Snake Sage and Snake Senjutsu, a little less than 5 years from now. Before that I was Orochimaru Sayano apprentice, and then his killer. I've returned here from the future to right my wrongs, and you will help me. Naruto saw his friend's eyes shift into the eternal Mangekyo. Tsukuyomi. The snake screamed as best a snake could, but could not break eye contact with Sasuke. The Uchiha held its gaze for a full 10 seconds before letting it fall limp. I'll help you, it whispered. Kami, what are you? Sasuke glared at its black length. I don't know or care, he said flatly. Swear on your fangs. I swear on my fangs that I will aid you in Senjutsu for this battle, Hibika whispered. Good, said Sasuke, placing it on his shoulder. He glared at the Dishonored with red eyes, whose pupils were beginning to develop a vertical slit superimposed over the Mangekyo sigil as he held still. What are you waiting for anyway? The Dishonored shrugged. Much the same as you, other, he chuckled. Gathering chakra. Naruto focused his senses on their foe and found himself blanching in horror. Sasuke. He murmured worriedly. He's got Sage mode active. And Kyuubi chakra mode, Sasuke observed as the Dishonored flashed golden. The Dishonored eased himself into a frog kata fighting stance. 2 against 1, such unfair odds, he snickered. I had to even the odds somehow, no? Naruto's eyes narrowed. Kurama? He asked within himself, quietly. Are you all right? I'll be fine, murmured Kurama, voice tight with pain. Kami, it's been a long time since I felt real pain. But I have no time for self-pity, do I? Take my chakra, Naruto. Naruto nodded. Thanks, Furball. I'll see what I can do to help as soon as we're out of this. He clapped his hands together, and all about him gathered the golden chakra of the completed Kyuubi chakra mode, the form that came with his friendship with Kurama. The chakra garment it formed flapped about his neck as his eyes containing both the slit of Kurama's chakra and the horizontal bar of Toad's Senjutsu glared into the blue lenses behind which his enemy hid. Beside him, Sasuke slid into a nearly alien taijutsu stance. Naruto had only seen it once before, when he faced Sasuke in the ruins of Konoha at the end of the future, which the Jinchuriki recognized as that of the Dragon Kata, Snake Sage's equivalent of the Frog Kata. The Dishonored skull-like mask was, of course, expressionless, but Naruto felt instinctively that he and Sasuke were being appraised. Very well, said the armored ninja, in an almost pleased voice. If you are both quite finished pulling out the stops, we will begin in earnest. Chapter 35 Return. Naruto made the first move with the Hiraishin. Transferring himself to a kunai behind the Dishonored, he brought his arm about in a chakra-infused claw to the man's side. The Dishonored didn't dodge, doing so would have opened the way for the Frog Kata's range enhancement. Instead, he whirled, grasping Naruto's wrist, and tried to fling the Jinchuriki to his right. Sasuke would have none of it. In the short time these two moves took, he had rushed forward, Sage mode enhancing his speed. He raised himself a poised serpentine to strike, but the Dishonored merely continued his spin. Sasuke leapt upwards to avoid Naruto being thrown at him, and dove, ready to hook his fingers into the place where the man's mask met the back of his helm. Take off the mask and he dies, Sasuke thought desperately. He would deal with the painful aftermath of the revelation after the mask was off. But the armored shinobi was well aware of that weakness. He released Naruto, sending him flying down the bridge's length, and used a Hiraishin of his own to follow. What followed was yet another battle of Hiraishin from which Sasuke was excluded, but this time he had a plan. What now? Hibika muttered, who didn't. You're useless here. Sasuke didn't answer, instead keeping his Sharingan focused intently as he looked towards the wave side of the bridge. The other genin were watching him intently, worriedly. They couldn't see what he saw. The Sharingan couldn't follow Hiraishin. There was no real motion, in the usual sense, to follow, but it could see the locations of the fighters while they remained there. And Sasuke knew Naruto and the Dishonored both. He knew how they thought and fought. The Sharingan recognized patterns, and he was expecting them. After a lull of only moments as Naruto occupied their foe, Sasuke charged, not at where the Dishonored was, but at where he would be. His gamble paid off well. The Hiraishin moved so quickly, and the Dishonored was already so close to its limits, that when Sasuke struck him with a snake punch to the solar plexus, he had no time at all to react. The armored ninja flew back and Sasuke followed, unwilling to let the advantage go, but the man vanished. Sasuke swore. I should have aimed for his mask. He whirled. The Dishonored was standing at the other end of the bridge, quite unharmed. Even the armor was without a scratch. What the hell is that suit made of? Naruto gasped beside Sasuke. Hiraishin took a great deal of chakra, and though Naruto's reserves could handle a great deal more, it was taxing enough that he was breathing very heavily. Kuro no Hagain, Sasuke said flatly. Naruto turned to face him. Black steel. It's the material used in chakra demodulators. Naruto nodded. A Rasengan could break that though. He turned back to the Dishonored, but Sasuke shook his head. Not when it's reinforced by the best Fuinjutsu the Akatsuki had access to, he said grimly. This was the superweapon. He turned back to their enemy, who was watching them impassively. It was very difficult to be sure of the facial expressions of someone who hid behind a steel skull. This was meant to be Akatsuki's greatest enforcer, he said quietly. A stronger ninja than any other that could ever be born or bred or made. I doubt anything could break that armor short of a direct hit from a. Naruto's eyes widened suddenly and he flung a shuriken. It phased through the Dishonored as though he wasn't there, which Sasuke realized furiously he wasn't. They both whirled. Their enemy had sealed their genin allies, snoring, in a genjutsu. He was facing them now, and Sasuke's eyes widened as the man finished his sentence as he struck. Tailed beast ball. The words were spoken without emotion, and the back orb rushed towards the two quickly. From that, yes. Naruto could escape through Hiraishin, but if he tried to grab at Sasuke, the movement would cost him his life. Sasuke registered all of that, and knew it with the cold certainty that comes in the instant before death. He shook his head as quickly as he possibly could, shouting, "Go!" Trying to get Naruto out in time, but it was no good. Naruto had always been an idealist. The blonde stretched time, trying to grab at his friend, and Sasuke, knowing the futility, leaned towards him to grasp his hand. Sasuke wondered idly as he channeled chakra into his eyes, the energy moving sluggishly compared to everything else, if this was how dying always felt. Did everything slow down, constantly, until it eventually just came to a stop? The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan formed slowly. The Bujudama edged closer. The Susanoo inched towards solidity. The Bijudama was already inside its guard. Hibika dispersed, along with Sasuke's sage mode, the permission unspoken but granted. Sasuke gave in. His red eyes shut. Itachi's voice whispered in his ear, though Sasuke couldn't tell which side of his eardrum it came from. Run, run, cling desperately to life. Sorry, Nisan, Sasuke's mind whispered, but there was no time even for his lips to form the words, so he didn't try. Then, suddenly, just before he expected the destructive contact, there was an explosion of sound and force. He was flung backward. Naruto's hand met his, but there was no Hiraishin. His eyes opened just as he hit the ground. He looked back towards the land. There was a massive chasm where a part of the bridge had been. Wisps of residual black chakra made themselves known to his Mangekyo. The Dishonored stood, unmoving, fists clenched. His Kyuubi chakra was no longer active, whether disabled or spent. Sasuke didn't know, for the Bijou ball cost a great deal. What happened? He wondered blankly. He sat up and turned. Naruto Kurama's chakra, no longer forming a golden halo around him, mirrored the motion. There, behind them, was Gaara, sand forming a cloak of power about him, hands still outstretched from the Bijudama. Kakashi dealt Zabuza one final blow, a Raikiri through the chest. The battle had been longer than he expected. Zabuza had been ready for most of his tactics and Kurenai's genjutsu. Kakashi suspected the Dishonored, though how their armored foe knew their skill set so well was beyond him. Zabuza coughed blood. Damn, he whispered. I guess two of Konoha's brightest was a bit much, any? Kakashi met his gaze with iron and Sharingan. I guess so, he said flatly. He pulled his hand out of his enemy's chest cavity as the former mist Nin began to sink, fluctuating chakra keeping him from dropping all at once. Kakashi dispassionately grasped the still gasping missing Nin's arm and turned towards Kurenai. You all right? He asked. She was breathing heavily and his Sharingan caught every detail of how interestingly her chest moved, which caused him at once to privately bless and damn Jiraiya's soul, but she nodded. He nodded back, relieved. Zabuza was a dangerous man, and they'd taken him down with nothing worse than a slash across Kakashi's forearm. The former ANBU turned to the bridge, where his students most likely stronger than he was were fighting an even worse foe. He was worried, he would admit. He froze as he saw the two black orbs collide, one coming in at an angle from above, the other moving directly along the bridge. He saw the massive flux of chakra as two of one of the densest possible masses of the mysterious energy crushed one another. He saw the portion of the bridge literally disintegrate under them. Definitely stronger than me, was his only thought amidst a sea of fear for his pupils. Without a word, both he and Kurenai leapt up onto the bridge in a single, chakra-infused bound. When he saw his students alive and unscathed, though grounded, he sighed in relief. Then he noticed the other two behind them. The red-headed boy's eyes found his, held them for a moment, and then he looked back at the dishonored. The blonde of comparable age, a year or two older than Naruto and Sasuke, on the other hand, glared at him defensively, as if challenging him to say something about their presence. He blinked and turned to the dishonored. The man didn't even look at him, occupied as he was by the redhead. "Fine," he said flatly. "You are fresh, and I am not. I am outmatched." He snapped his fingers and the genjutsu that Kakashi had subconsciously noticed over the other genin and over to Zuna lifted. The dishonored turned to Zabuza, whose breathing was wet with blood. "I am sorry, Zabuza-san," he said quietly. "I would help if I could." Zabuza bared red teeth but nodded painfully. The dishonored looked around and then formed a ram's seal. "You may have triumphed on the field of battle for a day, fool," he said, and Kakashi knew he was speaking to Naruto. "But there is no victory for you. There cannot be not while you can't even answer your own question." The redhead sighed, and the sand at his feet stirred about him. "The question of peace." The dishonored nodded. "While you and yours have no answer," he said flatly, "we will always triumph. And so we will always triumph." "How do you figure?" Naruto asked, standing and glaring at the armored ninja. The dishonored chuckled coldly. "Because there is no answer." And then he was gone with an unmistakable haration. "Gaara!" Naruto embraced his old friend. "It's been forever." Gaara frowned slightly and nodded. "Indeed. I have missed you, Naruto." Naruto saw Sasuke watching the girl on Gaara's left. He looked at her himself. Then his eyes widened. "Ni Yujito," he said, laughing. "Last time I saw you, you were dead. This is great." Now Gaara was staring at him, an unreadable expression on his face. It seemed like surprise. "The last time you?" Yujito snorted. Kurama's likely been assimilating his memories directly. It makes sense, even if it's not exactly the best solution. "Matatabi," said Kurama's voice inside all of their heads. "Then I'm not the only one back here?" "One of 9," said the silky, feline voice of the two-tailed cat. "How have you been?" "Well," said Kurama courteously. Naruto laughed at the sharp change from his treatment of humans. "Now, please rein in your Jinchuriki." That was, however unintentional, an insult to me and to my relations with Naruto. I don't appreciate the remark. So the boy used the ritual too? The voice was high-pitched and rasping, just as Naruto remembered, but it seemed to have gained some new semblance of sanity. "Yep," said Naruto, maintaining the mental conversation. "So you're Shikaku? Does that mean you're, sane?" said Gaara with a dry internal chuckle. "We've been trying. Suna has a tradition of horrible seals, where the personalities of Jinchuriki and Bijou merge and blend together. They begin to drive one another mad, and Shikaku has come out of it quite the worse for wear. I've been trying to work through it with him." "Cool," Naruto said, laughing aloud. "Bijou therapy, huh? Hey Kurama, why don't we try that with you?" "2 reasons," growled the fox. "I don't need it, and I'll make your life hell if you try." Naruto was about to reply when the inevitable interruption came. "Are you two okay? What happened?" Sakura gushed as she rushed up to them. Naruto turned and saw that the girl was staring at Sasuke in worry, and Hinata wore a similar expression behind her directed, thankfully, at him. Who are these two? Never mind that now, said Gaara, turning away. Suffice to say our mission is complete. We will speak again soon. Yep, Naruto said, grinning. See you soon. It's great to see you. Gaara nodded, turning his head to look at Naruto out of the corner of his eye. Yes, it has been pleasant, Naruto. We will have to talk. There is much to do. But not now, Yujito muttered, glaring balefully at Sasuke. We've got to get going, San will be worried. Gaara nodded. Indeed. Goodbye, Naruto, Sasuke. Wait. Who are you two? What are you doing here? Kakashi was only doing his job, Naruto knew, but this really wasn't the place. Gaara turned back and looked at him. Neither of us is here in the most strictly official capacity, he said flatly. Please do not think of us as agents for a village. We are agents now only for ourselves and our kind. Your kind? Kurenai asked cautiously. Jinchuriki, Yujito spat. Let's go, Ichi. Gaara nodded. Good day, he said. And then he was gone. There was a moment of silence as the knowledge of a victory sank in. Then Naruto turned back towards the land. There stood Gato and his men, just as he remembered, with the exception that the lot of them looked absolutely terrified. He looked at Zabuza's dying body and Haku's unconscious one. Perhaps it's for the best, he thought. Haku can learn to be his own man now. He turned back to Gato. Screw you, he called. He tensed, ready to leap. And then slowly, like an origami crane being crushed by an unstoppable weight, collapsed. The battle, really, was over. Chapter 36 Revitalization. Sasuke blinked as Naruto fell. Nothing had hit him if that Sasuke was certain, so what? Then it hit him, too, in every sense. Exhaustion. He found the strength to call out as he fell to his knees to call out, everybody. Take care of this. Thank you? Then he remembered nothing more for a while. When he awoke, he found himself back in Tazuna's house. It was evening, which annoyed him. It was hard to return to a normal sleep cycle after waking up at dusk. He and Naruto lay side by side on cots raised slightly over the floor. No one else was present. Sasuke sat up and stretched. Dim bluish filtered into the room from the window at his right, illustrating the twilight outside. There were voices coming from outside the room. He stood and quietly opened the door, leaving the room and shutting it behind him, keeping quiet so as not to wake Naruto, who was still fast asleep and snoring lightly. He made his way out into the main room, a mix of sitting room and dining room. There were Kakashi and Sakura. Kakashi was reading his signature orange book. Sasuke privately snorted. Kakashi might be a great ninja and a paragon of the qualities the Leaf Village sought, but he was also, in many ways, a very degenerate human being, and Sakura was sitting by the window, looking out with a melancholy expression of her young face. Sasuke took the rare opportunity to study her unobserved for a moment, realizing that in all the time he had been around her, he had never really looked at her with the intention of understanding her appearance. Her vibrant pink hair still long, in this time framed her face, and her green eyes seemed to glow slightly in the reflected twilight as it mixed with artificial light from the ceiling fixture. Didn't she have a problem with her forehead? He mused vaguely. Wasn't she teased about that? And Ino called her, what was it, billboard brow? He grinned at the thought. Then he looked at her again. I'm not really seeing the problem, he thought. He shook off that train of thought. A high hairline should be the least of her worries, anyway. He smirked, almost nostalgic. We were all so immature. And are again, except for us few. Sasuke, you're awake, said Kakashi, not looking up. Or are you? You've been standing there quite a while. Sasuke turned to look at him just as Sakura jumped and turned towards him in surprise. No, I'm sleepwalking, he said flatly. Sleep-talking too? And sleep-telling you to get your nose out of the porn. Is that even legal when Sakura's the only one in the room? You could be nailed on charges of some sort of child molestation with the right lawyer. Kakashi shrugged, snapped his book shut and looked at him. Now that's not very nice, Sasuke, he said, voice perfectly level and devoid of any amusement. But no, it's not illegal. Read up on Akiryu vs. Hatake. Sasuke froze, staring at his teacher. You actually did go to court for this? Kakashi shrugged. Jury ruled in my favor. As long as everything is kept as well away from minors as can be expected, I have a right to my freedom to read literature of my choice. What the hell happened? Said Sasuke in near horror. Kakashi shrugged. I was in the hospital, shell shock from a really powerful paper bomb, and I wasn't exactly fully aware of what was going on around me. I was just reading to relax and recuperate, and this little girl sneaks up on me, couldn't hear properly, and starts reading over my shoulder. Kakashi sighed. Of course, I was just getting to one of the really good parts, the bit where. No descriptions necessary, Sasuke interrupted, and no, I don't want an illustration either. That is sick. When you say little girl, Sakura asked in a small voice, how little are we talking? Kakashi grimaced. Exactly the wrong age, old enough to get what she was reading, too young to appreciate it. About 8 or 9. Sasuke closed his eyes as Sakura made a gagging noise, calming himself in a meditation exercise he'd had to learn while learning senjutsu. Moving on, he said slowly. When are we headed back to the Leaf Village? Kakashi shrugged. As soon as you and Naruto are both ready. Sasuke frowned. Why wait? We didn't need to be conscious upon return. Kakashi grinned and winked at Sakura, who was pouting slightly. Sakura's idea, he said. I told her you would prefer we move quickly. Sasuke shrugged. Doesn't matter, really. Changing the subject, what happened after I blacked out? Kakashi shrugged. Not much. I intimidated Gato a bit. He surrendered. Teammates brought him back to Konoha with them for questioning, and all his mercenaries either ran or tried to attack. And got themselves killed? Sasuke asked disinterestedly. Yep, said Kakashi. So teammates gone on ahead? Sasuke asked. Naruto would be disappointed. Kakashi grunted. Hinata didn't like it, but it was 3 against 1. Sasuke nodded. Shino knew they'd be fine, Kiba would be both confident in their health and bored, and Kurenai knew the importance of a fast report. Hinata, on the other hand, would be less inclined to leave Naruto's bedside. What about Momochi and his apprentice? This Sasuke wasn't particularly interested in, but Naruto was. Should he wake up later tonight while Kakashi and Sakura slept, he'd want a quick update. Momochi's dead, said Kakashi. Not that there was much question about that. His head's headed back with Team 8. Big reward. It'll be split among both teams. His sword's here. Kakashi pointed at the corner where, yes, Kubikuribucho was sitting innocently. Sasuke cocked his head. Why not just take the sword? He interrupted before Kakashi could continue. That's sufficient evidence, isn't it? One of the 7 ninja swordsmen never lets his sword out of his sight until he dies. Kakashi grinned. You're good at kenjutsu, aren't you? Sasuke's mouth literally dropped open as that registered, staring at the sword. It really was a beautiful blade, but it was, unfortunately, far too large for him. He shook off his surprise. It'll do for now, he murmured in slight awe, very slight. But I prefer a Chikuto. I can think of someone else who will want that particular blade. That will be a good way to get Suigetsu on our side, he thought. And I did promise to get him out sooner. That's not a very gracious way to accept a gift, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi chided him jokingly. There are people who keep gifts they receive forever, you know. All of the gifts they receive. Sasuke smirked. You give me a sword, I'll use it for Konoha, he said. If the best way to do that is to give it to someone else, then isn't that what you'd want? Anyway, what about Zabuza's apprentice? Kakashi shrugged. He was not happy about Zabuza's death. He's in custody and en route to Konoha with Team 8 as well. Sasuke nodded, grimacing. Naruto will kill us if he gets into too much trouble, he told Kakashi. When will Team 8 get to the village? Kakashi thought for a moment. Tomorrow or the next day, he decided. Probably the next day. They only left a couple days ago. Then we'd better hope Naruto wakes up tonight or tomorrow morning, Sasuke grunted. Or we might be too late for whatever trial they have. Blink. 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 Blink? Hello? Said Sasuke amusedly. Are you still there? Naruto blinked at him a little more, and then leapt up and grabbed him by the collar. Still the old turtleneck, he noticed to his slight surprise. It seemed slightly odd on this less childish Sasuke. Then again, the same could be said of his blue highlighted jumpsuit. He resolved to replace it with the old orange and black motif as soon as possible. What happened? Haku? Zabuza? Gatu? Dishonored? Gaara? Hinata? Everyone okay? He asked in a rush. Sasuke blinked back at him a couple of times and then sighed. Haku's en route to Konoha with Team 8 in custody, he whispered. Zabuza's dead, his head's headed back to the village for confirmation, and reward, and his sword is here. Gatu surrendered, also headed to the village. Dishonored ran away, you were awake and hasn't come back. Same with Gaara and Yujito. Hinata's fine. So is everyone else, thanks for asking. Naruto blinked to register all that, and then he grinned. "Gr," he began loudly. Sasuke clapped his hand onto his friend's mouth. "It's also a little after midnight, and I'm the only one awake," he muttered. "We're in Tazuna's house. Keep it down." He slowly removed his hand. "Eat." Naruto finished quietly. Why is Zabuza's sword here, and why are we still in Tazuna's house while teammates gone?" "Kakashi gave it to me, and good question," muttered Sasuke with a snort at the second answer. Naruto's eyes bulged. "Kubikarabucho is yours?" he said, voice hoarse with the effort of containing his volume. Sasuke chuckled. "My thoughts exactly," he replied. "Kakashi knew I needed a sword and, well, it's a sword." "You used a Chikuto." Naruto sounded slightly strangled now. "Is this a joke?" Sasuke shrugged. "It'll still work." "Work?" Naruto laughed, barely staying soft. "Work? Sasuke, this is absolutely badass." Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Whatever you say, Naruto. We're leaving in the morning if you're ready." Naruto nodded. "We should get back," he said. "The Chunin exams should be starting in just a couple weeks." Sasuke grunted. "And we have to help Haku." Naruto frowned. "Why does Haku need help?" "I told you he was in custody," Sasuke said, one brow raised. "Not protective custody. Technically, he's an enemy of the leaf." Naruto jumped up. "He was being manipulated," he growled. "They can't." "No, he wasn't," Sasuke interrupted, "any more than anyone else. He sought attention and affection from the one person who would give it to Hymus that's so unnatural." Naruto's fists clenched. "But..." "Naruto," Kurama's voice cut in. "It's no different from you, not at all. You fight for your friends, don't you?" "Hey, Kurama," Sasuke said. "Sasuke," Kurama acknowledged the salutation. "But it's different," Naruto said. "Zabuza didn't care about him." "And you played pranks for attention from those who hated you," said Kurama, almost gently. "Would you not deserve punishment if those pranks involved actively fighting Konoha?" Naruto looked down. "He doesn't deserve to die," he said quietly. "They can't." "And they won't," Sasuke promised. "Whoever said anything about dying anyway? We won't let him die. I'm just saying he's not innocent. Believe me, I know innocence and guilt." Naruto sighed and nodded. "You're right." He looked up at the ceiling, then out the window at the stars. "I was a child then. I met someone decent and assumed they were a friend and an ally." He laughed hollowly. "If only the world were that clear-cut." Sasuke looked away. "That's what the infinite Tsukuyomi was for," he murmured. "If people can't come in all shades of gray, then they're not human anymore, just a dream." Naruto nodded. "And that's what we're fighting for," he said, laying back on his bed. "So that people can be themselves, without fear or hate." "Isn't hate a part of people, though?" Kurama's voice was odd, stony and melancholy all at once. "Isn't it natural for humans and everything else to hate?" Naruto didn't answer, but the question, rhetorical though it was, bounced around in his skull all through the night. "Danzo." The voice was a surprise to the elderly shinobi. He turned. It was Hiruzen. This was a surprise. Hiruzen had made it quite clear the last time they had spoken that they were now political enemies, with no more quarter. But it would not do to be antagonistic without obvious and present cause. "Hokage-sama," Danzo replied cordially. "Why are you here?" Hiruzen hesitated as he came up to him. They were in the middle of Konoha's streets, and as such were now the center of attention. The Hokage drew quite a crowd. Come to my office, please, he said quietly. There is much to talk about. Danzo frowned unexpected, he thought. Hiruzen is not one to converse with those he hates. Still he nodded, and, knowing his rude guards would follow him, he followed after his former friend and comrade. They soon reached the relative peace of the tower. Once they entered Hiruzen's secure room, the Sandaime led him towards the desk. Danzo stood before it, and Hiruzen walked around it. And didn't sit in his chair. Instead, he lifted up the second chair where his assistant would sit, and dragged it around to the other side. Danzo's eyes widened. This was unheard of. Hiruzen returned to his customary place, still not sitting, and nodded at the chair. Please sit down, he said. Danzo sat in shock. This was almost deferential, and scarcely becoming of the Hokage. Sandaime-sama, he said, keeping his voice carefully controlled as the Hoki followed him in sitting down. What is the meaning of this? The other man studied him a moment, and then looked away. I fear I have made a grievous error, he said quietly. I let the subjective views of others cloud my judgment, and the mistake may well have very far-reaching consequences. And so I must seek to undo my mistake. He looked back at Danzo. The other man was almost certain that his eyes were shining more than normal with unshed tears. My friend, the Hokage said. I am deeply sorry for what I said a month ago. Danzo blinked his one eye in amazement. Given all that Hiruzen knew, he had never expected something like this. Please, Hokage-sama, he said, elaborate. Why, exactly, are you apologizing? It was a difficult question to ask correctly, but Hiruzen understood. He smiled. I had learned a great deal about your less savory dealings very quickly, he said. And I reacted in haste. I have only recently realized just how foolish that was. He leaned forward and looked Danzo in the eye. I know about Root, he said slowly and clearly. I know about your stolen Sharinganal of the man. I know about the Mokuton grafted to your shoulder. But I made the mistake of thinking that you had supported Itachi's attack on the Uchiha in order to gain the Sharingan. I made the mistake of thinking that you maintained Root for your own devices. He smiled and leaned back, taking out his pipe and lighting it, his eyes never leaving Danzo's visible one. I assumed you had manipulated Hamura and Koharu with the Kodo Amatsukami. On that point, I am still uncertain, but my mistake was simple. He looked away from Danzo. Given all you've done, to my eyes it appeared that your goal was your own advancement. Danzo leapt to his feet. How dare you? He asked in a fury, and then shook himself. He sat back down. I am sorry, Hokage-sama. I did not intend to lose control, but... Don't apologize. Hiruzen's smile was wide. It is proof of what I have known, deep within, all along. He took a deep pull at his pipe. It was never you, he said. The Uchiha you wanted dead because they were a threat to the village. You wanted yourself to be strong, not because you wanted power, but because you felt that you know how to use it for the village. Root is maintained, even now, because it gives the village strength. Danzo stared at him. You thought otherwise? He asked. I should not have, my old friend, but I did. Hiruzen's voice was regretful. Please, will you accept my sincerest apologies? Danzo watched him for a moment, and then nodded. I accept your apology, he said quietly. No harm has been done. Of course harm has been done, he thought privately. I've had to set many of my plans back a full month. But he couldn't deny Hiruzen like this. He would gain nothing from it but an ache in the heart which he tried to deny existed. But what will become of Root, and of my station, and of my abilities? Root will be allowed to continue, said the Hokage. There will be no more recruitment of children of this village, however. You have techniques for removing people's memories, don't you, which you use for the Root training process? Danzo nodded. There was no point keeping it secret. Then you will have all prisoners who have no other use, said the Hokage. As long as there is room in Root, there will never be another execution of a shinobi in this village. Danzo's eyes widened. Is that wise? He asked. Should they be recognized, the other villages would react poorly. Hiruzen shrugged. Any prisoners who would better serve us to exchange will be exchanged, of course, he said, but there's a reason A and B you wear masks. As to your station, I would like to invite you back into your former post as one of my advisors on the Council of Elders with, of course, the solemn oath that you will not use Kodo Amatsukami on anyone in that council, including myself, or indeed anyone for the purposes of controlling this village's politics. I created the councils for a reason, after all. Danzo nodded. I never have, you know, he said. I never have controlled any member of either council with that jutsu or any other. This I swear for past, present, and future. The oath may be broken if ever needed, he thought. With luck it won't be. Good, Hiruzen said, smiling. And as for your Kekkei Genkai, why remove them? It would serve no purpose. Danzo nodded. He had not expected and could not have expected such generosity of her. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He stood up to leave, but Hiruzen was not quite finished. Before you go, one more word. He studied Danzo, and there was no more smile on his face. Kidnapping children for root and the death of Uchiha Shursui, he said. These are the things you've done that I know oft-had I can never condone. Things of that nature must never happen again, and I will know, Danzo-san. I have a far better intelligence network now than ever before. Can you promise me that you will stay, if not within the bounds of the law, then at least within the bounds of reason, will not perform atrocities of those kinds any more? Danzo looked at him. I cannot promise that, he said quietly. But I will promise that I will only do something like that if I know there is no other choice. The Hokage shook his head. It's not enough, he said quietly. Unless you swear to only do it when there is no other option, not when the other options are unlikely to work. Danzo sighed. I swear it. Oaths can be broken, he thought. Hiruzen smiled. Thank you. You may go. Next meeting of the Elder Council is tonight at 6 in the evening. Danzo nodded and with a bow was gone. End Arc 2. Arc 3. Chapter 37 Reapplication. Sasuke's legs seemed to blur under him as he sped through the streets. Kubikuri Bocho was in his left hand, held there steadily with a strength only his massive Yin chakra surplus could provide him. He dodged past another gaggle of civilians, who shrieked in surprise as a small dark object with a large bright sword darted between them. By the second squeal that followed soon after, he guessed his pursuers were not far behind. He caught his footing and spun as he skidded, the dusty earth accommodating to his momentum. Kubikuri Bocho came up. The twin kunai impacted the blade with a resounding clang. His assailant took advantage of the collision's limited elasticity to leap backward, as his teammate rushed at Sasuke from beneath the airborne form. The world froze as the Sharingan came out. The one in the air won't be a problem for about a second and a half, give or take, Sasuke's mind supplied calmly. I can run the calculations and get an exact number. He didn't bother. Instead, he focused on the motion of his second foe. A quick calculation told him that his foe would almost certainly arrive at his current position in about a quarter of a second. Not long enough to do much, but enough to do something. Sasuke examined the position of the man's single kunai. He compensated for the man's slashing arc in his head and proceeded to move. The man's charge almost ended with the loss of his right hand as his wrist came within a hair's breadth of Kubikuri Bocho before he realized his error and spun so that he swept past Sasuke like a whirlwind. No fair, Sasuke! Naruto cried as he landed. No Sharingan! That was the whole idea! Sasuke smiled thinly at his teammate, as Kakashi recovered from the near miss behind him. No plan ever survives first contact with the enemy. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Sasuke whirled to block Kakashi's attempted backstab and quickly leapt up and backwards, landing on the charging Naruto's head and using his blonde teammate as a trampoline to propel himself to the rooftops. As soon as his sandals made firm contact with the shingles, he was off again at speed. He heard Naruto's raucous pursuit behind him in the clatter of disturbed tiles before it leveled out into a more rhythmic tap-tap-tap as Naruto gained his footing. Sasuke frowned. Where was Kakashi? He'll be preparing an ambush, the Uchiha decided. Given that, rather than walk into it. He turned left and rushed in the direction of the Hokage monument. He heard Naruto's curse and the skid over the shingles as his teammate turned to chase him. Kakashi jumped in suddenly from Sasuke's right, planning to intercept his student. Sasuke, midbound, twisted in the air, almost snake-like, slashing at his sensei with the blade in his left hand in an upward sweep, forcing the Hatake to shift to avoid the fatal slash, rendering his charge ineffective. His still impacted Sasuke, however, knocking the genin off course. Time froze again as Sasuke calculated his own trajectory. He was headed down now, toward the wall of the building before him. Kakashi had impacted his legs. If I use the spin along the horizontal plane from that impact, he thought, I can hit the wall with my feet. The angle will then cause me to bounce down to the street without intervention. He acted, spinning simultaneously like a rolling log from his maneuver to parry Kakashi and like a boomerang from the impact. His legs he shifted under him, angling them out so that they would hit the wall feet first. They did. His instinct screamed at him to grab on with chakra while his body caught up with the vertigo induced by that last move, but he ignored them. My brain can deal with it, he told himself. The panic is an illusion. Like pain. Instead, he bounced elastically off of the wall, flipping forward as he did so. His feet hit the ground a moment later. As soon as they did, he began to rotate to his right, taking advantage of the momentum remaining from the earlier spinning motion. Kubikurabocho was still sweeping downward from his landing, however, and as he spun, it sank into the earth, tearing a gash in the ground before he pulled it out, dust streaming from it, to block the strike he had known was coming from Naruto's twin kunai. The clanging impact forced Naruto back, and Sasuke spun again to face Kakashi, who was not looking at him. Sasuke spared no time to question it. He charged. And stopped, because then he saw what Kakashi had seen. Gaara had arrived. Naruto landed, looked, saw. Sasuke was standing, not running, sword raised over Kakashi, but the blade was not falling. Both of them were looking in the other direction. He looked there too. Gaara! He cried, and ran towards them. Belatedly he noticed that Gaara was not alone. Temari and Kankuro were there too. He blinked. Chunin exam, idiot. Kurama was happy to supply an explanation. Oh. And now you've royally blown your cover. Not really. Well, not royally, at least. Just a minor dukedom, then? Shut up, furball. That is your name, right? Naruto asked, trying to recover. Gaara nodded. Sabaka no Gaara. You've heard of us then? Kankuro asked, a smug grin on his face. Oh no, said Naruto, smiling innocently. Just Gaara. Are you two his bodyguards? My siblings, said Gaara, smiling slightly at the veiled joke while Kankuro spluttered and Kurama laughed uproariously. Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Naruto bowed. At your service. Rising, he nodded at the other two. These are my teammate and our Jonin-sensei, Uchiha Sasuke, the one with the big sword, and Hatake Kakashi, respectively. Say hi. Silence. Or don't, that works too. I'm the Jonin here, Naruto. Kakashi looked at him reproachfully. I'm supposed to do the big important things like introduce the team to foreign dignitaries while the genin just run around doing whatever cute thing it is you genin do with your spare time. Sasuke snorted. Dignitaries? One of them's wearing carnival face paint. It's war paint, Kankuro snarled. Sasuke sighed. I'm never going to hear the end of this one. He looked straight at Kankuro. Face-painted child sate. What? Kankuro frowned at him. Case in point. Shut up, Naruto. What did I say? Kakashi said over Naruto's laughter. Cute little genin things. Shut up, Kakashi. So, how do you know about Gaara? Temari asked Naruto while Kakashi glared at Sasuke. Naruto gave her his best unimpressed face. If you're trying to keep a Jinchuriki secret from the other villages, then you're not doing a very good job, he complained. Hell, even Konoha does a better job, and frankly our Jinchuriki is probably our single worst kept secret. Literally 3/4 of the village knows and acts on it, law in place or no. Sasuke shrugged. Law doesn't apply to them though, does it? Somehow or other, our generation stayed clean. Don't have the faintest idea how, thus if everybody's parents were willing to make asses of themselves, why not the kids too? Probably the punishment involved, Naruto grimaced. The Hokage promised to personally make life suck for whoever blabbed. He just said it with prettier words. That might do it, Sasuke agreed sagely. Civilians are so easy to terrify into submission. Kakashi frowned at him. That's not how a shinobi of Konoha should feel, Sasuke, he said reproachfully. Says the guy who watches civilian women in various degrees of undress on a regular basis, Sasuke returned instantly. Your opinion on the matter is not valid. When are the Chunin exams? Kakashi sighed. The first test is in a week. Your forms will be due then. You watch your civilians naked? Temari frowned at Kakashi, disgusted. We don't have our forms yet, Naruto exclaimed with a pout at Kakashi. He peeps on the hot springs, Sasuke told Temari. Konoha is famous for its perverts and voyeurs among our male ninja. Just keep your curtains closed and don't visit the public baths more often than necessary. I'll get the forms to you at the team meeting tomorrow, Naruto. What kind of scum peaks on the public hot springs? Good. Why are we here again? Kankuro asked Gaara. Chunin exam, said Naruto, Gaara, and Temari in unison. Then there was silence. The Gaara sighed. Naruto. Leave. Before I go insane. You already are insane. Then do it more quickly. No fair using the Sharingan, Sasuke. Naruto whined at the training ground later. The three of them were seated in a ring, or, more correctly, a triangle, in the middle of a glade. There were upright logs scattered throughout the field shuriken/kunai targets. The whole idea was to get you practiced in a combat scenario without the eyes. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, but the ambush was unnecessary. They had accosted them in the early hours of the morning while he trained, and so the chase had began, without even waiting for him to okay the fight. As were the stacked odds. 2 against 1? We were going easy on you. Oh, that makes me feel so much better, Naruto. Thank you. Sasuke flopped down on his back. The sun was just beginning to leave its zenith, and the day was hot. The gentle wind rustled the heated air and formed a balm for his sore muscles. Sparring at full speed with mostly taijutsu for 6 hours was not an easy training regimen for his young body. Tired? Kakashi asked sympathetically. A bit. Same here, Naruto agreed. But I'm better off. Kurama helps with that. Speaking of which, Sasuke sat back up. What do we do about Temari, Naruto? Shikamaru might be a problem. Naruto shook his head. If anyone was going to be a problem, over that, it was going to be me, with Hinata when we first got back. Shikamaru shouldn't have any trouble by comparison. Sasuke nodded. I see your point. Still, I have to worry. Shikamaru's so logical about everything else, might that be his one break? Naruto shook his head. You didn't see their courtship. Shikamaru never really broke character. I trust him to do the same now. Your call. Sasuke sighed, laying back down and closing his eyes. Kami, it's hot today. Silence met that statement, as no one saw reason to reply to such a universal truth. I wonder if Gaara has a plan. Naruto's voice seemed to be coming from far away. And I wonder if he'll run it by us. Sasuke didn't bother to verbalize. Kakashi chuckled. Sleepy? You'll get a rash from the grass, you know. I've got a bomb at home, mother. Don't say I didn't warn you. Spar, Naruto? Sasuke didn't even hear the blonde's reply. Who were those three earlier? Temari asked Gaara. They were in the team's hotel suite, fairly large, 3-bedroom affair originally booked so no one had to sleep with Gaara. As it was, Baki and Temari would now be the ones with their own rooms, with Gaara and Kankuro sharing. The Jinchuriki thought this a notable victory, all things considered. At this time, however, they were in the central kitchen/dining/living room affair. Baki was preparing a meal at the counter on one end of the room, Temari and Kankuro were seated on the couch at the opposite wall, and Gaara was in his own armchair at right angle to them. Better question, who did they think they were? Kankuro was still angry. I'll cream them in this exam, if they don't wash out first. Don't try. Gaara spoke flatly. He didn't really care what his brother wanted on the subject currently. It wouldn't be a problem in the first 2 rounds, and if he came against one of Naruto's force in the third, then he would simply see no questions asked. Still, better to at least try to steer Kankuro away from self-destruction. Uzumaki is a Jinchuriki, like me. Temari's eyes widened. So he's almost as strong as you are? Gaara chuckled dryly. Stronger. He did not fail to notice that Baki had stopped chopping the onion he'd been working with. But he was so. Well. Temari's voice trailed into sheepish silence. Sane? Gaara finished gently. No. Temari's forceful denial came as a surprise. No. You're not insane, Gaara, maybe you were, but not anymore. I just meant that he was weirdly upbeat. Gaara nodded. He's like that. Well, the other one then? Kankuro seemed quite determined. He was annoying. Gaara rolled his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke could probably kill me. Don't be a fool. He's that good? Temari was surprised. Better. Gaara spoke flatly, without inflection. It was true. Where did Konoha get all these prodigies? Kankuro wailed, despairing. And why did they have to pick a fight with me? Gaara rolled his eyes. They won't tell anyone about it. No one will know if and when you back out of your ridiculous idea of a feud. That's not the point. Kankuro cried inconsolably. I'll know. Stop whining, Kankuro, said Baki, approaching with the now ready lamb salad. Gaara, how do you know so much about these two? Gaara looked over at him. That's a long story, sensei. Suffice to say we've met before, and leave it at that. When you disappeared a month ago? Temari asked shrewdly. Gaara nodded. Yes. Not exclusively, of course, but still true. You know that was illegal, Gaara? Baki asked cynically. You might have been punished. Gaara snorted. You mean father might have thrown even more would-be assassins at me? There was silence at that. Temari and Kankuro looked at each other. Gaara knew they were still having a hard time reconciling a father who, to them, had always been a cold and distant figure, but still very much a father figure, with the one Gaara knew. The one who had tried for years to murder his own son without success. Baki shook himself back into business mode first. All right, he said, handing out bowls and dishing out the food. We need to plan. You all remember the idea? Temari nodded. We wait until the final part of the Chunin exam, and then we invade Konoha from within, trapping them with Uzan-Gare on the inside, and our forces on the outside. Mightn't that be a problem, though, if these kids Uchiha and Uzumaki are stronger than Gaara? Kankuro asked, baffled. Gaara shook his head. Konoha has any number of shinobi stronger than me. Not actually true, but it was the first time. We'll have support, and we're counting on several of their failsafes not shooting to kill. No one wants to be the one who kills a Jinchuriki and has to see what happens. Exactly, Baki agreed. Konoha is soft, and we have some support on the inside which should thin their numbers a bit. Besides, a lot of their force will be directed outward, to our invading army with Oto. Gaara nodded. Then, slightly hesitantly, though only in thought his voice he kept carefully toneless, he said, Does anyone understand how we got so close to Otogekure so quickly? Other than me and our dear deceased father. Baki frowned at him. That's really not our place to wonder. Gaara shrugged. The village is run by a traitor, he said simply. That's not exactly a sign that they're trustworthy. Baki grimaced. If I were Kazekage, I'd agree. But I'm not, and nor are you. Shows what you know, Gaara said to himself petulantly. Understood, he said, injecting exactly enough disagreement into his voice to remain in character, and yet not cause strife. Good, said Baki. We'll be able to plan this more effectively closer to the tournament. In the meantime, just keep in mind two things. First, you must clear every obstacle in the exams. If you don't, the entire plan crumbles. No pressure, though, I hope. Kankuro laughed, but Gaara detected the undercurrent of nerves with ease, and he was sure Temari and Baki did too. Baki grinned at him. Of course not. He cleared his throat and continued. Second, you can do this. There is not a single obstacle Konoha can put before you that you cannot, somehow, pass. Remember, the test is designed to be beaten. That's why it exists. So we beat it. Temari's voice was not questioning. Precisely, Baki confirmed. Gaara smiled slightly. Don't worry, Baki. I'm with you that far. So what do you want from me? Shikamaru's voice held no particular emotion beyond boredom. I just want to know what you're going to do, Sasuke replied testily. And you know it'd do the same. Shikamaru shrugged. I might. They were seated on Shikamaru's bamboo porch, barefooted legs hanging off the side. Sasuke's feet just barely brushed the grass of the lawn. The sun was setting in the west, giving everything a dim red glow. Water trickled merrily in a fountain to their right, and a doe lounged idly under a tree to the left. After a short silence, Shikamaru looked over at his fellow. I'm not going to be an idiot, Sasuke, he chided. You know that. I'm sure Naruto told you as much. Sasuke nodded grudgingly. He did. I want to know what that means. Shikamaru snorted. I'm not going to be able to suppress it entirely, if that's what you're asking. That's impossible, even for someone like me or you. Or me? Sasuke glanced warningly at him. What's that supposed to mean? Shikamaru snorted again. Make of it what you will. Then he sighed and looked up at the sky. It was clear, and the blue twilight in the east gave way in almost pastel gradients to the inferno of color surrounding the setting star on the horizon. No clouds to watch, he thought pointlessly. You've never loved romantically, he murmured. It hadn't been a question. As such, Sasuke did not see fit to dignify it with an answer. You will, Shikamaru decided. Eventually. Once you go beyond the past and start looking forward. Again, Sasuke was silent. Shikamaru glanced at him sidelong and saw that his eyes were closed in enjoyment of the gentle breeze. Once that happens, he said quietly, you'll find that it's not like most other emotions. Simple emotions like joy and sorrow can be masked easily, and even changed if you just put a dissonant expression on your face. Hate and rage can be altered, shifted into coldness or heat. You can control them. Not love? Sasuke asked softly. Not love, Shikamaru confirmed. It's different for romantic passion than, say, siblings, though. You can put a leash on it, but it'll drag you, not the other way around. You can slow it, but not stop it, Sasuke surmised. Right. Shikamaru yawned. I'll be able to keep Temari from panicking or worrying too much, though she'll probably guess, at least, that I find her attractive but only for a limited time. Eventually, something will slip. It always does. Let's just hope it's not before the invasion, then, Sasuke muttered. Shikamaru, looking over at him again, saw that his brow was now creased in either thought or worry. Let's, Shikamaru agreed. Shikamaru! His mother's voice called from inside the house. Supper's ready. Coming, Kaachan, Shikamaru glanced over at Sasuke. Do you want to stay for dinner? Sasuke grinned and shook his head. Thanks, but no thanks. The Uchiha stood and smirked at him. I think I'll wait until you can trust me as far as you can throw me. Shikamaru didn't even bother to look embarrassed. Sasuke was observant, and Shikamaru wasn't perfect, especially when he didn't need to be. Naruto trusts you, he said flatly. That's enough. Not for you to trust me, but for you to work with me, Sasuke elaborated for him, smirk still in place. Don't worry, I don't like you all that much either. Shikamaru grinned, held out a hand open. Comrades? Sasuke took it and shook. Comrades. Good, said Shikamaru, without letting go. Kaachan, Sasuke's staying over, okay? Without waiting for confirmation either from his mother or from his stunned sort of friend, he dragged the Uchiha inside. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto spoke suddenly to his meditating friend. The entirety of Team 7 was in Training Ground 17. Naruto and Sakura sat on their silent teammates' two sides, and Kakashi sat across from them, his back to a log, reading silently. Naruto was slowly munching on an onigiri, and Sakura was working through a salad, one that actually contained calories, for once, but the Uchiha's lunch remained unopened, and Naruto couldn't say how much Kakashi had eaten and hadn't seen him eating, after all. The black-haired Genin's eyes opened, and he looked over at Naruto. What? Why the hell is the Uchiha clan symbol an Uchiwa? Sasuke looked at him uncomprehendingly. Are you stupid? Naruto shook his head. No, better question. What idiot makes a clan symbol that literally puts a sign on the collective backside of the clan saying please make bad puns, for Kami's sake? Sasuke blinked at him. Probably the same idiot who decided a spiral would make a good symbol for a clan whose name has Yuzu in it. Yeah, but at least my clan doesn't have good jokes you can make about it. Sasuke snorted. When did good jokes have anything to do with it? Point taken, Naruto muttered in defeat, taking a bite out of his rice ball. Kakashi chuckled. Most clans have some stupid tradition like that. You don't say, Scarecrow? Naruto giggled childishly. Sasuke rolled his eyes. If you're quite finished, Naruto. Kakashi, I think there was something you were supposed to talk to Sakura about during lunch. Kakashi rolled his eyes. You could have mentioned it. Sasuke cocked his head at him, face utterly uninterested. I'm a genin. You're a jonin. This is your job. Kakashi sighed. Sakura. Chunin exam. I'm recommending the team for it. Sakura blinked at him, then gasped. What? Already? Kakashi nodded. All three of you have improved more quickly than anyone could have expected. Irony, Naruto thought, bored. Seen it. You're more than ready, rookies or no. Even me? The girl's voice was small. Naruto blinked. Oh hell. This might be a problem. If Sakura did not sign up for the exam, their team could not take it. If Team 7 did not participate in the Chunin exams, it would throw every carefully designed plan out the window. Especially you, Sasuke's voice was quiet and almost intimate as he turned to the girl on the team. Naruto's eyes widened fractionally. Sasuke, you manipulative bastard. We can't do this without you, Sakura. Sasuke said simply. You're our strategist in battle. Naruto just charges in and I tend to go overboard. We'll need you to harness our talents. That'll be especially useful in the exams, Naruto put in, glaring at the back of Sasuke's head, especially when the boy didn't even turn to him. Going too far can mean killing someone we don't want dead, and showing the other villages too much of Konoha. Which is why we need your help, Sasuke finished. He said nothing more. Naruto was grateful for that, at least. You don't have to decide now, Kakashi interjected, seeming to sense Naruto's displeasure. In any case, it's time we got back to work. Naruto, Sasuke, you two spar. I'm going to work with Sakura on her genjutsu. Come on, my cute little genin. This last was said to the kunoichi with a smile which would have been creepy on a less familiar face. Hell, it's still creepy. Naruto thought. Kurama agreed without comment. The other two left the clearing and Sasuke and Naruto stood. The Uchiha turned towards the Jinchuriki, a resigned look on his face. You disapprove? Of course I disapprove. Naruto growled at his teammate. What were you thinking? Sasuke shrugged and got into a fighting stance. Naruto emulated him, his rage building. Kurama growled sharply, displeased, not with the former traitor, but with his container. Calm down, brat. It's not as though he did anything but help the cause. Shut up, furball. This is personal. Answer me, Sasuke, Naruto hissed, setting aside his tenant's complaint. You know the answer. Sasuke sounded bored. Why bother? The Sharingan adept was, of course, anticipating the sucker punch. He dodged it with ease, leaping backward, not even twitching to retaliate. Fine, Naruto said, his voice growing less animal in its rage, exchanging it for a deadly chill. How could you? Is that a better question? Sasuke actually shuddered, his eyes closing for a fraction of a second. That surprised both Naruto and the fox he carried. When the eyes opened again, they were no longer bored. The Uchiha's gaze was sharp and red. I will defend, Sasuke said simply. By any means necessary. You understand this already, Naruto. Naruto blinked and sighed. Yeah. I do. And what will you defend? Kurama's voice was a surprise, although he had taken to speaking to people other than Naruto a little more often lately. Sasuke's lips curled into a wan smile that was more like a grimace of pain. Everything. The word was spoken without force or power, it was simply fact. What I destroyed and what I couldn't. Silence descended for a moment, and then, as one, the two boys moved and struck. Sakura took one last look around the village street before pushing the door into the academy open. The entrance hall, for want of a better name, it was little more than the room that happened to be the first room anyone entering by the front door reached, which contained the front desk and a couple of couches, was empty of the usual academy staff and of the children and parents usually present, for one reason or another. Instead, the couches were filled to bursting, as was some of the floor, with genin waiting for other members of their teams to arrive. The pink-haired rookie scanned the room for her squadmates. There they were, standing in a corner, away from the crowd, talking quietly. She raised a hand and waved. Her heart leapt slightly when Sasuke spotted her, and waved back with something that might have been the ghost of a smile on his face. But she kept the feeling internal. Sasuke didn't just dislike the kind of flagrant affection he'd received in this academy, both from her and others. She hated it, and she knew that now. She only wished she'd realized it sooner. Still, it was something of a vindication that she'd one-upped all the competition in terms of finding out the heartthrob's tastes. But not as much as might have been once, and somehow, that was reassuring. She picked her way through the mass of aimless bodies towards her team. "Hey, Sakura," Naruto greeted with a big, infectious grin on his face. Sasuke just nodded at her arrival, still with that secret smile on his features. She smiled back at them. "Well, are you two ready?" Sasuke nodded. "The exam's on the 3rd floor. Let's go." They climbed the 2 flights of stairs and reached the 3rd floor. A large number of genin were congregated there. Naruto and Sasuke nodded at each other, and the Uzumaki quietly said, "Stay here, Sakura," to her. She nodded, blinking as they melted into the crowd. She could see ahead a pair of older genin blocking the door and loudly saying something about how they were doing the younger genin a favor by turning them around before the test. Suddenly, Naruto reappeared, leading Team 8 in Kiba's case, by ear with a hand over his mouth. Shino, behind him, walked in a slow and stoic gait, while Hinata was just blinking in surprise and something like awe at the blonde. Poor girl, Sakura thought sympathetically, to fall so hard for the most oblivious person in history. The irony was, of course, completely lost on her. Naruto muttered to Shino, "Get your team up the stairs, and for Kami's sake keep Kiba quiet." Shino nodded, took Kiba by the hood, and dragged the silently struggling Inuzuka up the stairs. "You too, Hinata-chan," said Naruto with a smile at their former Hyuga classmate, who blushed deeply at the attention. "I'll catch up." Sakura blinked. "Huh. That's a switch." "Oh, okay, Naruto-kun," Hinata said timidly. "Good luck." "You too, Hinata-chan." Naruto smiled at her in a way Sakura had never seen or imagined seeing in the boy's face, and watched the girl's assent with a look in his eye that Sakura recognized, although she couldn't have said from where. It almost made her jealous, although she wasn't sure of whom. Then Sasuke returned, leading another team, Team 9, a squad of genin from 1 year above them. Hyuga Niji walked beside him in silence, but behind them, the team's Kunoichi, Tenten, was looking sheepish as she covered the green spandex-clad Rock Lee's mouth with one hand. "Naro Shikamura-san asked me to tell you," Niji said to Naruto as they reached the wall where Sakura and Naruto were standing, "that Team 10 is already in position." "I see now what he meant. And before you ask, I don't know why he left the message, and I don't particularly care." Naruto shrugged, a strange smirk on his face. "I was more wondering why he left it with you, but I wasn't going to ask." "I'm glad you don't care, Thuff. It means you won't feel bitter when I don't explain. Take care, Hyuga-san." Niji's eyes had narrowed somewhat as Naruto spoke, and he stood still for a moment after Naruto finished before he gestured to his teammates, and led them up the stairs without another look at the Uzumaki. Sakura frowned, trying to understand. Naruto's words had sounded like a dismissal, and Niji's actions had seemed to be an attempt to show contempt for Naruto's authority by showing that he moved only under his own direction. But why? It wasn't like Naruto had any authority, or Niji any particular rank. "Bastard," said Sasuke succinctly, and Sakura was inclined to agree. His behaviors, she decided, seemed simply pompous. Naruto snorted. "Come on!" quietly. Sakura blinked, and finally understood. "We climbed 2 flights of stairs to get to the 3rd floor." Her face broke involuntarily into a smile. First test passed. Chapter 38 Re-examination. Orochimaru could not help but lick his lips in anticipation as the group of Konoha genin filed into the room, led by Uchiha Sasuke and his team. At last things were falling into place. The Uchiha's eyes were sharp, though currently dark, and as he entered he scanned the room with a rapidity and ease that made the Sanin's nostrils flare with glee. Already such experience and skill, and still so young, he thought, pleased. I am most grateful for your assistance, Itachi. Suddenly the young Uchiha's eyes found his own and pinned him there. Their gazes were not met for long, and Orochimaru saw little in those dark, blank orbs, but there was an odd stirring in his gut as they passed over him, one he did not much like. He shook himself as Sasuke looked away. It will be good when I am looking out of those eyes, he thought. They are powerful, even when the Sharingan is inactive. And so he thought no more of it, opting instead to study the other Konoha genin. There was a blond boy there, with bright blue eyes. His parentage could not have been more obvious if he'd been wearing Minato's old coat. That was a surprise, but not an insurmountable one. Orochimaru hadn't realized that the spawn of Minato and Kushina had survived the Kyuubi's attack. He'd probably been kept secret for his protection by Hiruzen, the daft fool. Still, it was Minato's son, not Minato himself, and thus likely not worth the Sanin's time. None of the others were a great surprise on their own. There were 2 Hyuga this time, but those were of little value, unless one was of the main branch. He frowned at the girl with the black hair then, trying to see through her thick bangs. He didn't see the telltale green of the seal, but he might be missing it. Could she be of the main branch? That was interesting. The Sharingan was superior, of course, but all the same. At that point, Kabuto approached the Konoha genin, as per his instructions. Orochimaru smiled slightly and settled in to watch. Naruto's breathing was even, but that was a fight he was starting to lose. He'd never been the best undercover operative. Hell, he was one of the worst. And he had plenty of reason to be stressed. Orochimaru's eyes were roving over his genin, and he didn't like it. Kabuto was headed toward them, and the Odo team was looking rather bloodthirsty. Gaara was already seated and his eyes sought Naruto's for a moment. Naruto held his gaze until Kabuto spoke and then broke eye contact with a minuscule nod and thanks for the support. Well, it's good to see Konoha's newest genin as aware as you, Kabuto said with a smile, one which, terrifyingly, reached his eyes perfectly well. What's that supposed to mean? Kiba grunted warily. Shino sighed. It's congratulations for not making nuisances of ourselves, Kiba, and making ourselves targets for later. Well done ruining the impression. Kiba glared at his Aburame teammate. Hey! Naruto put one hand over his eyes in a gesture which, had he seen it as Hinata and Sasuke did, would have made him look much older than 13. Shut up, Kiba, Sasuke grunted. Then, turning to Kabuto, he asked frankly, who are you and what do you want? Nothing more than to help my fellow Konoha shinobi, Kabuto said in a voice so honestly sincere it made Naruto sick. I've taken the exams 7 times, so I know a lot about how they run, not to mention I have information on the other ninja here if you want it. 7 times? Ino asked, brows raised. What help could you be then? Sasuke couldn't blow you out of the water. Sasuke glared at her sidelong for an instant before turning his gaze back on the disguised Otonin. He frowned. You have information on the shinobi here? Naruto watched his friend warily. What are you planning, Sasuke? Oh yes, nodded Kabuto. I have these, you see. He pulled out his deck of completely illegal cards. These cards are coded to my chakra and store the information on shinobi I know of, from Genin to Kage. You have one for everyone you know of? Shikamaru asked, and Naruto had a feeling he'd picked up on whatever Sasuke's plan was. As much as I could, confirmed Kabuto with a smile. And I can do a lot. Comes with trying this exam again and again for the past 4 years. Sasuke grunted in clear disbelief, though Naruto knew it was affected. I don't buy it. Show me Hatake Kakashi's. Kabuto chuckled. Fine, if it'll get you to believe it. He pulled out a card, and infused with his chakra until the contents appeared. Hatake Kakashi, he read. Jonin, Konoha son of Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang, and a clanless civilian of Konoha, ninjutsu specialist, with significant skill in taijutsu, genjutsu, and shurikenjutsu, known to possess a Sharingan Kekkei Genkai, labeled as an A-rank shinobi in Suna and Kumo, and as an S-rank in Kiri and Iwa. Sasuke looked disappointed. That's all you have? He asked. That's just data compiled from the major villages' bingo books. Nothing interesting? Kabuto looked at him, one brow raised. You study bingo books, do you? It's a good resource to look at. But yes, that's all I've got on Hitaki at the moment. What do you think I used as my sources? I haven't exactly taken a Chunin exam with the man. The same is true of most of the people here. I use bingo books and public village resources, with a little of whatever espionage data I can legally get a hold of. Of course, he said with a chuckle, putting away his cards and standing, if you study bingo books, odds are I can't do much to help. Sasuke's disappointment visibly grew, but he nodded. Fair enough, he said, turning to the other Konoha genin. I can probably tell you as much as he can about our competition, he murmured flatly, so here's the short version. Avoid the team from Suna. Avoid the team from Taki. Naruto blinked and looked over. Fu grinned fiercely at him from her table with her Taki squad. He smiled back, relieved. That's another one of us here. The team from Oda, that's the new village. Musical note headbands will be aiming to kill, Sasuke continued. Don't get cocky. He blinked. Actually, that goes for the whole damn test. What's with the teams from Suna and Taki? Kiba asked loudly enough that Naruto was absolutely certain that every single enemy team in the room heard exactly what they were talking about, and now knew that the Konoha genin were discussing their rivals from Suna and Taki. Sasuke stood perfectly still for a moment before bringing face to hand in a slow, fluid motion of utter contempt. Kiba, he said quietly. I know you're a fresh genin. Thing is, so are the rest of us. None of us were eager to explain our information to the entire room. Maybe you shouldn't have been either? Kiba glared at him and was about to retort when Shino put his head over his mouth. Please answer the question, Sasuke-san, he said quietly, and we can move on. Sasuke sighed again. The redhead from Suna and the orange eyes from Taki are A-rank enemies at least. Do not engage. Clear? A round of nods. Great, said Sasuke. Proctor should be here soon. One last thing before he arrives. Naruto? Naruto blinked. Yeah? Sasuke turned to him, a slight twinkle in his dark eyes. Speech for the troops? Naruto nodded in understanding. Fine. He looked around the circle of genin. Shino's hand was still on Kiba's mouth. The Inuzuka looked decidedly sullen. People die in the Chunin exam, he said quietly. I'm sure everyone's sensei mentioned that. I'm just as sure it hasn't registered. He jerked his thumb behind him at the room full of other genin. Here's what it means. Those guys there are mostly older and more experienced than we are. Quite a few of them have killed before. Most of them will not hesitate to kill us. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Statistically, he said quietly, there's a decent chance any one of us could be dead in a week. There's a good chance that within a week one of our parents will get the news that we're not coming home. Think about that. Naruto looked at each of his friends in turn. They were. Several were looking down at the ground. Sakura seemed to be trying not to cry. As Naruto watched, Sasuke put an arm around her silently. That being said, Naruto continued, his tone automatically shifting to his more customary motivational one. There is no reason why that should happen to any of us. Every single one of us is new and young. There's a reason we're here anyway. Several of us are the new generation of several of the world's most powerful clans. Ino, you're the hope of the Yamanaka. Kiba, you're the same to the Inuzuka. Hinata-chan, Naruto paused, studying the girl he loved. Her eyes avoided his. You're the best chance the Hyuga have of surviving the next decade, he said flatly, and she started and stared at him, eyes wide. And the rest of us, he continued without elaborating, looking at Sakura, are prodigies in our own right. Sakura, you already know more than one C-rank genjutsu, and you're at Nara levels intellectually. Sakura blushed and practically glowed at the praise. They'll try to kill us, Naruto told his genin. They will fail. We'll make sure of that. Keep that in mind, because before they try to kill us they'll try to demoralize us. We can succeed, and we're all coming home after this. He looked around the circle one last time. Clear? Crystal, Sasuke answered with a grin. Good, said a man's voice, and several of the genin started. Naruto just smiled. Nati and Aisan, he said in an affectedly childish voice. Did I delay the test? Marino Ibiki, who was standing directly behind Naruto, glared down at him as the blonde turned. Get a seat, brat, he said flatly. We're starting. This is a written test, Ibika was explaining. Sasuke was mostly ignoring him, opting instead to consult with Kurama and Naruto regarding their solution to the upcoming test. Why should we even bother? Kurama asked flatly. Naruto proved that the other questions are entirely unnecessary. The results get plugged into the final consideration for Chunin if the genin gets to the final round, Naruto explained. As you would know if you bothered paying attention to the paperwork I did around the exam as Hokage. Damn your paperwork, Kurama grumbled. It just made me want to eat bureaucrats. Don't worry, it did that to me too, Naruto said sympathetically. You weren't relapsing. But why even bother solving it for them? Kurama grumbled. They did fine last time. It would help cement Naruto as a leader if he got everyone through this, Sasuke said, but it's not viable, I guess. We just need to focus on our tests. I can get my answers with a simultaneous Kagebunshin/Kawarini, Naruto said doubtfully. Ambush a proctor outside at the bathroom. Don't bother, Sasuke told him. I'll use Tsukuyomi and wipe the other guy's memory before I leave. Just Tsukuyomi, an ally who has the answers. Kurama's suggestion had them all silenced for a moment as they realized they'd never considered friendly fire Tsukuyomi as a non-aggressive technique. Good idea, Sasuke thought once he'd recovered. Might do that. Now shut up, it's starting. It was. Sasuke flipped the exam before him over to its front and blinked. Part of me was holding out hope that this would be easy now, he thought. Nope. No one actually uses this crap. He looked around surreptitiously over at the nearest side of the room. One of the proctors was watching him directly. Screw it. Tsukuyomi. In a moment, he and the suddenly terrified proctor were alone in a negative field. Calm down, Sasuke told him flatly. I'm wearing the damn headband, aren't I? Not here, you're not, the proctor shrieked. Sasuke frowned and reached up to touch his bare forehead. He looked down. He was wearing his Oto outfit from the war. Well, he said succinctly, shit. Looks like I don't have quite the subconscious mental image I want. He looked over at the proctor. Don't worry, I'm wiping your memory after we're done here anyway, he told the man. I don't even really intend to torture you. You were just there. And I knew you had the answers. So, he snapped his fingers and suddenly the man was tied to a cross of wood. Sasuke advanced towards him, continuing, Can we just skip the whole torture thing? I have almost 3 days in this genjutsu to make you talk. It's plenty of time, trust me. I'm a fellow Konoha ninja though, so I don't want to do that, and you don't even have to feel that guilty about telling me. A moment of silence. Just tell me the answers, Chunin. The Chunin did. Sasuke came out of the genjutsu to the sight of the proctor's clouded eyes as the memory wipe took effect. By the time the eyes refocused, Sasuke was looking back at his test, writing the answers he'd received. Kurama, watching through his eyes, gave a mental nod. Got it. I'll relay those to Naruto. The Biju withdrew. Sasuke relaxed slightly and, in doing so, noticed that Sakura, on his right, was less relaxed. Through half-lidded eyes, he looked at her paper. It was blank except for a few calculations on the first problem, which was a bit of theoretical calculus involving a kunai impacting one blade of a shuriken in midair. He sighed slightly. She'll get it, eventually, but I can save her the trouble of trying to cheat. He touched her on the arm. She turned to look at him, met his eyes. The Mangekyo flared. They met in the negative field. Sakura looked scared, but also seemed to be studying his attire. Sasuke? She said, in a voice that reminded her painfully of the moment of his betrayal. She had the same mixed tone of fear and hope. You look older. What was that? That was a technique called Tsukuyomi, he explained. It's alright, don't worry. It puts me and my target in a genjutsu lasting up to 72 hours for us and taking only a second in the real world. It's a very useful jutsu, and as someone pointed out earlier today, very versatile. Versatile? Sasuke grimaced. It's traditionally a torture technique, only usable by people who unlock the highest level of the Sharingan. Sakura stepped away from him, eyes widening. He turned away. It can also, as someone just recently pointed out to me, be used to transfer information to allies, he said, not looking at her, like the answers to test questions. A moment of silence. Then Sakura took his hand hesitantly. He turned to look at her in surprise, and saw that she was looking at him apologetically. Sorry, she murmured. I just. Your eyes weren't like the Sharingan I saw in Wave, and you looked different, and I got scared. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. She looked down. Sasuke put his other hand on her shoulder. It's fine, she said quietly. Believe me, I deserve it more than you know. He sighed. Anyway, I'll give the answers to you and then break the genjutsu. Please, when we come out, make sure you tell no one about my eyes or about this technique. Naruto, Kakashi, the Hokage, and a few others know. Don't trust anyone with this until you know you can. Sakura nodded, then cocked her head curiously. What is this exactly? Sasuke smiled ruefully. It's a long story. Tell me about it later? Sakura's question stopped the conversation solidly for a moment. Yes, Sasuke finally said. It's not right that she be kept out of it. I'll tell you later. Not yet, it'll distract you, and we need you focused on the exam. And now the 10th question, Ibiki said. Naruto twiddled his thumbs. But this time, the rules are a little different. Naruto yawned. If you fail to answer this question. Naruto folded his exam paper into a crane. You will be trapped at genin level for life. Naruto unfolded the crane over the sound of groans and protests. He studied the paper as Ibiki explained that he had not been the proctor before. Ah! He exclaimed, he'd just been hit with an idea. Silence. Naruto looked up. Everyone was looking at him. Oh, had everybody already shut up? I thought they were all still trying to tell you that you couldn't keep them as genin. Nope, Ibiki said menacingly. Oh, all right, Naruto said easily, beginning to fold his paper into a fox. Sorry about that. Carry on. A moment of silence. Then Ibiki continued. Moving on from small, blonde, and suicidal here, there is another option. Naruto unfolded the fox. If you choose not to take this question, you can try again next year. Naruto folded a hat. The choice is yours, but remember, this exam is taken as a team. Naruto unfolded the hat. If one member of a team drops out, so do his or her squad mates. Naruto put his hand on Hinata's arm, smiled encouragingly at her when she turned to him, and turned back to his origami. We will now take some time to give you all a chance to choose, but there is to be no discussion between squadmates. Naruto folded a chariot. Damn, how did you get the wheels to spin? Kurama asked in something like admiration. I have no idea, Naruto told him cheerfully, and unfolded the chariot. The exam was still whole. Ino's considering dropping out. Sasuke's sharp notification pushed Naruto into action. Why would we drop out? He asked Ibiki flatly, standing up from his chair and glaring at the proctor. Being Chunin is about knowing how to lead a squad of shinobi, and shinobi are loyal to their village. When your Kage says go and do this, you don't say, but what if I die? You do it. Unless your Kage's decided that being an evil psycho sounds like a great idea, in which case you drop him and get a better Kage. Anyone who drops out of the Chunin exams because of the risks, he finished, sitting back down, is failing the tests anyway. A moment of silence passed before Ibiki spoke. I thought you were too busy with your origami to pay attention, brat. You're just jealous, Naruto rolled his eyes. By Ibiki's shrug, it was actually true in part. The chariot had been impressive. Also, multitasking is totally a Chunin level skill, and can I get promoted now? No. Anyone else leaving? There was a dead silence for a full minute before Ibiki sighed. All right. Short, blonde, and suicidal hit the nail on the head. That was the 10th question, and you all passed this portion of the exam. Congratulations and all that. The next portion will be proctored by me, came a woman's voice. She somehow managed to be both excited and sultry at the same time. This was not an easy trick, Naruto knew from experience with his sexy no jutsu. Anko burst into the room, clad in her customary garb, namely not much. Naruto went back to his origami. Na Ibiki, you got soft, she exclaimed. You let too many of them through. Naruto folded a tulip. Well, I can guarantee that at least half of them will be out of the running before I'm through. Naruto unfolded the tulip and folded a snake. This kid, for instance. Naruto dodged the kunai and started unfolding the snake until Anko's breasts got in his way. He smiled up at her face from her position, leaned over him and obstructing his origami. "Oh, hello, Anko-chan," he said innocently. "Is my origami bothering you?" She looked at him with a hunger that he knew was affected. It was actually a little funny, watching her try to intimidate him using the tricks that worked on preteens. He was certainly a red-blooded heterosexual male, but Hinata was sitting right next to him, so Anko's charms had little effect. "Are these exams not as interesting to you as that bit of paper?" she asked him lowly. "Am I not as interesting as that piece of paper?" The piece of paper is the exam," he said, pulling it out from under her chest to show it to her. "So no, the exam isn't more interesting than their exam. And sorry, Anko-chan," here he patted her sympathetically on the cheek. She reared back slightly, startled. That kind of courage was unusual in a genin, to say the least. "You're not really my type. There are other fish in the sea, though. I'm sure someone will love you for who you are." For a moment, Anko looked stumped. Then she shrugged and said calmly, "You seem like an idiot, and you're probably going to die. Moving on. The next portion of the exam is going to be held at one of the training grounds. Follow me." Naruto and Sasuke stood together on the outskirts of the Forest of Death, consent forms in hand. Naruto was playing with his. Sakura had gone to get them some lunch. They had a break before the gates opened. "Naruto," Sasuke said flatly. "What the hell is up with the origami today?" Naruto shrugged. "Gets people off balance. It's more fun than I thought it would be, too. Did you see my chariot?" Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Okay, we need to get in contact with the others if possible, but it can wait a bit. We'll find them once we're inside. But so we're clear, what's the objective?" "Make sure no one dies," Naruto shrugged. "That's first. After that, if we can minimize the number of people who pass down to the point where the preliminary round is unnecessary, that'd be great. Try to make sure our allies get through us, Shikamaru and Shino, Gaara, and Fu." Naruto smiled. "It's pretty great that Fu's here. Never got to meet her except as an Edo Tensei last time. She seemed like fun." "She does seem like your type," Sasuke said sardonically. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "And that means?" "Oh, nothing," Sasuke said innocently, and changed the subject. "How many people did we have in the finals last time?" "There were the two of us, all three of Gaara's team, Shikamaru, Neji, and Shino. That's it, right?" Naruto nodded slowly. 8. Shit, that's not a lot. And it's too few for teams. "Hang on," Sasuke muttered. "Teams have to come through the forest together, but the preliminaries aren't always held. So the cutoff number has to be a multiple of 3, doesn't it?" Naruto shrugged. "Not necessarily, but it might help to think of it like that. How many were in the prelims? 16 twice 8? Sasuke closed his eyes and thought. 20, he said. "Remember Ino and Sakura's double knockout? And one of the Otonin beat Choji, but got killed between rounds." "Right. That was. I was going to say funny, but it really wasn't," said Naruto thoughtfully. "So it's between 8 and 20. Probably closer to 8, and it has to be a power of 2, right? For the tournament shape?" Sasuke shook his head. "They were willing to allow 10 competitors in," he said. "They must have another way to sort the tournament. How do you do a tourney with 10? 2 preliminary matches to whittle the number down to 8, and then a standard single elimination," said Sakura as she came up to them. "I brought Onijira, figured we wanted something light before what's coming." "Good idea," agreed Sasuke as he took a rice ball. "Thanks for the answer, by the way." "No problem," she smiled at him. "Why? What's the issue?" "The third round of the Chunin exam is always a tournament," Naruto told her, "and the highest number of participants we could find was 10. We're trying to figure out how we want to play this exam," Sasuke explained. "We can probably choose whether we let people pass or fail way better than most of them, so if the opportunity arises, how many people do we want to allow through?" Sakura frowned. "What do they do if more than 10 people pass? There's something like 150 people here. Is this test really that dangerous?" Sasuke smiled when he realized Sakura didn't even seem to consider that they might fail. "There's a preliminary round," Naruto told her. They eliminate half the participants. He took a bite out of his rice ball. Might do more if too many people passed, Sasuke thought aloud. A preliminary tournament instead of just a single round. Naruto shuddered. Great. So we have no idea what's happening later, essentially. He sighed. Okay, priority 1 is making sure no one dies who we can protect. Next, get the rookies from Konoha, Team 9, and our particular allies through. I think beyond that we just let it play out. Sound good? Sounds good to me, Sasuke nodded. Sakura? Sakura nodded. I think priority 1 is probably surviving and passing, she said quietly, but I have a feeling that's not going to be a problem for you. Sasuke studied her. She didn't look unhappy, just lost. Don't sell yourself short, he told her quietly. Even without us, you're Chunin material. Take my word for it. She beamed at him. I'll go turn in these forms, said Naruto. Wait here. Gaara sat cross-legged beside the entrance to the forest. His eyes moved slightly behind closed lids as he considered the situation. We don't know whether Orochimaru will attack or where, and when he will strike if he does. Inhale, slowly. Exhale, slowly. We have in the forest 3 Jinchuriki, as well as Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Shino-san. Inhale, slowly. Exhale, slowly. Orochimaru, if he knows of the situation or even suspects anything, would have to be a fool to attack alone. Inhale. Exhale. He can't easily smuggle in soldiers to the forest in any significant quantity, which gives us a significant advantage in a fight. Inhale. Exhale. He isn't a fool. He won't attack. Gaara opened his eyes. That's not a good thing. If not now, when? And how? Gaara, they're about to ring the bell, said his sister, nudging him gently. You ready? Gaara shook himself out of his stupor. Yes, sorry, he said, standing. Just thinking. Plotting? Kankuro asked jokingly. Precisely, Gaara agreed unsmilingly. He did deploy Kabuto in the first exam to scout out Sasuke, Gaara mused. Perhaps he really doesn't know. Is he really so blind? If he attacks. Ready. Gaara took position beside his squad mates in preparation to enter the forest. He will die. Naruto cracked his knuckles. I'll take point, he said lowly. I've got the highest survivability. Sasuke, your center. Sakura, your rear guard. Keep close together, and let Sasuke do the damage if we're attacked. Sasuke nodded. Hi. You want me to seek targets, or are we trying to avoid combat? Locate anyone you can, but we'll leave engagements case by case, Naruto said. Let me know when you've got a hit on someone. Sakura, he turned to their other teammate, be ready on Genjutsu. You're our first line of disable. Sakura clenched her fists and nodded determinedly. Ready, came Anko's call before Naruto could continue. Nora breathed deeply once. Take positions, he ordered lowly. Keep calm, stay alert, and be careful. All right, I'm on point, Fu told her teammates flatly. Teammates was here used in the loosest sense possible. They'd been thrown together with barely an introduction, and the other two were clearly as terrified of her as everyone else in the village. Fu privately suspected that they'd somehow angered one or more of the village leaders and thus been saddled with escorting her to the Chunin exams she'd requested to attend. Not that there weren't plenty of Takijonin in the area watching everything she did, but they couldn't go into the forest. Fu's teammates included a Genjutsu specialist named Shigyur and a Kunoichi Kenjutsu specialist named Mai. Specialist, too, was used loosely. They were, after all, genin. But they had talent. Much more than Fu had been expecting. They were just young and inexperienced. Shigyur, she said, pointing at his suddenly even more frightened face. You're in center position. Get some Genjutsu ready and disable anyone that comes at us. Mai, her finger relocated to an equally terrified expression. You're on read guard, watch our backs. A moment passed in silence. Fu sighed. And calm the hell down, she said. I'm not a monster, a demon, or a god. I'm your teammate, at least for this test. She studied them through half-lidded eyes. And you have my word, she said quietly, I will not let either of you die. Ready! Came the call. Ready up, Fu echoed to her teammates' dumbfounded faces. Take positions. We're going in. Team 10 moved into position instinctively. Shikamaru had taught them well. Choji was on point, Ino was central, and Shikamaru was in the rear, watching for cage main opportunities. Ready? The Nara asked his companions. Ready, Ino replied with a fierce grin. Ready, Choji said more subdued, but with confidence nonetheless. Ready, came Anko's call. Shikamaru sighed. Here goes nothing. Kiba, you should take the forward position, Shino said. He phrased it as a suggestion unlike his fellows. He had not made it a point to establish himself as de facto leader of his squad. Hinata needed the confidence of something like equality, and Kiba required a more gentle handler. You have the highest survivability of the team. Yeah, Kiba exclaimed, pleased at the perceived praise. Hinata, you should be in rear, Shino turned to the squad's only kunoichi. Your Byakugan may have a small blind spot, but it is still effective at watching our rear flank. Hinata nodded, her pale eyes tensed nervously. I will be in center, Shino said. I will scatter my Kikeichu around us to keep us appraised of any threats outside the range of your Byakugan. Hinata-san, that might be downwind of you, Kiba-san. His teammates nodded in acceptance. Kiba looked excited, Hinata nervous. Ready, Anko's voice called out. Yeah, Kiba smiled fairly. We are. Anko chuckled. Little genin, all around the forest, all thinking they were ready for what was coming next. So many of them will die. It'll be fantastic. She licked her lips, possibly traumatizing the poor Chunin standing around her from her position at the watch point atop the central tower in the forest. I can't wait. She raised the microphone to her lips and grasped the lever that would open the gates to the testers. Go! She said excitedly, and pulled. The second examination had begun. Chapter 39 Reconglomeration. All right, we've got a basic strategy, Naruto said, calling a halt and turning to face his teammates, but not much in the way of tactics. Any ideas? Shino, Sasuke suggested flatly. There was a moment's silence. No, Naruto said patiently. I'm Naruto. You're Sasuke. That's Sakura. Sasuke hit him. Dobe, he muttered. Shino will have planted Kikeichu on all the other teams. We can use him to find them. He'll probably come to us, but we can find him if we want to. Naruto nodded in understanding. That makes more sense, he said. Yeah, that'd work. Any other ideas? Sakura frowned at her blonde teammate thoughtfully. What exactly do we want to happen? She asked. What's our best-case scenario? Naruto shrugged. We can take most encounters we'll see in this forest, I think, he said, and we have allies to help if we can't. So ideally we want to be in a position to take on any teams who would kill weaker teams. We also want to get ourselves a scroll. He stopped. Pulled out their scroll. An Earth scroll, he said, grinning sheepishly. Because we have a heaven. Which I totally knew. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Sakura blinked. The predatory teams will cluster near the tower, right? She asked. Because everyone has to go through there? Naruto frowned. I suppose they should, yeah? It makes sense. Then we should set up a permanent encampment near the tower, Sakura suggested. It'll make it easy to locate and take out those predators, and we might be able to get our allies to join us and hold a united fort. There was a beat of dead silence. Sakura, said Sasuke without inflection. You are a genius and we need to make sure you pass these Chunin exams to give other genin a chance. Sakura ducked her head, face flaming. Naruto laughed. All right, he said. Shino's Kikeichu? I expect Shino's told you to listen to me. Send him a message. We need to get in touch with him. After that, there's someone we need to meet. Kiba-san, hold for a moment, Shino called ahead to his teammate. Teammate stopped as one. Kiba looked back at the Aburame. What's up, Shino? One of my Kikeichu has started calling for me to approach, he said. His Kikaichu had developed to a point where they could alter the pheromones they excreted to certain discrete signals, which he had developed into a code. This signal was a flare for him to approach, but not a notification of a threat. It is the beetle I dispatched to Team 7. They desire that we talk. What do those bastards want to talk about? Kiba asked mulishly. Do they need help? Shino shrugged. My Kikaichu cannot send details. Likely they wish to formulate a combined strategy to maximize the number of Konoha shinobi who pass this portion of the exam. I think we should meet them, Hinata said quietly. We know them well enough to know they can't intend to hurt us or take our scroll. It can't hurt. Shino nodded. I agree with Hinata-san. It may not turn to our advantage, but at worst we come out an hour behind, and we have 5 days. Kiba grumbled slightly, but acquiesced. Which way? Shino pointed. My Kikaichu lies in that direction. Kiba nodded and took point. They leapt from tree to tree in watchful silence for a time until Kiba called a halt. There's another team with them, he said, sniffing the air. They smell like sand. Burned sand. The team from Suna, Hinata said quietly. They're out of my range right now. Are they with Naruto-kun's team? I think so, Kiba muttered. Shino blinked and scanned his Kikaichu signals. Yes, he confirmed. The team from Suna is with Team 7. They are not engaged in combat, and their formation is non-aggressive. We should be safe to approach. I thought Sasuke-sen said to avoid them, Hinata said cautiously. Kiba shrugged. Maybe they had a plan for them? He suggested. We were not in a private place at the time, Shino advised. Of course, all Sasuke had wanted was to keep Konoha's genin out of Gaara's hair, but there was no way to explain that to his teammates without somehow altering the team dynamic, which Shino was unwilling to do at this point. Perhaps Sasuke needed to misdirect someone who was listening in. Hinata nodded. That's possible, she said quietly. If Team 7 isn't fighting them, it should be all right. Kiba nodded. Okay, let's move in. They did. They landed in on the edge of a clearing. Team 7 and Gaara's squad were together in the center of the field. Sasuke was talking to Sakura, Temari and Kankuro, explaining the meeting they'd had with Gaara on the mission to Wave, likely with some lies interspersed to protect the secret of Kurama's existence, as well as their foreknowledge. Naruto and Gaara stood a little closer to them. They seemed to be engaged in small talk, but Naruto's hand was held at his side, seemingly casually, in a sign that Shino knew it meant that he was engaged in a Biju-facilitated telepathic conversations. Hey, bastards! Kiba called out. Shino winced slightly, but they were among allies. You rang? Naruto turned and grinned. Hinata-chan, he said with a grin. Shino-san, Kiba-san. Glad you could make it. We've got a plan. Kiba frowned. Plan? What, are we taking the exam as a villager as an alliance now? Naruto's grin widened. Now you're getting it. It's in our advantage to work together, Sasuke said, coming over, the others following. This way we can effectively control who passes, make sure Konoha and Suna look stronger than the other villages for a fair while. Kiba shrugged. Suna has only one team, how good can they look anyway? Shino brought one hand to his face. Trust Kiba to insult one of their only real allies to their faces. You want to see how impressive we can look, kid? Kankuro said grimly. Pick a fight with my little brother. You might get it then. Kiba, a bit of advice, said Naruto, and his voice was grim, with none of his prior cheer. Shino looked at him. He was frowning. Don't pick a fight with his little brother. Shino could see the slight smirk on Gaara's face. Anyway, Sasuke said, diverting attention. Shino, we need to get in touch with the others. Naruto and Gaara-san are going after one of Gaara's allies, who he met at Yagura-sama's meeting. Fu, from Takigakure, Shino filled in the blanks. Nanabai no Jinchuriki. The plan is for the rest of us to gather the rest of Konoha's rookie teams, Sasuke continued. Shino, we need to use your Kikaichu if you're in. Shino cocked his head. Do you have an alternative in mind? Sasuke shrugged. I can cover a lot of ground very quickly, he said. If all else fails, I'll take the others and we'll scan the whole forest. It'll take a while, but we can pull that off. That sounds risky, Hinata said worriedly. Sasuke's teeth flashed in a slight grin. He scratched a very specific point on his neck as he stared into Shino's glasses. It is, he admitted. I think we can handle it, but I won't deny that it's a risk, going out there without Naruto. I'll have Temari-san, Kankuro-san, and Sakura-chan, but Naruto and Gaara. Shino nodded. Are in a league of their own, he agreed. Sasuke, of course, was in that same league, but he was also the target. My Kikaichu can shorten the time for which we are separate. And lessen the risk, Sasuke confirmed. But that's not enough for your team to risk yourselves. Here's the full plan. We're going to gather the allied teams, and form a permanent camp near the tower. The potentially predatory teams, the ones who might kill other genin, will converge there. We don't want to let that happen, so we'll encamp among them and stop them together. We'll be able to prevent any enemy teams from passing if we choose to. And if they decide to gang up on us? Kiba challenged. Can we deal with that? Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara all looked at each other. Kankuro answered for them. Yeah, he told Kiba flatly. There's not even a question. Sasuke snorted. Enough. Are you in? Shino's teammates looked between him and one another. I think it's crazy, said Kiba flatly. It sounds like cheating to me. It is not cheating, Shino responded. It is merely a non-traditional approach. It appears to me to be in our advantage on multiple fronts. I think it's a good idea, Hinata murmured. We're not the strongest genin in this forest, but I'm sure there are jonin monitoring what happens in here. Organizing like this will cement the alliance between Suna and Konoha. Shino noticed Temari and Kankuro looking away at this. Gaara must not have gotten through to them yet, he thought, at least with regards to the invasion. And it will show the other villages just how united Konoha is, Hinata finished. Her voice had gained strength as she spoke. That can only help the village and everyone in it, us included. Kiba shrugged. Well, I'm outvoted. If you're sure this won't get us in trouble, I'll go along with it. Shino nodded. I can promise you, Kiba-san, it will not. He turned to Sasuke. I assume you will be on point? Sasuke nodded. We've got a 7-man squad, he said. Not a usual number. Naruto, Gaara-san, get going. I'll form us up and get started. Naruto nodded, gave Hinata a quick smile, and he and Gaara leapt away. Temari and Shino tensed slightly, the reality of their situation seeming to sink in. They were alone, surrounded by people they considered enemies. And now they were without their superweapon, and with one of the other side, as Shino was sure Gaara had at least told them of the danger Sasuke presented. Okay, Sasuke said, his eyes narrowing as he considered. I'm on point. Kiba-san, you're on my right flank. Temari-san, you're my left flank. Shino-san, Hinata-san, you're in the rear, keep on watch. Kankuro-san, Sakura, you're both center. Sakura on the left, Kankuro-san on the right. I want you ready to deploy puppets and genjutsu to whatever flank needs reinforcement. Formation should look like a pentagon with Sakura and Kankuro-san in the center. Shino-san, your left rear, Hinata-san right rear. Clear? There was a round of nods. Kankuro and Temari, Kiba noticed, seemed shocked to have been given such central roles. Sasuke, Shino expected, had not even considered the potential enmity between them. To the Uchiha, they were all former enemies turned allies. He remembered them best from the war, when no enmity had sullied their alliance against him. Still, Shino was confident they wouldn't betray them at this juncture. This should work out quite well. It might even ingratiate Konoha to Gaara's all-important siblings, which could only help in the coming battle. Let's move, Sasuke ordered, and they did. Naruto and Gaara stopped as one about 200 meters away from Fu's location, as found by Kurama and Shikaku. Fu-san will know we are here, Gaara said. Why do we stop? Naruto shrugged. Courtesy to her teammates. I just don't like the idea of running headlong into a Jinchuriki who knows exactly where we are, even if she is on our side. We'll approach from the ground more slowly. Gaara acquiesced and they moved to the ground, approaching Fu at a walk until Kurama spoke. We're close enough for contact, he said. Nanabai? Komiai? Do you hear? Lucky 7 Komiai hears you, Kara-chan, said a happy voice in their minds. Hey, Shu-chan. Get over here, join the party. Kurama snorted. Best head in, he advised Naruto. Naruto chuckled, motioned to Gaara to follow, and moved in still on the ground, but at a run instead of a walk. Soon the trees opened to reveal an interesting sight. 2 Takigenin male, 1 female were facing away from the Jinchuriki, looking at a girl with green hair and dark skin, who was also facing away. No, wait, don't move, said a girl's voice in their heads. Hey, this mind talking is fun, thanks Komiai. No problem, Fu. Naruto and Gaara looked at each other. One of Gaara's eyebrows slowly rose. Naruto shrugged helplessly. What do you mean, you're not the only Jinchuriki in this forest? The genin on the right cried, his voice breaking. Fu shrugged. What's it sound like I mean? There was a moment of silence. Naruto noticed that the 2 Takigenin were shivering, apparently in deadly terror. We're going to die, whispered the genin on the left. We're all going to die, oh Kami help me. Fu turned to face them, a smirk on her face. Oh, also? What? Said the genin on the right, his voice a terrified falsetto. The other 2 are both right behind you. Both genin spun like tops, and at the sight of Naruto and Gaara they screamed in utter terror. Fu's laughter was louder. She put a hand on each of her teammates' shoulders and pulled them to the ground, then past them, grinning. Gaara-kun! She exclaimed, throwing her arms around the redhead. Naruto's trained, I saw him stiffen. Remind me to give him hell, Naruto told Kurama. Gladly, Kurama laughed. After a moment, Fu let go of the Kazekage to be. She turned to Naruto. He held his hands up. I don't want to get between you and your Gaara-kun, he laughed. Gaara glared at him, but Fu laughed with him. She also hit him, though, so it rather balanced out. How have you been, Blondie? She asked boisterously. I haven't seen you in. She paused. Well, literally ever, actually. Naruto chuckled, rubbing the top of his head where she'd struck him good-naturedly. I've been all right recently, he told her. I imagine you have too, come to that. She grinned wickedly. It's a fair sight better than being dead, I'll give you that, she conceded. She turned away from them then. Her teammates were sitting, frozen in horror, where she'd left them. She walked over to them, ignoring how they started scrambling pathetically in the opposite direction, and picked the girl on the left up bodily, placing her on her feet. This is Mai, she introduced. She's a Kenjutsu type assigned to me for this exam. Say hi, Mai. Hi, Mai agreed dully before waving at Naruto and Gaara. Hi. Fu moved over to her other teammate, and gave him a similar treatment in bringing him to his feet. This is Shigeru, she told them. Genjutsu type. Say hi to the nice Jinchuriki. Shigeru made a sort of strangled choking sound. Naruto responded with an easy grin. Nice to meet you too, he said. All right. Fu exclaimed, clapping her hands together excitedly. Now that the introductions are done. What's the plan? We're working together, Gaara told her. The plan is to set up a base camp near the tower and hold position there for the full period. It'll allow us to control who gets through and prevent any of the predatory teams from killing anyone. Fu nodded. Sounds good. Who's going to be there? Konoha's rookies, my team, and your team, Gaara told her. That is, if your team wants to work with us? Fu gave him a wicked smile before turning to her teammates. Well, you too? She asked coolly. Are you with us or? Yes. Both her teammates said in unison before she could fill in the against us. Good, she said, turning back to Naruto and Gaara with a wide smile. I'm looking forward to working with you too. Her smile faded slightly and a dark shadow seemed to pass over her eyes as she added, and your team, of course, Naruto-kun. Shit, Kurama said succinctly in the privacy of Naruto's mind. It won't be a problem, Naruto reassured him. We won't let it. Sasuke led his team down into the clearing where Shikamaru had called Team 10 to a halt. Ino and Choji tensed at their arrival, but Shikamaru had clearly been expecting something of the sort. He nodded in Sasuke's direction in greeting as the team walked over. Uchiha-san, he grunted. You made it. Sasuke shrugged. Got held up by the problem of not being in Aburame. Damn shame, said Shikamaru caustically. I'll take over squad leadership. You need to hurry. Sasuke blinked. Hurry? Where to? What's the rush? Little Red needs backup, Shikamaru said casually, pointing in a direction behind him. Heard her on my way here. There was a moment of silence. Sasuke cocked his head. Who? Shikamaru put a hand to his head and massaged his temples exasperatedly. Karen? He asked tiredly. Sasuke blinked. Then his eyes widened. Right, he said. She needs to not die. He turned to his team. Shikamaru's in charge, he said. Shino, guide them back to Naruto and Gaara. I'll catch up. He leapt away in the direction Shikamaru had indicated, ignoring Sakura's call of how will you find us? From behind him. He didn't have much time. He barely remembered the event from the original Chunin exam, but he knew it had been formative and essential for Karen. Quite apart from everything else, he had saved her life, and he didn't want one of the only two Uzumaki he knew to be alive to be dying this early in the game. Soon Sasuke could hear Karen's voice crying for help over the sounds of the forest. He focused. She was being chased. By a spider, he thought, if I remember right. He sped up and suddenly there she was, between the trees, being chased by a spider of gargantuan proportions. Smaller than I remember though, he thought detachedly as he leapt onto its hairy back. With one fluid motion he bit his right thumb and swiped the bleeding prick over the seal Naruto had placed over the underside of his left wrist. The feeling of the pocket opening in his arm was slightly uncomfortable, but he ignored it in favor of reaching for the hilt contained therein. Out came Kubikuribocho, swinging upward and outward from its seal on his left to the air on his right. He let its momentum carry him off of his feet as it spun, almost lazily, in a great arc coming downward. It met the chitinous carapace with a hybrid sound halfway between that of splitting flesh and breaking bone. He levered himself with the blade until it came free on the other side of the beast, and he was flying into a tree on the side that had originally been his left, feet first. His sandals met bark and he quickly propelled himself in a flip, landing on the still shrieking spider's carcass with both feet in unison, sword still out and ready. The spider collapsed under him, its wailing dying down. He kept his footing as he flicked Kubikuribocho hard to clean the gore from it. Once it shone once again, he sheathed it as before in his seal, which closed back around it. Only then did he turn. Karen, younger than he remembered, stood shaking with her back to a tree. She had a kunai in her hand, but it was not pointed at anything in particular. By her white-knuckled grip, he guessed she held it more for comfort than for anything else. Her red eyes were wide behind her glasses as she stared up at him in awe. Her headband was one of Kusa. He'd forgotten that part. He wondered if she was already one of Orochimaru's plants. You all right? He grunted finally. She nodded jerkily. Good, he said. Where's your team? She looked down. They ran off, she whispered. Left me here. He nodded. As he recalled, Karen had never had supportive teammates before him. Or including him, for that matter. This place is dangerous, he told her flatly. You have anyone you can trust in here? She hesitated, then shook her head. He sighed. Then come with me, he ordered. We're setting up a base camp near the tower. We'll be able to get you out. Her eyes widened even further as she stared at him in amazement. He scratched the back of his neck with a hint of awkwardness. I mean, if you want to try to find your team, you can, he said. I need to get back, though. I can help you look. I'll come, she said hurriedly. I thank you. Thank you? What's your name? Uchiha Sasuke, the voice came from above, and Sasuke recognized it. He dove out of the way instantly in case an attack was incoming, but nothing moved. He rolled out of his dive and spun, looking up even as his adversary alighted onto his now vacant perch atop the spider. The red and black cloak billowed around him as he landed. He seemed relaxed, the sharp grin on his face full as ever, but the subtle tension in his shoulders showed he was ready to defend himself. It also showed that the dishonored had been busy, if this man knew to fear Sasuke. You've certainly been busy, Sasuke-kun, chuckled Hoshigaki Kisame. Sasuke blinked once and out came the red eyes. I've had time, he retorted quietly. Karen, he swiped his still bloody thumb against the Horatian knife as he pulled it out of his holster. Take this. He threw it back to her. She caught it just as he redrew Kubikuribocho, and run. She did so without question. Sasuke switched the grease word to his dominant left hand and pointed it at the Kiri missing Nin, whose wicked grin was still in place even as his hand had shot to Samahata's hilt. Kisame, he said quietly. It's been a while since I last killed you. It was bullshit, of course. Sasuke knew perfectly well that Kisame had been killed in Kumo shortly before the outbreak of the war, and Sasuke had never even seen his reanimation later on. Kisame, however, lacked such details, and by the sudden jumping of a nerve in his face, Sasuke knew he'd gotten inside the man's head. Ha! Kisame chuckled. You think I'm scared of a little kid? Sasuke gestured with his blade. I hope not, he said, blinking to enhance his Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyo. It'll make this so easy if you underestimate me, and I'm on a schedule. Kisame had not met his eyes yet, unfortunately, so Sasuke couldn't take him out that way. Unfortunately, Sasuke-kun, he said, I'm on a schedule too, so I can't take the time to play ninja with you right now. Oh? Sasuke asked caustically. So I'm not being asked to babysit my brother's pet fish? That struck a nerve, and Kisame's grin faded and his body tensed at once. He gnashed his sharp teeth. Ooh, so the little boy thinks he's ready to pay hardball, the Hashigaki hissed furiously. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Someone needs to get thicker scales, he grunted. Samahata burst from its bandages as Kisame swung in fury. Good, thought Sasuke coldly as the Sharingan seemed to slow the world down. He's not thinking straight. I can take this one. He brought Kubikuribocho about to block the sword. He swung it around in an arc to his left even as he jumped to his right. He spun as he did so, swinging Kubikuribocho about such that the flat of the blade scraped against Samahata's scales as the dull edge of the sword rushed up to Kisame's face. Even as the Hashigaki ducked to avoid the strike, Sasuke had completed his turn and his eye was on the missing Nin again. It narrowed. Amatreya. Suddenly Kisame was gone, pulled out of the way by someone else, and the ground was burning with black fire. Sasuke looked up, his eyes whirling, and there was Kisame, looking furious and being held by the collar. The man holding him studied Sasuke's face with eyes as red as his own. Hello, little brother, said Uchiha Itachi. Well, now I can't do a damn thing, Sasuke grumbled. Where the hell are you, Naruto? Sasuke nodded at his brother. Oni-san, he said. How have you been? Itachi's face did not shift much, but Sasuke knew his brother, and the hint of surprise did not go unnoticed. I have grown stronger since I killed our family. The bait was so painfully obvious Sasuke couldn't help but snort. You ever been an Avenger, Oni-san? He asked flatly. No, of course not, stupid question. He twirled Kubikuribocho in his hand. It's kind of a shit way to live, he said. You deny yourself happiness for a lifetime for the promise of closure on your past. Then, when all's said and done, you don't even get that. Let me put it this way, Oni-san. We're on our way. Kurama's telepathic call relieved Sasuke, but he didn't let it show. Don't warp out immediately, Sasuke responded. Get in here to help me spook them. We'll head out after that. When you made me hate you to give me a reason to be strong? Sasuke continued, his voice sharpening slightly at Itachi's widening eyes. You did the wrong thing. And then Naruto was beside him, having come through the other Hiraishin knife in Sasuke's holster, and his comforting presence quieted the vestigial fear that made the Uchiha's heart race. If I have strength, Sasuke said, his eternal Mangekyo glaring into Itachi's weaker eyes, it's because I have rejected your gift. He sighed then, and closed his eyes. When they opened again, they were black. I forgive you, he said softly. Come home. He turned to Naruto. Akatsuki's interfering in the exams, he said ironically. Naruto nodded, looking over at Itachi and Kisame. Yeah, the Uzumaki muttered, I got that. And then they were gone. Then they were back, and there was a knife in Sasuke's face. I really want to kill you right now, Fu said conversationally. Fu, Naruto's voice was low and dangerous. Move the kunai. The girl obeyed instantly, eyeing him warily. She hadn't seen him angry before, and it was probably startling her. Well, you were right, Kurama grunted, trying to lighten the mood. It wasn't a problem. Naruto didn't dignify that with a response. He let go of Sasuke's sleeve and turned to face him. Sasuke, he said flatly. Explain. Sasuke shrugged, studying him. Kisame showed up. It was a warning, I think, although he never actually got around to delivering the message. Because you attacked him? Naruto's voice didn't betray his displeasure, largely because he knew it didn't need to. Sasuke shrugged and moved his hand in a SOSO gesture at shoulder height. I may have baited him knowing he isn't famous for restraint. He grimaced. He'd be dead if Itachi hadn't come out of the woodwork. Sasuke, Naruto sighed exasperatedly, bringing his palm to his forehead. You never fought Akatsuki, so here's a crash course. They move in pairs. Sasuke grimaced. Fair enough. He coughed awkwardly. You got Karen? Yeah, Naruto nodded, turning and pointing at the redhead. He noticed she looked rather terrified at being surrounded by enemies. I wonder how peripherally she's related to you, Kurama mused. Naruto blinked. Say what? Wait, you couldn't tell? Kurama started laughing. She's an Uzumaki brat. Just look at that hair. Naruto growled internally at his tenant as Sasuke nodded at Tier newest charge. Good, you're all right. He turned back to Naruto. Where are we? Near where we're going to set up camp, Naruto told him, turning away. We'll talk about risk-taking later, he thought. With Shikamaru. Come on everyone, let's move. He led them back up into the trees. There was no organized squad formation. Anyone who attacked a moving force of nearly 20 Chunin hopefuls would have to be suicidal. They made their way close to the tower and stopped within sight of it. Naruto turned back to face his people and was suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu. 16 genin against a forest of hostiles, he contemplated. It's a start. It's not a village, Kurama warned. Naruto smiled. Not yet. All right, everyone, he said aloud. We're making camp here. Team 10 and Team Suna, you're in charge of making shelters. Team 8, I want a notification perimeter set up at least 50 meters out. I want to know the moment anyone comes within that area. Team Taki and my Team 7 will set up traps. Get to it. He turned to Karen, who was staying close to Sasuke and seemed to hunched in on herself in the hopes that she would escape notice. Karen's your name, right? He asked gently. She nodded jerkily. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, however, and she asked, How did you know? I never told Sasuke-sama. Naruto looked at Sasuke. This is his problem, he told Kurama flatly. I'll tell him as much, Kurama agreed. I heard him say it, Naruto shrugged, because it was true. Anyway, you just sit tight. We'll get you a shelter, and if your teammates show up and you want them to, they can join you here. Otherwise, we can get you to the tower whenever you're ready to call it quits, or we might be able to get you scrolls near the end of the testing period. He grimaced embarrassedly. We have to put the full teams first, you know? 2 scrolls get 3 of them through, but only 1 of you. Karen nodded gratefully. That's fine. Thank you? I thank you? She ducked her head and turned away. I didn't know Konoha shinobi were so. Naruto snorted. Not all of us are, he told her. Konoha's not much better than any other hidden village. I like to think it is at least a little better, but what do I know? He shrugged. We do what we can. This isn't a great world to live in, but it's the one we got, and we can try to make it better. He turned to Sasuke and Sakura, who were watching him, Sasuke impatiently, Sakura contemplatively. Well? He asked. Those traps won't set themselves up. Fu! Get over here! Chapter 40 Refabrication. So let me get this straight. Shikamaru looked serene as a still lake, if the calm water happened to be full of sharks. Itachi and Kisame are here. Naruto nodded. Orochimaru hasn't shown up. Naruto nodded. Akatsuki knows about Sasuke's time shenanigans, and by extension, yours, Shino's, and mine. Naruto nodded. Probably the Jinchurikis, too, after Gaara's stunt in Nami. Naruto nodded. And we're babysitting an entire forest full of genin. Naruto tilted his hand back and forth in a SOSO gesture. Not all of them need babysitting. Shikamaru breathed a thin sigh through his nose. Naruto, this is bad. Naruto nodded. No, I don't think you get it, Shikamaru said flatly. Naruto nodded. Naruto? Naruto cocked his head. This is bad. Naruto nodded. Shikamaru stared at him for a moment before throwing his hands up in the air. Sasuke! He called. Get over here. I need someone who isn't garbage at tactics. Naruto nodded and left Team 10's shelter. Each three-man squad had its own ramshackle structure to call home in the little encampment. Shikamaru had turned his teams into a makeshift command center, complete with a map of the forest on the wall, as well as another of the elemental nations. He told Naruto that he was using it to track the ways this exam might shift the hidden village's alliances, but Naruto privately thought it just reminded him of the old war room. Sasuke entered the shelter with a nod to the Jinchuriki just as Naruto left. Naruto smiled as he took in the gathering of huts. It's not a village, he thought, but it's something. And Naruto-sama? Keirin's voice came from his right. He turned to face her. She was practically pressed up against the wall, clearly still nervous. I don't have a shelter. Naruto nodded. Right, he said. With a quick Kage Bunshin, there were 5 of him. His 4 clones immediately leapt into the forest. It'll be smaller than the others, he told her, since you're only one, but I'll build you one. It should be ready in just half an hour, probably. My clones will be back with materials soon, and they'll set it up for you. She smiled at him gratefully. Thank you, Naruto-sama. He rubbed the back of his neck embarrassedly. And you can cut the honorific if you want, he said. If I'm in charge, it's because I'm good at it. I don't need lackeys, just friends. She ducked her head. Oh, okay, Naruto-san, Naruto-kun. Sorry. He grinned at her. Don't apologize, it's fine, he said. It's not so much that I mind being called Sama, I just don't like feeling like I'm making people do it. He shrugged. Anyway, my clones will get that shelter set up. Just sit tight. He turned away and moved on. Shino! He called to the Abirame, who was playing sentry in a bough above the encampment. Any sign? Nothing approaching, Shino responded. You should be aware, however, one team has set up a hidden encampment on the other side of the tower. I discussed this team with Shikamaru-san earlier. He flagged them as potential predators. They are from AIM. All members wear rebreathers and bodysuits. Naruto nodded. I remember them, he said. They'd fought last time. We should take them out before they can take out any others. Keep me posted. If a potentially deadly fight breaks out anywhere in the forest, I want to know immediately. In that case, you should not deploy to the AIM team, Shino suggested. Not personally. Perhaps Sasuke-san would be a good substitute. Naruto nodded. That's the plan. He's talking to Shikamaru right now, but as soon as they're done I'll give him a squad and tell him to get going. Shino nodded. Very well. He hesitated. The team from Kusanat Karen-san's team is demonstrating aggressive behavior. They appear to be stalking Konoha Team 9. Naruto shrugged. Those 3 can handle themselves. Shino looked at him. This is the team from Kusa. Naruto frowned. Then his eyes widened. He whirled. Gaara! He barked. Take your team and neutralize the AIM team on the other side of the tower, now. Be non-lethal. Shino can give you coordinates, and take Kiba if you need a tracker. Kiba, follow Gaara's lead. In a blink he was in Shikamaru's shelter. Shikamaru and Sasuke had both heard his orders and were already at attention. Shikamaru, Naruto said shortly. You have command. Sasuke, stay here. You're our primary line of defense. He turned and left. Fu! He called out. You're with me. Hinata-chan, how's your Byakugan range? I can detect anyone within 300 meters within a 2% margin of error, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, without a hint of a stutter. Naruto's fists clenched. That enough, unfortunately, he thought. Can't afford to leave her behind. Get on my back, he ordered. Fu and I move faster than you. Shino, coordinates? 34 degrees west of due north, Shino said calmly. 2 kilometers distance. Fu, target is a Kusa team, Naruto explained quickly. They may be about to engage a Konoha team a year older than mine. Their leader. He hesitated. Remember how Orochimaru can steal faces? Nope, said Fu shortly, but I get the picture. On your mark. Naruto nodded as Hinata, blushing, clambered onto his back. The gesture and the feeling of her body pressing against his would have embarrassed him, too, were circumstances less dire. "Mark," he said, and they leapt into the trees. "Hinata," he said as they ran, "call a halt the moment you see anyone, whether they're in front of us or otherwise. Okay?" Hinata nodded against his neck, where she was gripping tightly against his speed. "Okay," and Naruto-kun. As luck would have it, they encountered no one on their way. "Halt!" Hinata called as they approached the place Naruto knew should contain their quarry. 6 individuals in a clearing Niji in? Niji's team and another group? Naruto probed quietly. Hinata nodded. They appeared to be preparing to fight, on both sides. Fu clenched her fists beside him. One of these was Orochimaru. Naruto shrugged. He said. The intel might be faulty. Fu nodded in understanding. The world trembles at a butterfly's passage, she said sagely, and all that bull. Naruto sighed. We'll move in quietly. Hinata, if they seem to notice us, let me know. They were almost perfectly silent as they jumped from one tree to the next. The loudest sound was Hinata's breathing. It slowed their progress, but they were still fast enough to get close to the clearing before anyone had moved. Niji was talking. Your surprise attack failed, he said coolly, as it should be. You were fated to be defeated the moment you chose me as your enemy. Us, Niji-san, Lee exclaimed. For the flames of our youth grow brighter in the presence of allies. Yash! There was a moment's silence, and then one of the Kusanin Orochimaru's kunoichi, Naruto realized, by her voice began to laugh. You idiots actually think you stand a chance, don't you? She or he said amusedly. Let me demonstrate otherwise. Non-lethal, Naruto ordered Fu flatly, his voice almost silent. I'll enage. Follow it if goes south. He peeked from behind cover. The Kusa kunoichi was drawing a sword. He threw a single Horatian knife into the center of the Kusa formation and warped to it as it landed. In an instant, before any of the shinobi in the clearing could react, he had struck the potential Orochimaru in both temples with his fists, a blow to knock a human being unconscious. It might not work if she was Orochimaru, but if she wasn't it would take her out of the fight. He turned on his heel to face the other Kusa shinobi, who were still in the process of widening their eyes. He brought his hands up, grasped both of their heads, and brought them together with a sound vaguely reminiscent of coconuts. They both fell unceremoniously. He turned back. The potential Orochimaru was still on the ground. He knelt, checked her vitals. She's unconscious, he said, mostly for Fu's benefit. Neutralized. He checked her bags. Earth scroll, he said, pulling it out. Do you need Earth, Hinata-chan? Hi Naruto-kun, Hinata stuttered distractedly. Right, Niji. Naruto stood up and handed the scroll back to Hinata. Well, that's that. Hey, guys. Yash! Lee said in excited admiration. Your youthful courage knows no bounds, Naruto-san. You leapt among them and stopped them in their tracks before they could even respond, without resorting to any cheap tricks beyond speed. Naruto chuckled embarrassedly. Better not tell him Horatian is a ninjutsu. Yeah, they weren't too dangerous. I'm sure you could have taken them. Niji stepped forward, his eyes blazing. Then why are you here, he asked coldly, taking the scroll which should be ours? Naruto blinked. Fair point, actually. Do you need an Earth scroll? We can get more. Niji gritted his teeth. No, we do not. What is Hinata-sama? He practically spat the honorific, doing on your back. I suppose you are a good guide for her. Anyone strong would not deign to carry her. Naruto stopped. His eyes rolled skyward. Have I got patience? He asked. You are both fated to fail, Niji said flatly. And I will carry out that fate. Give me the scroll. Naruto said no. Sorry. But if you want. Then I shall take it from you, Naji said, his feet sliding into the familiar posture of the 8 trigrams. The weak shall always bow to the strong. Niji, Tenten said in a tone that would have been pleading except that she didn't seem to care quite enough to do anything. Naruto's fists clenched. His anger spiked. And you think we're weak? He asked quietly. You were dead last in your class, Niji said without inflection. You have never known strength. And Hinata-sama, heiress to our clan. If you had seen her perform ace in spars, even you would say she was a disgrace. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Nope, he said dully. No patience. I ain't having that shit. Kurama? Got it. A toxic-looking red tail manifested behind Naruto, and shot out faster than any genin had a right to move. Niji, not expecting the attack and unable to track the non-physical projectile with his Byakugan, barely had time to widen his eyes before it smacked him upside the head. It didn't hit him hard enough to knock him out, just knock him down. Ha! He snarled, scrambling to his feet as his teammates made ready for combat. Is that the best you can? Nope, Naruto interrupted from behind him, warping to the Horatian knife the tail had been carrying and knocking the Hyuga out with a fist to the scalp. He immediately warped back to his original position, bringing the knife he just used back with him to avoid retaliation by Tenten or Lee. For a moment there was silence as Lee and Tenten glared at him across the clearing. Naruto shrugged. Look, he insulted Hinata-chan, he'll be fine. Should wake up in about an hour. Tenten, you can be in command, since you're actually kind of stable. Tenten sighed. He's our only recon option, she said ruefully. We're going to be flying blind now. How unyouthful! Lee exclaimed, seeming to finally find words with which to respond. You struck at a fellow Konoha ninja. Naruto glared at him. He was insulting Hinata-chan, and I'm not in the best mood, all right? He sighed, his face smoothing. Hinata-chan has plenty to deal with without his bullshit. Tell you what, several of the other teams have a base camp near the tower. We're working together to get scrolls and make sure no one dies. You can come and join us, if you like. I can get us there quickly. Lee's face changed completely. Collaboration, even in the midst of competition, he cried exuberantly. Yash! This will fan the flames of our youth. Tenten introduced her palm to her face. Is Niji going to be a problem for you? She asked. Naruto snorted. I actually kind of like the guy, he admitted. Or I would if he ever stopped bending over for fate, or whatever. It's kind of a sore spot. Tenten nodded sagely. Sucks to suck, doesn't it? She agreed. Niji isn't exactly sympathetic to people's flaws. Except his, Naruto grimaced. Which is kinda the problem. But no, I and everyone else in camp can deal with his crap. Especially once he realizes and he will that he's actually kind of weak compared to some of the other genin working with us. Lee struck a pose in his excitement. Yash! You are working with other shinobi stronger than Niji-san? He asked. Who might they be? Naruto shrugged. Sabaka no Gara, he began, counting off his fingers. Nanbai no Fuzehai Fu. Fu leapt down into the clearing and waved at the other two. Lee waved back with a grin. Shikamaru, Sasuke, Naruto continued. They could all wipe the floor with Niji if they wanted to. Hell, Gaara's siblings might manage it too. And you, Naruto-kun, Hinata murmured from his back. Don't forget you. Naruto coughed embarrassedly. Yeah, let's not talk to Niji about that one, he suggested. What with me being dead last, it might cause problems. Tenten shrugged. I guess I'm okay with working with your group, she said, eyeing Fu distrustfully. If you're sure we can trust the, foreign shinobi? Naruto finished. We can. Take my word for it. Yash! Lee leapt upward, pumping a fist into the air. We will collaborate with the other village and foster better ties among the elemental nations. It will be youthful? Naruto grinned. I was going to say magnificent, Lee said, his smile widening, if possible. But yes, that works too. Sasuke stood up when Naruto warped in with Horatian. Welcome back, he said, tossing the AIM team's heaven scroll at his friend. Naruto caught it deftly with a grin. Any trouble? For them, Sasuke said flatly. Gaara was overkill. Naruto shrugged. Better safe than sorry, he said simply. Sasuke nodded. Even our heavy hitters can't go out alone now, he thought. Not when we know Akatsuki's on the prowl. How about on your end? He asked. Any luck? Naruto shrugged. Target wasn't a threat, he explained. Bad intel. He let Hinata down from his back as he brandished an earth scroll. Got loot. Sasuke nodded. Good, he said. We'll need plenty more. He cocked his head. Shikamaru thinks we should go hunting, send out an away team to collect scrolls and make sure we get everyone we want through. Naruto bit his lip in contemplation. It's not a bad idea, he conceded, but it's limited. With things being how they are, we can't risk sending you out at all, and Shino and Shikamaru are both needed here. At least two of Gaara, Fu, and I need to be on any away team. I can't be out all the time, so that leaves them we need to deploy both of them long term, which is risky, even together. Sasuke shrugged. Give them knives, he suggested. You've got communication with them, it's not like they'll really be alone. Naruto seemed to consider this for a moment before nodding. I'll run it by them. He clapped Sasuke on the shoulder as he passed. Sasuke turned to face the source of the voice. It was Tenten, carrying an unconscious Niji. What's going on? She asked blankly. What do we do now? Sasuke shrugged. Naruto offered you shelter? He asked ambivalently. Lee nodded exuberantly. Oh, yes. He most youthfully offered us a place on his inter-village coalition. Right, Sasuke agreed. I guess we'll get you a shelter then. Kiba, he called, turning toward the camp and scanning for the Inuzuka. What did you do with the spare timber? It's in a pile behind Team 10's shelter. Prick! Kiba grumbled back loudly from his seat by the campfire. A lot of the genin had gathered there and were laughing and talking together. It's like a camping trip to them, Sasuke thought ruefully. They're just not strong enough yet to fight enemies like Akatsuki and Orochimaru, so they stay in camp and enjoy themselves. We do need food, though. I'll build you 3 a team shelter, he told Tenten and Lee. Come and help. After that. Inuzuka. He called back to Kiba. You want to go hunting in a bit? Kiba whirled so fast his neck popped. I thought you'd never ask. He chuckled. I'm starving. Sasuke cocked an eyebrow. It still needs to get cooked after we catch it, he warned. Kiba snorted. If we don't go soon, I might have to skip that step. Sasuke considered this for a moment, then nodded. Right, fair enough. Choji-san, Sakura-chan, help Team 9 with their shelter, would you? The large Akimichi and Sakura stood together and made their way over to him. He turned to the older genin. Sorry, he said. We have a lot of mouths to feed, and Naruto is terrible at logistics, so I guess I have to pick up the slack. Inuzuka, get your ass over here. Coming, bastard. Kiba jogged over. We bringing anyone else? Sasuke nodded, considering. 3-man squads are the way to go, he said. Temari-san. He called to Gaara's sister, sitting some distance from the campfire with her brother, talking quietly. She looked up, startled. You want to join us? He asked. The mutt and I are going foraging. Kiba punched his shoulder. Sasuke ignored him. Temari looked over at Kankuro hesitantly, then shrugged. We do need food, she said. Fine. Sasuke nodded. I've got to clear it with Naruto and Shikamaru, he said. Give me a minute. He made his way across the camp to the makeshift command center. As he approached, he heard the 2 leaders of the little circus talking in low voices. He knocked on the wall. There was no door, just a cloth to be pushed aside. At their sudden silence, he said, It's Sasuke. Need approval for something. Come in, Shikamaru said. He pulled aside the curtain. We need food, he said flatly. I've got Temari and Kiba on board. Can we go out? Naruto blinked. I don't you going out, he said flatly. Not now. We'll stay close, Sasuke argued. Naruto sighed. I could take the hunters, he suggested. Sasuke grimaced. If you insist. Naruto studied him for a moment. Your board is all hell, he said flatly. It wasn't a question. Sasuke nodded wordlessly. I'm one of the 3 or 4 strongest people in this forest, he said flatly. Sitting here twiddling my thumbs. Seems stupid, Naruto agreed. Fine. Stay close. Sasuke nodded, and tapped his thigh holster. Got a knife, he said. Don't worry. Naruto grinned. Worry about your sorry ass? He asked. Get out of here. Sasuke snorted and left. All right, Kiba, Temari-san, he called. Let's move. Gaara, Fu, form up, Naruto called as he strode out of Shikamaru's shelter. The two other Jinchuriki jumped from the corner where they were talking and approached. What do you need, Kyukuin? Fu asked cheerily. We need scrolls, Naruto explained. Which means we need someone out there to get them, if we don't want to wait until the last minute and risk something going wrong. Gaara nodded. You should stay here, he advised. The camp needs its commander. I am, Naruto agreed. You two are taking along the less heavy hitter for your third member. Fu frowned slightly. Do we really need a third person, Kyukuin? She pouted. And here I was hoping to get some alone time with Gaara-kun. Naruto laughed at the slight twitch of Gaara's eye. Sorry, but yes, Fu-san, he said. Mostly because you need someone who knows how to do the whole subtlety thing. He grimaced. I don't like this, he thought, but Shikamaru's right. She's definitely the best fit, more level-headed than anyone else we can spare. Sakura, you busy? His pink-haired teammate approached from a new shelter. Just finished setting up a hut for Team 9, she explained. What's up? He grinned ruefully at her. We need someone out there collecting scrolls, he said. Gaara and Fu, he nodded to them, are the only top fighters we can spare for it. Sasuke's out foraging, and I need to be here. They need a third teammate. You in? Sakura's eyes widened slightly and she was silent for a moment. Then she looked down and softly asked, Why me? Naruto bit his lip. You're one of the best field tacticians we've got, he began. You're level-headed in a crisis. You know how to use genjutsu to take out a weaker opponent without fuss, and you're not half bad at stealth. You're the best person for the job. She had jerked slightly and glanced up to meet his gaze as he spoke, her green eyes wide. After a moment, she asked, still in that quiet, almost shy voice, Do you really mean that? He frowned. Of course, he said defensively. I wouldn't be asking you to deploy if you weren't the best we had. She swallowed and looked away. You and Sasuke are so much stronger than me, and I just... Naruto niched forward and embraced her. She stiffened in his arms. Hey, he said. Sasuke and I are a special case. Sakura nodded. He promised to tell me, she said. During the written exam. Naruto blinked. Really? He asked. Then he added, also, how? Yeah, she confirmed. He said the technique was called Tsukuyami. He used it to give me the answers. Naruto was very glad he was holding Sakura so that she didn't see both Gaara and Fu tense, eyes flashing. Right, he said succinctly. Well, that's probably good. We'll talk about it after we get out of here. But Sakura-chan, he pulled away from her, his hands on her shoulders, and looked into her eyes. We've made it a lot harder for you, he told her. You don't have teammates to judge your strength against, which makes it so easy to either get complacent or give up. He smiled. You've done neither. If you fought any but a few of the people in this clearing, I'd bet on you. She stared at him. Really? He nodded, still smiling. Really. He stepped away and studied the inter-village squad. Trust each other, he ordered. Gaara, Fu, you know each other. Get to know Sakura-chan, too, while you're out there. I need you three cohesive, or this won't work. Fu grinned. I'm looking forward to it. She cheered. It'll be fun. Naruto grinned ruefully. Wish I could join you, he confided. Your objective is simple: find and eliminate hostile genin squads. Shikamaru's compiled a list of our team's scrolls you need, at minimum, 2 heaven scrolls and 3 earth scrolls. If we want to pass Karen, you'll need 1 more of each. He shrugged. Unless you find her team, and they want to join us. Then you just have to get them a heaven scroll. Hi, Gaara accepted the orders calmly. Who is in command? You, Naruto said. You're the best, and most experienced, squad leader on the team. I advise you to utilize Sakura-chan's tactical skills. I'll brief her on the short list of our abilities, Gaara agreed, so she'll be able to develop strategies more effectively. Are any teams off limits? Naruto grimaced. This is the part where I'm supposed to tell you to avoid Konoha teams, but... He spread his arms helplessly. This is an inter-village effort, and Konoha teams are definitely the most common out there. Do what you have to. I'd be grateful if you didn't stop all of my village from passing, but I won't stop you. He grinned slightly. Our people, whatever their village, come first. Gaara nodded stoically. Hi. He looked between Fu and Sakura for a moment. We'll go north, he finally said, and sweep the forest clockwise like a radar, if an inefficient one. He frowned then, and turned back to Naruto. Do you want us back by nightfall? Naruto thought about this for a moment, and then nodded. He looked up at the sunlight filtering through the trees. It looks like it's about 5:30? He thought. It'll be getting dark within a couple of hours. Not necessarily before dark, he said, but I don't want you three sleeping out there tonight. Get back here by about 10 at the latest, all right? Very well, Gaara agreed. We should be headed out now, then. He glanced sidelong between Sakura and Fu. Last chance to refuse this mission, he said. If you want to back out, Naruto agreed quickly. Looking at Sakura, that's fine. Shikamaru and I can find a substitute, if we need to. Sakura shook her head slowly. You trust them? She asked Naruto quietly, ignoring the other two Jinchuriki. With my life, Naruto told her simply. And with mine, she agreed ruefully. But I'll trust you, Naruto. She turned to Gaara. Let's go. Gaara Taicho. Gaara nodded, beckoned, and they were gone. For a moment, all was silent in the clearing after Naruto and Sasuke vanished, save for the sound of Kisame's heavy breathing. Then Itachi sighed. You had one job, he told Kisame dully. Hey! Kisame growled, offended. That little brother of yours deserved to be taken down a peg. Prick. Arrogance? Itachi asked. He would have killed you had I not intervened. Kisame gritted his teeth. I had it handled. No, I didn't. Screw you. I'm sure, Itachi said sardonically. And I'm sure you'll be ready to tell Leader-sama and the Dishonored as much when we return to base. Kisame looked away. He started, unsure. I'll get him next time, he finished lamely. Of course, Itachi said. Kisame glared at him. Besides, I'm not the only one who has things to explain. What was that crap the kid was spouting about you making him hate you? So he'd get stronger? Itachi rolled his eyes. Clearly my foolish little brother has been lying to himself, he said flatly. I must have played the part of the loving elder brother too well before the massacre, and he has been unable to accept that it was an act. Kisame looked at him in bewilderment. What other rational explanation is there? He asked. You killed the entire family, what, out of love? Itachi snorted. I never said it was reasonable, he corrected. I believe my brother is under the misapprehension that I killed our family so that he would hate me. He seems to think I was hoping he would use this hate to grow stronger. Kisame blinked at him. That, he said blandly, is the most unbelievably stupid thing I've ever heard. Itachi nodded. I expect the Dishonored's future has something to do with it, he said, since Sasuke's profile suggested nothing of the sort. It's possible the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's irrationality is contagious. Kisame snorted. I don't know about that, he said, but I guess the kid might have convinced your brother of something weird like that to get him mentally stable, at least for a while. He shrugged. Or maybe the Dishonored knows something. We can ask Leader-sama to grill him when we get back. Itachi nodded thoughtfully. The Dishonored has been rather sparse with details, hasn't he? He asked slowly. I suppose it's possible Leader-sama has merely kept the information to himself, But it's not like him to send us in without details on the enemy's movesets, Kisame agreed. I don't get it either. Itachi sighed. We were lucky to both come out of this, he said flatly, and that is not a judgment on you. We need to be more careful until we compile information on them, current information. We may not be able to trust Leader-sama and the Dishonored to provide it, either. Kisame gritted his teeth. That sounds treasonous, he warned. But he's right. What the hell is Madara doing, sending us in with faulty intel? Itachi snorted. If you are foolish enough to trust me, Kisame, I should have let my little brother make sashimi out of your sorry hide, he grunted. I am in the Akatsuki because it is the best route to power available to me. The moment it stops being in my best interest to serve Leader-sama, I will leave. Kisame growled slightly. Uchiha, he said warningly. I'm not standing for much more of this. Itachi rolled his eyes at him. Just because I may one day leave the organization doesn't mean I'll become hostile like Orochimaru, he elaborated. I will still be a missing nin, like the rest of you, and I likely will harbor no grudge against the organization. I will simply cease to be a member. Leader-sama and I have discussed this possibility in Tihi past, and I have his approval to discuss it in more detail with him at any time. Kisame blinked in surprise. Really? Itachi nodded. Leader-sama would rather I leave should my loyalty be compromised in any way, he said by way of explanation. Given what happened to the Uchiha, I think this is wise. Kisame barked a laugh. Hey, fair enough. We really should report in, though. He looked around. It'll be dark in a few hours. Itachi nodded, looking almost pensive. Given the situation, he agreed, this forest may be dangerous even to us at night. He actually laughed slightly, and Kisame's head whipped around to stare at him at the sound. Amusing, isn't it? Kisame said, apparently. Did you just laugh? No, Itachi's smirk was almost lively. It looked odd on his face. Let's go. And he was gone. Kisame looked after him, bemused. Was it something I said? He asked himself, then frowned. Or something the kid said? Then he shrugged and grinned. I guess it is funny, he said, chuckling. Itachi's little brother from the future doesn't hate the man who killed his family. Ha! He gave a single bark of laughter. What a damn joke. Then he shook his head. Anyway. Coming, Itachi! And he was gone. Chapter 41 Recollection. Gaara called a halt suddenly enough that Sakura stumbled slightly as she landed on the bough beside him. He caught her arm wordlessly and steadied her as Fu landed on his other side. Fu, can you sense them? Gaara asked quietly, his eyes fixed on something Sakura couldn't see through the undergrowth. Fu hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Yeah, she murmured. One of your Suna teams, isn't it? You sure you want to go for them? Gaara snorted. I know this team, he said. They weren't ready for the exam in any case. I'm doing them a favor. Fu looked over at him questioningly. So did Sakura. Don't they deserve a chance? She asked softly. Gaara exhaled through his nose. Don't we? He asked pointedly. Besides, let's just say I know, for certain, what they'll do with this chance. They won't survive the exams if they stay in. Fu nodded, as if that explained everything. Maybe to her it did. Sakura was less sure, but Naruto had put Gaara in charge for a reason. If you say so, she acquiesced. What's the plan? Gaara considered this question for a moment. Regardless of whether we're taking this team's scrolls, he said slowly, I'd prefer they survive. So would Naruto, for that matter. Given that, it's best if I not be involved directly in taking their scrolls. If they see me working with genin from other villages against my own, it could prove. Fu nodded. Problematic. Exactly, Gaara nodded. Sakura-san, he turned to her. You know I can control sand in three-dimensional space, and Fu is a speed-type brawler. You know your own abilities best. What do you suggest? Sakura bit her lip. I'm not that familiar with your styles, she warned. You sure you want me planning an engagement? Gaara nodded. I've never been a great tactician, he confessed. I'm a strategist by trade. You're a better fit. And I'm garbage at the whole planning thing, Fu said cheerfully. My job is to hit things until they die. Sakura closed her eyes. All right, she said slowly. Give me a minute then. Are there any other parameters I need to keep in mind? Gaara considered this. It would be ideal, he said, if Fu and I had to show as little of our power as possible. We are important pieces in the coming war. Sakura's eyes flickered open at that. She swallowed, throat suddenly dry as she stared at the redhead. War? Gaara smiled slightly. War is coming, Harino Sakura-san, he said softly. Make no mistake. But we will be ready for it. He laughed slightly. In many ways, we already are. Sakura shook her head. What war? What are you? Gaara shook his head, watching her struggle. Don't think about it, he said calmly. I should not have said anything. He paused, hesitating. I find it hard sometimes, he confessed, to remember that despite your proximity to Naruto and Sasuke-san, they have not yet brought you into the fold. Sakura stared at him, her eyes slowly widening as the gravity of what he'd said hit her. You're in on it? She whispered. They told you before they told me? Gaara shook his head quickly. No, he said. I am involved directly, as they are. They told me nothing. I heard it. He stopped, glanced at Fu, and continued. Straight from the mouth of the beast, as it were. Fu giggled. Clever, Gaara-kun. Sakura looked from one of them to the other. What is this huge secret? She asked finally. I've had it with being kept out of the loop. What's going on? Gaara sighed. Sasuke-san was entirely right when he said you should be told after this part of the exam, he said. That's something I never expected to hear one of us say, Fu muttered, her face falling. Uchiha Sasuke is right. What a joke. Gaara glared sharply at her. You aren't required to like Sasuke-san, he said flatly, but were it not for him, I would be missing vital information, and Naruto would be operating alone. I don't like him either, but he's earned our respect. Respect? Fu spluttered indignantly. Uchiha Sasuke? Enough. Gaara's hiss was cold and razor-thin. We will talk later. Sakura-san, I implore you, have patience. Fu-san, his eyes were dark as he studied her. Control yourself. Fu reared slightly as if she had been struck, but Gaara was already turning to Sakura, shaking his head slightly as if to clear it. Now, Sakura-san, a plan of action. Take as long as you need, but hurry if you can. Sakura took a deep breath to calm herself. She wouldn't admit it, but for a moment there she had been terrified. Gaara and Fu really were out of her league, and she was standing beside them while one of them demonstrated her utter loathing for Sakura's own teammate. The Haruno knew better than to pry, however. All right, she said. I only have disabling genjutsu at this point, so I won't be able to turn them against each other or anything like that. But I have a couple tricks up my sleeve. Fu-san, she said, turning to the girl. I'm going to regret this, but on my mark, you'll throw me at them. Fu blinked and then grinned ecstatically. Throw you at them? She whispered. I can do that. Gaara rolled his eyes. I'll use my sand to catch you, he offered. Sakura nodded. Please do. Fu-san, you're going to aim me between two of them, so I'll fly within arm's reach of two of them. Okay? Fu nodded. Sounds good. Gaara-san, Sakura continued, turning to him, you're going to catch me, yes, but you're also going to prepare a disable on the one I'm not getting thrown at. I'm casting a genjutsu at all three. If it doesn't catch, you're responsible for disabling him before he kills me. Gaara nodded. Understood, he said. You will be safe. She smiled at him. Thank you. Fu-san, you're responsible for the other two. I'll cast a genjutsu on them when I touch them as I go by. If it doesn't catch, you'll have to show to disable them, which I cast my genjutsu on the last one. Fu grinned. So if you fail to hit them hard enough over the head with your brain, she clarified, I show up to do it with my fists? Sakura nodded wordlessly. Great. Fu chirped. I can do that. I like working with your plans, Sakura-chan. They're a lot of fun. Gaara rolled his eyes. I assume we'll come from behind them? Sakura nodded. I'd like to have the first two out of the way before the third even thinks to turn around, she said. Right, Fu said, clapping her hands together, very quietly. Let's do this. They moved quietly into position. The three Tsunejinin were moving, but they weren't running, they rather trudged on, watching the area around them for any sign of attack. Unfortunately, non-native as they were to Konoha's forests, they were too busy watching the ground to notice Sakura's strange trio moving among the boughs. On my mark, Sakura said lowly, barely audible even to herself. Fu nodded and picked her up bodily, holding her like a javelin. Don't squirm in midair, Fu warned. It'll throw off my aim. Got it, Sakura murmured, watching her targets. For the moment they marched in a triangle with two in front and one behind. There. One of the foremost members had slowed to walk with his other teammate. That was her opportunity. In a sound barely distinguishable from the rustling of leaves around them, Sakura hissed, Mark. Without any warning or time to brace herself, she was flying through the air like a pink-haired cannonball. She kept her legs straight behind her, not bothering to adjust for a landing as Fu had said. Moving would alter her angle of flight, and Gaara would catch her. Her arms, however, she carefully brought up to either side of her like wings, exactly opposite each other along the axis of her body. Her fingers splayed out in preparation. The Suna Genin didn't even hear her coming before she had a hand on each of their heads and chakra flowing through her fingertips. Gensokizoku, she said. Her voice didn't even rise, despite the adrenaline running through her body. Stay calm, she thought, or you're dead. The two genin immediately stopped walking and stood unmoving. Sakura knew their eyes had glazed over. Sakura blinked and then realized the single flaw in her plan. She continued to fly straight forward into the side of the final genin, who was in the process of turning around. Together they flew forward, tumbling into the strangely soft dirt. Gaara, it seemed, had kept up his end of the bargain, despite the unexpected passenger. Sakura blinked up into the face of the startled genin. Casting a genjutsu was still an option, but she sighed. Why waste the chakra? Sorry, she said conversationally, and punched him in the face. She rolled off the now unconscious opponent and stood. Gaara was walking towards her. Fu was already in front of her, clapping her hands. That was great, Sakura-chan, she said excitedly, casually backhanding both of the genjutsu-bound genin into joining their comrade. I had no idea you were punchy. We can be punchy together. Sakura smiled slightly. I just imagined he was Naruto, she said. Which one has the scroll? Naruto Taicho, Shino called. A team has set up camp near the tower, at the end opposite us. Naruto shook himself to wakefulness where he had been dozing upright against a tree. Right, he yawned. Threat assessment? Shino shrugged as Naruto approached his watchful perch. No overwhelming chakra signatures, but they are taking a predatory approach and have already subdued one other team non-lethally. The other team was a Konoha team with which I was unfamiliar. As per Shikamaru-san's instructions, I did not inform you of the combat as I judged it unlikely to prove lethal. Naruto nodded. Fair enough. He stretched. Which village is this other team from? Suna, Shino replied. Unknown team history or composition. Naruto nodded. Do you have any descriptive details? I should be able to pull some from my beetles, Shino answered. Basic physical characteristics and the like. Naruto nodded. Good. We'll wait for Gaara to get back and then clear them with him. The blonde Jinchuriki took in the darkened forest around them. He should be back soon. Indeed, agreed Shino. Assuming, of course, that they do not stay out for whatever reason. Sasuke-san and his party are returning now, however. Naruto grinned. Good. Almost all of the genin had already eaten rations they had packed back home, but fresh meat was good to have anyway. Naruto would wind up preserving a lot of it with Fuinjutsu, but that was to the good, it meant proper meals later on. Which direction? Shino pointed. Thanks, Naruto grinned. I'll go meet them. And with that he leapt into the trees. Soon his ears picked up the sound of Kiba's unmasked footfalls ahead of him. Oi! He called. Sasuke! Kiba! Temari-san! Sasuke landed in front of him. Naruto, he greeted, and threw a dead bear at him. Naruto caught it in one hand and quickly sealed it away. Bear? He asked, eyes half-lidded as he watched Sasuke. Why do you do this to me, Sasuke? Bear tastes like old leather. Sasuke rolled his eyes. It's about 100 times easier to clean and cook one bear than it is to clean and cook 200 rabbits, he said. And since you never prepare your own damn food. Naruto grinned cheekily. I thought I'd show the others some mercy, Sasuke finished as Temari and Kiba landed beside him, since I'm sure as hell not preparing it either. Kiba glared at him. He was carrying 3 rabbits in one hand by their ears and scratching Akamaru's ears from his position in the Inuzuka's jacket with the other. Well, at least I got something that tastes good, he grumbled. Ah, Temari crooned. Is the little dog boy sad that he's not as good a hunter as his friend? Kiba bared his teeth at her, but she just grinned. She was carrying squirrels, 4 of them. Here, she said, tossing them at Naruto. As he caught them deftly in midair, she explained, Sasuke-san said to give our stuff to you. I assume he already did. Naruto nodded as he caught Kiba's quarry and sealed it all away with the bear. Yeah, he said. I'm the team's beast of burden. Kiba snorted. Laugh while you can, dog boy, Naruto said, one brow raised. Once we get out of here, we get to the tournament part of the exams. Kiba laughed aloud. So I can laugh harder then? He asked. Once I kick your ass? Both Sasuke and Temari looked at the Inuzuka pityingly as Naruto rolled his eyes. Right, he said, turning away. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Come on. As he led them back to the encampment, he asked, You three eaten yet? All three shook their heads. I thought that was what we were hunting for. Kiba asked aggressively. Probably bitter, Naruto reflected. Over how hilariously outmatched he is. Kurama commented wryly. Naruto grinned. Yeah, that. No one's going to want to clean and cook meat at 9 in the evening, Temari said by way of explanation. Not when we have rations anyway. I expect someone's going to get up early tomorrow to prepare breakfast. Naruto nodded without looking back. I'll poll everyone tonight, he said. See if anyone wants to and or is good at cooking. I know I'm neither. No, you are not, Sasuke agreed flatly. Naruto stuck his tongue out at him. Naruto Taicho, Shino called as they arrived in camp. Gaara-san and his team should be arriving soon. Naruto nodded. Good. Kiba, Temari-san, can you two get everyone who's not already turned in for the night to meet at the campfire? We need to talk, and distribute Gaara's scrolls. Temari nodded and left immediately, but Kiba glowered at him. Why should I? He asked belligerently, and why isn't Sasuke? Naruto blinked at him. I should definitely have expected this, shouldn't I? He asked eventually, not speaking to anyone in particular. Sasuke answered anyway. You weren't? I'm amazed it took this long. Shut up. Naruto sighed. Kiba, he said quietly. You know as well as I do that working together is best for all of us. We agree there, right? Kiba bared his teeth for a moment before nodding reluctantly. Okay, so now we're working together, Naruto said, cocking his head slightly. You want to lead the group? Kiba blinked. What? Be honest, Naruto said flatly. You think you're experienced and capable enough to lead a multi-village coalition of genin? Kiba grimaced at him. You think you are? Not my question, Naruto chastised lightly, but yes. More than that, I've been tested before now, and come out on top. I know what I'm doing. He sighed. I've done this before, he said calmly. You haven't. That's most of what it boils down to. It's not that I think I'm better than you. I've just trained for this more than you have. He put a hand on Kiba's shoulder. Leading isn't a question of being powerful, he said quietly, or even of being popular. It's a question of knowing, at any given time, exactly what everyone under your command should be doing, and of taking risks and returns into account for several people at once. That's not something anyone's born able to do. He smiled. One day you'll be ready to lead like this. You're just not yet. Okay? Kiba glared at him. And how did you get that training? He asked in displeasure. What makes you more qualified than me? Naruto shrugged. It's a long story, he said. Have I been doing a bad job? Kiba hesitated. Then, realizing Naruto expected an answer, he looked away. No, he mumbled. Then save your problems with me and my leadership for when we're not in a forest that's out to kill us, Naruto told him, turning away. Trust me, that's the last time you want to start leading. Sasuke, come on, we need to talk to Gaara. I need more intel, Shikamaru concluded. I've been going in circles. He sighed and looked down at his map of the elemental nations again. All right, he muttered to himself. What do we have? Akatsuki has deployed partially to Konoha, he thought, moving 2 black stones from the blank earth beside the map onto the map's representation of Fire Country, right beside his home village. He took a few light brown pebbles. Suna, he thought, has deployed to Konoha, poised for invasion. He surrounded the village with the pebbles. They're outnumbered. He took several red stones more than there were tan ones and placed them inside the village. And, he thought, taking 3 larger stones, 1 red, 1 light green, and 1 tan, we have Jinchuriki. He took 1 large black stone and placed it in the village. And Sasuke. He looked at his handiwork for a moment. This makes no sense, he said flatly. Why attack now? Sure, he moved the larger tan stone into the group of smaller tan pebbles. Suna thinks Gaara's with them, but Akatsuki ought to know better. He sighed. And where the hell? He picked up a moss green stone, studied it. Is Orochimaru? He sighed again. He took a few moss green pebbles and scattered them among the tan formation. Looked at his handiwork. Suna tried this last time, he said. This makes sense. He glared at the two black stones, positioned a little outside the tan/green formation. But what the hell, he wondered aloud, are you two doing here? He looked over at the pile of stones not currently on the map. In one large group were a pile of blue pebbles with two larger blue stones beside it, a small group of 8 black stones, 2 slightly larger than the others, the larger moss green stone he'd studied earlier, a pile of gray pebbles with 2 larger pebbles, and 2 large brown pebbles. In another group were a small group on light green pebbles, and a pile of smaller brown pebbles. He touched one of the large black stones and moved his hand over the first group. Where are you? He wondered. What are you plotting? He moved his hand over to the other pile. And you? He mused. What will you do? When the fighting starts? Will you stay out of it, or fight against us? There was the sound of a throat being cleared. Shikamaru looked up and was struck dumb for a moment. There was Temari, watching him. One of her thin eyebrows was raised as she studied his handiwork. Playing with rocks? She asked sardonically. He stood and swallowed to clear his dry throat. Planning, he said flatly. Temari right? We haven't spoken. No, she agreed, studying him. We haven't. Planning for what? He shrugged. Contingencies, he lied. What do you do in the event of a coup d'etat in Konoha? What do we do if Kumo invades? He smiled slightly. What do we do if Suna betrays us? He ignored the tensing of Temari's shoulders. You know, he finished. Contingencies. Mostly practice, since none of those things will happen any time soon. Just a hobby. There was silence for a watched him, guarded. He looked back down at his map. What would you do, he asked conversationally, if you knew someone was going to attack you? He ignored Temari's tension again, and yet were sure they'd have to be stupid to do it? He looked up at her. Just a thought experiment. Intel's never actually that perfect. Temari watched him through narrowed eyes. Is this rhetorical? She asked grimly. He frowned. Why on earth would it be? He asked, carefully keeping the sarcastic lilt out of his voice. I just like getting second opinions. She watched him for a moment, before saying, It depends on where we're fighting. He cocked an eyebrow. Oh? If I were fighting out in the field, she said, I'd spring the trap and turn it on them. If they were invading my home village, she raised her chin challengingly, I'd stop them before they could do any collateral damage. He nodded consideringly. Not a bad plan, he agreed. He eyed her then. You'd make a good strategist, he said. Maybe better than a lot of your village's current ones. Her eyes flashed, but she said nothing. She's such a genin, he thought, considering her barely masked mix of anger and fear. No control whatsoever. Yet. He closed his eyes, and for a moment the girl before him was replaced with a woman. I need to not get her this angry, he told himself. Bad Shikamaru. Even if rage does suit her. Hopefully Gaara can run damage control. I've screwed up. I'm sorry, he said quietly. You seem unhappy. Like I said, these are just contingencies, thought experiments. I'm not accusing Suna of anything. Hell, he laughed slightly. You're working with us in the Chunin exams, which is practically unheard of. I'm sorry if I offended you. He watched the tension drain visibly from her form, fighting not to show his amusement at its clarity. It's all right, she said eventually. I don't like it when people question my loyalty. Shikamaru practically winced. That's true, he thought. And this must be killing her. Outwardly he smiled. I understand, believe me, he said. Anyway, did you just come in to introduce yourself, or was there something in particular you wanted? Temari shook herself. Right, sorry, got distracted. Gaara came back, and Naruto-san said to get everyone together. Shikamaru nodded. Right, he said. I'll be there in a moment. He began clearing the stones off the map, carefully placing them into piles based on color. He said nothing when Temari knelt to help him. Sakura-chan, Sasuke greeted as the girl and her team arrived. Gaara-san. Fu-san. Welcome back. The hunt went well, I hope? Sakura and Gaara both nodded, the girl smiling at him. Fu glared openly. Sakura-san developed contingencies with impressive rapidity and efficacy, Gaara told the Uchiha. You have a very talented budding tactician in your squad. Sakura blushed. It wasn't that impressive, she mumbled. You told me what needed to happen, and I figured out how. I couldn't have done it, Fu told her. Well, the planning part? The punching I can do. Actually, she eyed Sasuke speculatively, can I do the punching? Save it, Naruto said as he arrived. We're gathering at the campfire. I just put more wood on, it was going out. Gaara nodded. Lead the way, he said. Sasuke fell into step beside Sakura as Naruto led them over to the fire. You alright? He asked slowly. I'm sorry, Naruto, and I weren't there. She smiled up at him. It's alright, she said. It was like being a chunin, I guess. And I didn't get hurt. Fu-san and Gaara-san took care of anything I couldn't handle. She suddenly frowned. Why does she hate you so much? She asked quietly. Sasuke smiled wryly. Fu-san? He asked. Yeah, she confirmed. I found out that they were involved in your big secret, and they started talking about you. Gaara said you deserved respect. She disagreed. He snorted. I'm inclined to agree with her, he said softly, although I'm grateful to Gaara and Naruto for everything they're doing. He noticed her displeasure at being left out and smiled at her. I'll tell you soon, I promise, he said. Just a couple more days. She nodded. Thank you. They sat down, side by side, on a log by the flames. One by one the rest of the genin filed into the group, with a few exceptions. Lee had already gone to bed. His early rising schedule meant that he tended to turn in earlier than most. Both of Fu's teammates had apparently done the same, although Sasuke suspected they were hiding in their shelter, afraid to come out. Naruto stood in the center of a ring of genin, silhouetted against the flames. All right, he said once everyone had arrived. That's the first day done. Congratulations to everyone on surviving. Here's what we got done today. We organized, made camp, and fortified. Sasuke and his squad went out and got us fresh food for tomorrow. And most importantly, Gaara took a team and gathered scrolls for us. Gaara? Gaara stood up. I took a 3-man squad consisting of myself, Fu-san, and Sakura-san, he said. In our expedition we were able to acquire 2 Heaven Scrolls and 1 Earth Scroll. Thank you, Gaara, Naruto said. Gaara nodded and sat back down. In addition, Naruto said, I subdued a team while I was out finding Konoha Team 9, and acquired their Earth Scroll. This means that, as of today, we can pass 4 out of the 6 teams here. Karen-san, of course, also needs both scrolls, so if we want to pass everyone we'll need to either find her team or acquire 4 more scrolls and total 3 Earth Scrolls, and 1 Heaven Scroll. Team 7 and I will stay in this forest until, at the very least, all full teams have passed, and if we have time we'll get Karen through as well. But I'm not going to try to keep everyone here, Naruto continued. At this point, we can send 4 teams through. I hope you all want to stay and help, but if you don't, I understand. With that in mind, anyone who wants to get out of this forest now, take a moment to confer with your teams. There was a general shuffling and murmuring as various teams gathered and conferred. Very soon, however, Neji stood up. My team will leave this forest, he said flatly. Naruto cocked his head. Does your team agree? He asked, and Sasuke knew he wasn't imagining the hint of sarcasm. Lee's asleep, Tenten said, rising. And Neji didn't talk to me, but I'll stand by it. Lee would probably want to stay, but he's outvoted. Naruto nodded. Very well. Please go wake him up, Tenten-san. I'll escort you to the tower myself as soon as we're done here. We're perfectly capable of reaching the tower on our own, snarled Neji. I'm going to be making sure you go straight to the tower, Naruto said flatly, because if you're leaving early I'm at least going to make sure you don't take any more scrolls out of circulation before you do. You think, Neji started, but Naruto interrupted him. Sit down, Hyuga, he said coldly. You and your team has contributed exactly nothing to this coalition, and yet you have the gall to demand one of our scrolls. I'm going to give it to you, but how I do so isn't up for debate. Is that understood? What authority do you think you? Niji hissed, and Sasuke ran out of patience. He stood in one motion and unsealed Kubikirabocho. Permission to demonstrate your authority by proxy, Naruto? He asked amiably, his eyes fixed on Niji's stiff form. Naruto threw his hands in the air. Denied, he said. Niji, you keep talking shit, you gon' get hit. I'll do it personally, though. I suggest you close your mouth and sit your ass back down before I sit it down for you. You think you're strong enough to? Niji began. Naruto moved like a train, and hit Niji like a train wreck. He went down. Kami above, he muttered. The hell am I supposed to do with people like him? I got Lee, said Tenten, coming back to the group. Did Niji shoot off his mouth again? Bit the hand that was feeding him, Naruto muttered. I'll carry him. Anyone else want to leave? Don't worry, he added, I won't hit you for it. No one moved. Naruto nodded. Great, he said. I'll escort Team 9 out of the forest soon. One last thing, we need some sentries at Nai. I'll take the first shift, but I want 4 shifts, 2 hours each. Who wants the others? I'll take one, Sasuke offered as he sat back down. All right, Naruto nodded. Also, can anyone cook, and does anyone want to? A couple people can take the last watch together and prepare breakfast while they're at it. Sakura raised her hand. I can cook, she offered. It's fresh meat, Sasuke warned. Uncleaned. You'll back to clean it first. You know how? She looked at him in displeasure. I am a trained kunoichi, she said. I know how to prepare meat, Sasuke-kun. He raised his hands in surrender. Right, sorry, didn't mean to imply otherwise, he said. She chuckled. It's fine. I'll need some help if there's a lot to prepare. I can help, Hinata spoke up with a slight stutter. Naruto nodded. Thanks, Hinata-chan, he said. All right, the 2 of you will be 4th watch. I'll be 1st watch. I don't sleep often, Gaara said. I'll take one of the other 2 watches. And Sasuke'll take the last, Naruto finished. Great. I'll wake up Sasuke for 2nd watch. Sasuke, you wake Gaara for 3rd watch. Sasuke nodded in acquiescence. Procedure in the event of a disturbance, Naruto continued to everyone, is to wake me and Shikamaru-sen first, then everyone else if it's an issue. Clear? Sasuke and Sakura both nodded. So did everyone else who had signed up for a watch. Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan, Naruto looked between the 2 kunoichi. When you wake up for your watch, wake me so I can unseal the game, all right? But and Naruto-kun, Hinata mumbled shyly, blushing. Don't you need your sleep? I can get back to sleep really easily, Naruto said, smiling at her. Don't worry about me, Hinata-chan. Now, is everyone clear on the plan? Any questions? No one spoke. Good, Naruto clapped his hands together. We've got a big day tomorrow. Let's make it count. He knelt down and picked up Niji's prone form. Team 9, we're moving out, he ordered. Rest of you, get some sleep. Wake-up call is around 8 a.m. tomorrow, whenever breakfast is ready. It's about 11 now, so you've got 9 hours. Take him. He nodded to Tenten and Lee. Let's go. And they were gone. Chapter 42 reopened. The appetizing scent of meat on a makeshift grill gently woke Sasuke the next morning. For a moment he didn't twitch. His eyes moved lazily behind closed lids as he slowly breathed. The village had not been a particularly relaxing environment for Sasuke recently. It was certainly better than being on the run, but the Uchiha compound was far from a meditative place for him. All the same, it seemed strange to him that here, in the middle of the forest of death, surrounded by shinobi of 3-4 different villages, he felt more relaxed than he usually did waking up in his own bed in Konoha. After a time, he yawned, stretched, idly scratched his chest. His eyes opened. The shelter was empty. Sakura was likely out cooking, and Naruto had probably gone out to join them earlier. He slept late in Konoha, but outside the village proper it always surprised Sasuke how little sleep the Jinchuriki needed. The Uchiha sat up and stretched again. Then he reached for his bags. After checking to ensure that the shelter was secure, he quickly changed into a fresh outfit. Then he left the wooden hut. The sky above was gray and overcast as he emerged, with a hint of the dawn lighting the clouds into a pale, universal illumination that cast no shadows and seemed to come from all directions at once. The world seemed strangely colorless in the half-light. The fire in the center of the clearing, therefore, illuminated Sakura, Naruto, and Hinata in an almost biblical reddish glow. Sakura's pink hair caught the light and seemed to glow with it from within, framing her face and torso in a fiery halo. It's too long. The thought came unbidden to the fore of Sasuke's mind. He blinked. One of these days it'll get pulled, he thought. That's all. He came forward into the firelight. It smells good, he offered. Naruto grinned at him. Didn't think they could do it, he said. This is the bear. Sasuke blinked. No one likes bear, he said flatly. Naruto nodded amiably. Right, which is why I'm surprised this one smells so good. Sakura hit him amiably. Quiet you, she said. I just hope it tastes as good as it smells. She smiled at Sasuke. Good morning, she said as she reached down for some seasoning herbs sitting in a pot at her feet. How did you sleep, Sasuke? He shrugged. Well enough, he said. Better than I used to. Naruto grinned wryly at that. Yeah, I'll buy that, he acknowledged. Sasuke sat down and cracked his knuckles absently. Well, what's the plan for today? He asked the blonde. Naruto shrugged. I have a feeling we can get the rest of our scrolls today, he said. After that we decide if we want to head to the tower right away or stay in here and micromanage the other teams. And micromanage? Hinata was watching Naruto with nervous confusion. What do you mean? Naruto shrugged. If we want, we're in a position to decide which teams make it through the second exam, he explained. Hell, we could make sure we're the only teams that make it through, or that the absolute maximum number of possible teams get through. Whatever we want. Sasuke sat back on his hands and looked up at the sky. I'm tempted to just let things play out, he said honestly. At this point, I feel like it'd be better to get out of here earlier, regardless of who else comes out. Naruto nodded. I kind of agree, he said. But Shikamaru's the strategist, not us. He might have some idea that needs us to make sure certain teams pass or fail. Sasuke hummed in agreement. Trying to figure out what he's planning is always basically a shot in the dark, he shrugged. We'll just have to wait until he wakes up. Your wishes have been granted, yawned a laconic voice behind the Uchiha. He turned. There was Shikamaru, cricking his neck and blinking the sleep out of his eyes as he approached. Speak, and I shall listen. What's the problem? Naruto shrugged. No problem, just talking shop. Don't hurt yourselves, thinking too hard, Shikamaru advised. It was a joke, but his dull, half-asleep voice carried no indication of humor. Sasuke rolled his eyes all the same. We just decided that if you haven't got any particular plans, we'll be headed out of this forest once we've got the rest of our scrolls, Naruto explained. Micromanaging the teams just isn't worth our time. Shikamaru cocked his head. People could die, he said flatly. If we aren't in here to reign in any fights, we might be condemning some poor sods to get ripped to shreds. Naruto rolled his eyes. I did think of that, he chastised the Nara. You've got dossiers on the whole damn forest, haven't you? I need you sorting out potential killers. Coordinate with Shino, maybe use any intel Gaara's got. Give me their coordinates, and we'll take them out of the running before we leave. As in, you'll drag them all to the tower with you to force them out of the competition without risking that their unconscious bodies will get eaten by some hungry monster? Shikamaru countered. You left that Kusa team out in the cold yesterday. Shino will be able to tell us their status once he wakes up. I like their odds. This forest isn't nearly as infested as people say, but that was for one night, and they're probably up by now. Trying to disable them for 5 days is a bad idea if you want them to survive. While it's admirable that we're putting so much effort into saving the lives of potential killers, Sakura offered from the sidelines, is any of this really our problem? Sasuke turned to look at her and shrugged. He jerked his thumb at Naruto. Blame him, he said flatly. He seems to think that if an old man dies halfway across the world while he's alive, it's somehow his fault. Naruto hit him. This are genin, Sakura, he said to their teammate. Potential killer usually doesn't mean monster. Not yet, at least. They don't deserve to die, any more than their prey. If I can keep them alive, I will. And I can, he narrowed his eyes at Shikamaru, because I have Fuinjutsu, and I can do strange and terrible things with it. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Fair enough, he grunted. I'll sort through the teams and give you names and locations after breakfast, once I've had a chance to talk to Shino. Good, Naruto smiled beatifically. Glad we're on the same page, Shikamaru. Is breakfast ready? So, Naruto looked sheepishly at the red-headed girl who was still eating her cut of the bear. I forgot a rule about the exams yesterday. You need your team to pass. Karen looked down. I guess that saves me from being a burden on you, she said shyly. Naruto shook his head. Not what I meant. I'm asking if you want me to find your teammates so you can pass. I think we can do it, but… He shrugged. Look, Karen-chan, I don't know your team dynamic, or your teammates. I just know that when Sasuke got to you, your teammates had left you for dead. If you don't want to see them again after that, I understand and I think I can help. But I can't do that and also get you through the exam because of the rule. He sighed. Basically, I don't know what you want right now, so I'm asking. She looked at him oddly. I have to go to grass after the exam anyway, she said confusedly. How would you get me away from my teammates then? He frowned thoughtfully. I can't promise, but… I have an idea about that, he said quietly. If that's what you want. She looked down. I don't care about passing the exam, she said finally. And I don't like my teammates, and they don't like me either, and… She sniffed, clearly holding back tears. I just want to get out of here, she confessed. Naruto knelt beside her seat and embraced her gently. She tensed momentarily, and then eased into his grip. It's okay, he murmured. I'm here to help. Don't worry. She hiccuped slightly, but didn't cry. I won't, she promised. Thank you? He pulled away, keeping his hands on her shoulders so he could meet her eyes. He smiled at her. No problem, he said softly. Glad to help. Naruto, Sasuke had come up to his left, silently, while he comforted the girl. Naruto looked over at him. Yeah? The Jinchuriki asked, standing up. Shikamaru, Shino, and Gaara have their intel, the Uchiha reported, businesslike. They want your orders. Naruto nodded. Got it. On my way. He smiled down at the girl who might be his cousin. I'll see you later, Karen, he said. Sasuke led him into Shikamaru's shelter, where the erstwhile ANBU commander, his fellow agent, and the Kazekage to be were huddled around a map of the forest. Children, Naruto said dramatically as he and Sasuke entered, your Hokage has arrived. Gaara nodded at him, face blank. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. We've figured out who our targets are, Shikamaru said. There are 9 teams that need to be subdued, but only 8 have scrolls. One is the Kusa team you took out earlier. Naruto nodded. Fine. Who are they? Sasuke leapt down into the middle of the IWA team without an ounce of subtlety. They turned to him. He knocked them out. As his teammates, Sakura and Temari, joined him on the ground, he sighed. Is it bad, he asked them, that I'm getting really bored? Sakura shrugged. I think that's why Naruto really wants to leave the forest today. He must be going crazy. Right, Naruto nodded as the last of the away teams handed in their scroll. We've got a surplus of both scrolls now. He looked up, where the blue sky blanketed over the canopy. It's midday of day 2 and we're done, he said, pocketing the scrolls wherein the potentially lethal genin were sealed. Get everyone together, you lot, he ordered. His friends Gaara, Fu, Sakura, Sasuke, and Shikamaru were all present. We're headed out. Make sure people disassemble the camp. The time travelers, plus Sakura, nodded and dispersed. Naruto himself made his way over to Team 8. We're headed out, he said with a smile at Hinata and a nod at Shino. Get your shelter disassembled, have a bite, and get ready to march. They nodded. Naruto turned and made for Team 7's shelter. Sasuke had already arrived and was busily taking the ramshackle thing apart. I need a house summon, Naruto thought aloud. Or something. Just a jutsu to build a shelter. Sasuke shrugged. I'm sure something exists. I know it exists, Naruto said, joining in on the work. Yamato Taicho did it while we were rebuilding after Nagato, while you were. Well gone. Sasuke nodded. Isn't he the Mokuton user? Exactly, Naruto said, exasperated. What I don't know is if another jutsu that isn't Mokuton exists to do the job. Sasuke rolled his eyes at his blonde teammate. You're really getting worked up over this, aren't you? He asked amusedly as he pulled the sailcloth cover roof off of the small hut. Naruto grimaced. I'm a damn gene. He stopped, noting the proximity of Team 10. You know. I can fight any chunin and most jonin to a standstill. You know what I'm capable of. Sasuke nodded amiably. Yeah, he agreed. Almost as much as me. Naruto glared at him. Team. He growled. It just seems silly that, even though I'm able to travel halfway around the world in seconds, I can't make a little rain hut in less than an hour. Sasuke grunted. Seems like someone's got delusions of grandeur. Seems like someone's gotta stick up his ass, Naruto retorted, a slight grin coming to his face. I get it. I'll shut up. He punched a wall. It caved into twigs. The absurdly large group arrived at the doors of the tower. Naruto took a moment to hide away the scrolls containing the enemy teams they had subdued. They were coded to unseal at the end of the 5th day, depositing the genin exactly when their lethality would be useless to them. All right, he said, addressing the full group. Let's go in. Gaara led the way into the antechamber. The text on the wall was as Naruto vaguely remembered it. If heaven does not exist, Gaara read aloud, enrich your knowledge, and prepare for the chance. If earth does not exist, run the fields in search of an advantage. Open the series of heaven and earth, and the perilous way shall be redressed. This is namely the secret of the one that guides. There was silence. The hell? Kiba asked succinctly. True, Naruto agreed. All right, I volunteer as tribute. He pulled out 2 scrolls, one heaven on earth. I'm going to open these, he told his troop, and we'll see what happens. It says to open the series of blah blah blah, so I'm just going to guess that behind all the pseudo-mystical bullshit is someone with half a brain and do that. Sounds like a good plan, Sasuke agreed. At worst, we only lose you. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Sasuke and opened the scrolls. He glanced at them, remembered, and saw the summoning sigils, and tossed them away. It's a summon, he said nonchalantly. Each scroll has half of the seal. Sasuke frowned at him, even as smoke began to rise where the scrolls had fallen. What happens if only one scroll opens? Naruto frowned, trying to picture the seal he'd only gotten a glimpse of. If I'm right, he said cautiously, it'd open some kind of storage seal. Not sure what would be in it. If there was a label, I didn't see it for long. Hey, Iruka-sensei, he said, turning to the Chunin who had appeared in the cloud of smoke. Why wasn't the alternative sealing pathway on those scrolls labeled? You should always label your error handling procedures. Iruka blinked at him. What? Naruto rolled his eyes. Never mind. How have you been? Fine, Iruka said absently as he studied the panorama of genin before him. Naruto, why are there 16 genin here? Naruto shrugged. We collaborated. Does this mean we have to summon you 5 times? It means you have to summon someone 5 times, Iruka said distractedly. Different Chunin are here for the job. You're the second in, after Team 9. I know we're the second in, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. Everyone who could have been the first in is here, and I dragged Niji's sorry ass here last night personally. I guess Tenten and Lee didn't tell you that. So what, you'll go back to wherever you came from and report Konoha Team 7 is back, and we'll summon the next Chunin. First I have to verify that you understood the riddle, Iruka said, smiling sheepishly at him. Naruto was not amused. This is namely the secret of the one that guides, Iruka-sensei, he said flatly. That makes no sense. I mean really. Who wrote that verse? Iruka coughed. Hokage-sama, he said. Tell him, Naruto said flatly, to send for Jiraiya next time he needs creative writing done. Please. For our sake. Sasuke hit him. The rest of the riddle, he said, refers to the physical-mental duality needed for skill as a ninja. Iruka nodded, looking relieved. Good, yes, now I can go and report you in. You're supposed to come with me. I'm waiting until everybody's gotten through, Naruto interrupted. Sasuke, Sakura, you can go with him if you like. Sasuke shrugged. I'll go up with you later. So will I, Sakura agreed. But where are we going? Iruka slumped. This is so out of procedure I don't even know where to begin, he grumbled, smiling ruefully. Only you, Naruto. Fine, I'll go check you in and then come back to guide you to your room once you've got your cadre through this. Naruto nodded. Cool. Also, we have a girl from Kusa named Karen here. She was separated from her team, so we took her in. I want to talk with the proctors about what'll happen to her. Possibly with the Hokage too? Kurama asked. Furball. You're back, Naruto exclaimed. I haven't heard from you all day. I was sleeping, grumbled the Kyuubi. You sleep? Yes. Why? Why not? Point. Iruka frowned at him. She'll fail, he warned. The rules are clear. I know, Naruto confirmed. There's. He glanced at Karen. Something else. I think I need to talk to the Hokage about it. Iruka's frown widened in bewilderment. What on earth is it? Naruto shook his head. Not now, he said. Later. She and I need to talk to the Hokage, that's all. Iruka shrugged and nodded. I'll see what I can do, he said. The Hokage's back in the village proper, but I'll pass along your message. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. Iruka smiled back and vanished in a shunshin. Right, Naruto said. Fu, your team can go next. He passed her a heaven scroll and its earth counterpart. Open and toss when ready. Fu nodded and passed the scrolls to her, still slightly frightened, but less terrified, teammates. The Chunin that appeared barely had time to blink before Fu spoke. Heaven is the mind, earth is the body, she told him brightly. We're the third team and that's Team Fu from Takigakure. The poor, shell-shocked Chunin blinked at her. What? Fu walked up to him, picked him up bodily and moved him out of the summoning area. Someone else can go, she called back to Naruto, while I get this one up to speed. Naruto nodded. Teammate from Konoha, you're up. He smiled at Hinata as he passed her the scrolls. She smiled back and passed one to Kiba. They opened them, tossed them. Hey! Naruto greeted. Izumo right? Kotetsu, the Chunin corrected, looking 2 parts amused, 1 part annoyed. I get that a lot. Hey, Kiba snapped his fingers. We're the ones passing here. Naruto did already. So you're not allowed to leave the tower until the end of the second part of the exam, Iruka explained to Naruto as he led Team 7 to their room. Karen was apparently bunking with them for the moment, so she was tagging along. But I sent a wire to Hokage-sama, telling him about the situation, and he's actually coming here to talk to you. Probably about the whole working with different villages during the Chunin exam thing, Sasuke speculated. Not exactly standard operating procedure, that. No, Iruka agreed. Not exactly. He'll be here in a couple of hours to talk to you. In the meantime. He opened the door they had just reached to reveal a small suite. One window opened onto the canopy of the forest opposite them, and 3 beds lined the walls. This is your room, he said. We'll get a 4th bed in here soon. Naruto nodded with a grin. Cool. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. Iruka smiled bashfully. I just hope your talk with Hokage-sama goes well, he said. Good luck. Thanks. Naruto smiled, and waved as Iruka left. All right, he said, turning and studying his team. Sakura was watching him and Sasuke expectantly. Sakura? He asked. You. Oh. He blinked. Right. You're owed an explanation. So's Karen, Sasuke said. Naruto stared at him like he'd grown a second head. About what you're going to talk to the Hokage about, he added quickly. Whatever that is. Actually, what is it? Naruto shook his head. Tell you later, he said. If you're willing to deal with this on your own? Sasuke nodded, so Naruto turned to Karen. Sasuke and Sakura will need some privacy for a bit, he explained to her. He's letting her in on a team secret, I guess. So come on, you and I will go get some food and I'll tell you what I'm planning while they finish this up. Karen nodded quickly and followed him away. Sakura watched as Sasuke shut the door. Finally, she thought. After who knows how long of being kept in the dark. Finally, they're letting me in. Sasuke turned to look at her, and there was a strange expression on his face, something like mingled resignation and fear? Trepidation, at least. He sighed. Come on, he said. You'll want to be sitting down for this. He chuckled wryly, sinking down into a seated position on the nearest mattress and tapping it beside him. So will I, for that matter. She sat beside him, still watching him. You okay? She asked suddenly. You look terrified? He asked, brows raised at her. She shook her head, humming a negative. Worried though. He snorted. I've enjoyed you looking at me like I'm something other than a monster, he said quietly. I have a feeling that's not going to last, this conversation. She stared at him. What? He shook his head. Let me start at the beginning. About 5 years ago, my elder brother, Uchiha Itachi, slaughtered my clan. I was the only survivor. Let me live. She swallowed. She'd known about the massacre, of course, but to hear him talking about it so calmly was. She took his hand. For a moment he tensed as though considering pulling it away, then relaxed and grasped hers in return, albeit loosely. That's when you and the other girls in our class started fawning over me, Sasuke continued. Not sure how much that tied into everything, but it didn't affect me the way you all seem to think. I don't know if there's any correct response to something like that, but he stopped for a moment, as though searching for words. It's normal, I think, he continued finally, to grieve and then to move on. Maybe it takes a while, but it's important to move on eventually. I don't think I ever did, not until very recently. Mostly that was because of what my brother did to me the day of the massacre. You remember that technique I used on Utsukuyami? Sakura nodded silently, afraid that any vocal interruption might disturb the story. He used that on me. It has a maximum duration of 72 hours, and he used all of them, showing me, in detail, how he'd killed every single member of our family. Over and over again. Sakura's grip tightened on Sasuke's hand as her other hand came up to cover her mouth in an expression of horror. Sasuke, she whispered. I'm so. No, he said flatly, looking at her, and there was something dark in his eyes now. I really don't deserve your pity or your empathy, not anymore. That's what was done to me. What's important, Sakura, is what I did to everyone else. He sighed and turned away. After a moment he continued. I grew up, he said. I trained, I got better, and I was eventually placed on Team 7, with you and Naruto, under Kakashi-sensei. For a little while things were good. They only went south during our first Chunin exam. Sakura frowned. What? But that's now. We were attacked, Sasuke continued, by one Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, the Sandaime Hokage's personal genin team. Orochimaru betrayed Konoha years ago, and he was posing as a genin during the test. Sasuke, Sakura said cautiously. That didn't happen. He smiled tightly. Not anymore, it didn't, he said grimly. Let me finish, I'll try to condense the rest. So Orochimaru handed our asses to us and, in the process, put a Juinjutsu curse seal on me. It was designed to give me power when I called on it, but simultaneously corrode my mental and emotional stability. It also had a failsafe that would slowly kill me over several months. Long story short, he developed a technique to steal other people's bodies in some perverse attempt to become immortal. Since his ambition was to learn all jutsu ever developed, he wanted a Sharingan. He tried, once, to possess my brother. Didn't pan out? So instead he wanted to take my body. And I, being the vengeful idiot I was, went to him. Sakura stared at him. What? He shook his head. You'll get it soon. He promised me vengeance against my brother. There was nothing I wanted more. So I went to him. Fortunately for me, I was a little late to get to him. By the time I arrived, he'd already had to jump to another body. It would be 3 years before he'd try to take me. In that time, I trained with him, learned everything I could about being a powerful shinobi. By the end of my training, I was almost as powerful as he was. And since he was weakening, as his body started to reject him, meaning another transfer was called for, I saw an opportunity. I killed him, Sasuke said lowly. Or I tried to. He wasn't really human by that point, and I think part of him survived in every cursed seal he'd created, including mine. Of course, mine wasn't a problem for long, because soon I went to face down Itachi, and he dealt with that. Sasuke stopped, his head bowed, hair framing his face. Sakura studied his profile. His eyes were closed, and every muscle in his face was perfectly still. It took me a while to find him, he said. I needed to assemble a team, for one thing. You and Naruto were still in Konoha, and I was a missing nin in all but name, since the Hokage liked Naruto too much to actually declare me an enemy of the state, since Naruto, for some insane reason, still thought I was a good person despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. I'm not really seeing that evidence, Sakura said softly. I'm condensing, Sasuke said, his face contorting slightly for an instant into a rictus of pain before settling back to neutrality. Everything from back then was a footnote compared to what I did later. Anyway, I assembled a team from Orochimaru's servants. Karen was actually my healer. Sakura blinked. What? But we just met her? Sasuke shook his head, smiling slightly. It'll only make sense at the end, but it will make sense, he promised. Anyway, we tracked Itachi down. That was a fight to remember. Sasuke looked up, meditative. He let me kill him, in the end, he said. I didn't see it then, and I didn't see why. He clenched his teeth. Until someone came along and told me. There's an organization of missing nin called Akatsuki, he explained. Its leader is a man called Toby, who wears an orange mask. He explained the truth to me, or something like it. The Uchiha massacre was ordered by the Elder Council of Konoha, who deployed Itachi, an ANBU agent, to do their dirty work. Sakura leapt to her feet, staring at him. You're kidding! She exclaimed, wide-eyed. That can't be true. Sasuke smiled ruefully. It's a lot more complicated than that, he said softly. Toby only told me the part of the truth that served him. He promised me revenge against the village and I, having learned nothing, he turned away from her to glare at the wall, agreed. He sighed then, and his eyes dropped to the bed. That's when things started to get really bad, he continued. Toby and I declared the Fourth Shinobi World War at a 5 Kage Summitus and the Akatsuki against everybody else. He chuckled dryly. The worst part is, Toby and his people were so monstrously powerful that we won. Sakura chocked. I don't understand. Soon, Sasuke promised, smiling sadly at her. At the very end of the war, one of the last battles, I took several of our reanimated troops and personally assaulted Konoha. Naruto was Hokage by that time, of course, and Hyuga Hinata was his lover. They probably would have been married, or at least engaged, if there wasn't a war on. We're 12. Sakura was beyond confused. Where is he going with this? Is he making this all up? It can't be true, it literally can't, because I'd remember. We are now, Sasuke agreed, smiling slightly before his face grew somber. Konoha burned that night, he whispered. I have no idea how many escaped. I was preoccupied with killing Hinata, and then trying to kill Naruto. And as for what I did to you. He spasmed suddenly, as if struck by a phantom pain. I hit you with a jutsu designed to suppress independence, he said. We did it to a few potentially valuable prisoners. I basically enslaved you. There was a moment's silence. Sasuke seemed to be expecting a response. Sakura sighed. Look, she told him. I have literally no idea where you're going with this. It needs to make sense before I can process it. Logical sense. So get on with it. Sasuke's lips twitched and he continued. Garahi was the Kazakage was in the village at the time, he continued. Because of, well, reasons I'll get to that later, I couldn't use the same jutsu on him. So he was free to tell me about a jutsu he'd heard of. A jutsu designed to send the youth back in time. Sasuke met her eyes for the first time in several minutes. Does it all make sense now? She stared at him, wide-eyed. It's starting to, she said softly. So all of that is the future? No. Sasuke's voice was a hiss on that word. Not if we have anything to say about it. But it was, yeah? Naruto found out about the same jutsu, as did Shikamaru and Shino. Fu and a few others got in here another way. Naruto should probably open that can of worms. He stood and walked towards the window. He looked out over the forest, his hands clasped behind his back. So that's why Naruto and I are so much more powerful than anyone else, he said. Because not only do we have 5 years more experience, we have 5 years of wartime experience. And we were heavy hitters to begin with. He turned to face her, and there was unmistakable real fear in his eyes, fear of rejection. So that's the truth, he murmured. That's our big secret. There's plenty of details I haven't told you yet, but that's because we haven't gotten to them yet. No more secrets, just things we haven't gotten around to telling you yet. Sakura had no idea what her face looked like as she watched her teammate and longtime crush silhouetted against the window. She didn't even really know what she was thinking. All she knew was that she'd never seen anyone look as repentant as Sasuke looked right now. She crossed the room in a few strides and took him into her arms. I wasn't there, she told him softly. I don't know what it must have been like. I don't know how that other me felt at the end. But here and now. She pulled away and studied his face. I've never seen anyone look as sorry as you, she murmured. Don't worry so much, Sasuke. I forgive you. There was a beat, and then, as if on an uncontrolled impulse, he reached out and pulled her back into his arms, burying his face in her hair. They stood like that until Naruto and Karen returned. Chapter 43 Recoordination. Naruto sat down in the wooden chair opposite Karen. The dining hall was designed to accommodate a relatively large group of people, although not nearly as many as were in the forest now. At the moment, however, it was totally empty save for the two of them. Naruto smiled at the girl as he passed her an apple. They don't have ramen, he said, so this'll have to do until dinner. There's more if you want. She nodded, biting into it, watching him all the while. So, Naruto-san? She asked once she'd swallowed. What's going on? What are you planning? What's going to happen to me? That depends, mostly, on what you want, Naruto said with a shrug. But I'm going to tell you what I know, and what I think I can do. First, do you have a surname? A clan? Karen looked down, probably ashamed. Not a real one, she said. My mother was given the name Amaki in an orphanage, and I don't know who my father is. Nor did she. Naruto nodded understandingly. Basically confirms it, he thought to Kurama. Amaki? They weren't even trying. You have blonde hair and blue eyes, and you're surprised at how little effort it takes to hide someone's parentage. Point taken. I think I can clear some of this up for you, Naruto said aloud. Karen looked up at him, startled. What do you mean? Naruto smiled at her. Your mother, he said, was, I'm almost certain, a lost child of the Uzumaki clan. Your red hair and vitality are their trademarks. Karen's mouth fell open. I have a clan? She whispered. Naruto's grin widened. Not much of one, I'll admit, he said. There's only one other known member. Fortunately for you, he's definitely in a position to offer you protection and a home, if you want it. She stared at him, wide-eyed. Who? Suddenly her eyes seemed to pop out of her head as the revelation struck her. Your name. Naruto laughed aloud. Uzumaki Naruto, he said, bowing his head with a flourish, de facto head of the Uzumaki clan, at your service. Welcome home, cousin. There was a beat of silence. Karen's eyes were filling with tears. Then she reached across the table and dragged him roughly into a hug. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you? Naruto's smile didn't fade, but it softened slightly. No problem, he murmured, his arms tightening around the girl. I'm here for you. She pulled away slowly, her eyes still shining. Are you sure I'm a member of your clan? She asked. Now his smile did fade slightly. I can't be totally certain, he said. But there is only one person in the history of the elemental countries with red hair like yours who isn't an Uzumaki that I can think of. Your chakra feels vital, like Uzumaki chakra. And I have a friend who's kind of an expert on Uzumaki. Flattery will get you nowhere, brat. And he's pretty certain you're an Uzumaki, Naruto finished, ignoring the biju. I need a blood test to make it legal and proper, of course. And that's where my idea comes in. Basically, I just need to know how loyal are you to Kusa? She looked away. She swallowed. I used to be loyal because I thought that everyone outside Kusa was monsters. But you're not. She hesitated. I think I hate them, she confessed. The orphanage wasn't good to me, and the Kusa people literally used my mother to death. I think if I have to go back, I won't last long. Then it's a good thing you don't have to go back, Naruto said confidently. We're going to talk to the Hokage and get you a blood test. If that test shows you're an Uzumaki and then I'm basically certain we can give you legal amnesty in Konoha. He grinned ferally. Hell, since Kusa was part of the alliance that destroyed the Uzumaki village, Yuzushiogakure, during the Second Great War, and Konoha was their closest allies. This is casus belli to declare war if Kusa has any objections. Karen was staring at him. You'd declare war on Kusa for me? She whispered. He shrugged. If you can call it a war, he admitted. I expect what would happen is a handful of powerhouses, including my team, would be deployed to Kusa. Your village doesn't really have the kind of strength needed to hold that off. It'd be over in a matter of hours, and then we'd be able to run damage control. I doubt a great war would even result, unlike what happened when IWA and its allies destroyed Yuzu in a similar way about 50 years ago. He snorted then. Of course, that won't happen, he clarified. The Sandaime Hokage is basically a pacifist, and thank the kami for it, because this world would be really ugly if he wasn't. He'll find a way to avoid a war over this, but he won't be handing you over if the blood test turns out positive. He chuckled. And if it turns out negative? I have a couple ideas to work around that anyway, so long as you don't mind being inducted into the Uzumaki. But like I said, I think it'll definitely turn out positive. So? He cocked his head at her. She looked rather shell-shocked. What do you say? Do you want to go through with this? She blinked at him a couple of times, then cleared her throat. Yes, she said quietly. Yes, please. Naruto-sama. He smiled sheepishly and reached over to ruffle her hair. She flinched slightly at the contact, but then seemed almost to lean into it. Just Naruto will do, he said, standing. We're family, after all. Hiruzen studied the two genin before him as they entered the makeshift conference room. Naruto-kun, he greeted. Who is your friend? He noted, as he asked, the Kusa Hitaiate on her forehead. Aji-san, Naruto said, stepping forward. Hiruzen heard Irika's face meet his palm from the Chunin's place at his right at the informality. This is Karen. My team ran into her in the forest. Sasuke saved her from a giant spider. Her team had left her for dead. The girl looked down. Hiruzen frowned. That is certainly not behavior befitting a shinobi, he agreed, but since she is of the jurisdiction of another village, I see very little we can do besides fail her team. You know the limits of my power, Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned. I also know something you don't, Aji-san, he chuckled. I want her to get a blood test. I would bet money she's an Uzumaki, and I want her inducted into the village under my clan's protection. Hiruzen's pipe fell out of his mouth. You didn't tell me about this, he accused. Naruto raised his hands in defense. I'm telling you now, he said, laughing slightly. I only worked it out yesterday with Kurama's help. Naruto had glanced furtively at Irika at the pause. Hiruzen understood, but he wanted to get the public parts of this discussion over with first. He sighed and put his pipe back into his mouth. Are you certain of this? He asked seriously. You know how serious the accusation you're making is. Irika spoke up. I don't, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen looked over at him and quickly explained. Kusa was instrumental in the destruction of Yuzushiogakure 50 years ago. Konoha granted amnesty to the Uzumaki clan after the fall, and if Kusa has been keeping a branch of the clan under their jurisdiction, it is in violation of the treaty of the Third Summit that ended the war. If such a violation occurred, it would be grounds for Konoha to call for the annexation of Kusa, or at least for extensive reparations. He turned back to Naruto. Danzo, he said slowly, is going to have a field day with this. Naruto rolled his eyes. For once I almost agree with the old bastard, he grumbled. Not okay, Kusa. But yes, I'm certain. As certain as I can be without actually getting the blood test. Hiruzen sighed. And if it's negative? Naruto smirked. We falsify it? Karen really doesn't want to go back to Kusa. I'll gladly induct her into the Uzumaki clan to keep her out of that. Hiruzen sighed. If that ever got out, it would be very bad, he said coldly. I really don't like Konoha's odds in a 4-on-5 Great War. Naruto rolled his eyes. Don't be so melodramatic, he chastised. It wouldn't get that bad. Kumo tried to kidnap the heiress of the Hyuga and got away with his scot-free. Hell, they got tribute out of that. This definitely wouldn't go as far. Hiruzen sighed. We'll run the blood test, he acquiesced, under the auspices of giving her medical attention. If it turns out positive, I can guarantee her amnesty one way or another. If it comes out negative, then we can plan our next move. That's the best I can promise. Understood? Naruto actually bowed. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he said gratefully, and Hiruzen realized he'd actually worried the boy. I really appreciate it. Hiruzen smiled tightly. If you're right, Naruto, then I should be thanking you. He sighed, a long, wistful sound. Our failure to protect Uzumaki is one of my greatest regrets as Hokage. Any repayment I can give to the Uzumaki is something I am proud to do. Naruto rose. As clan head, he said softly, let me say that I think you've done as well by us as anyone could expect. Given the situation. Thank you for everything. Hiruzen looked down, keeping his face a mask to avoid showing how affected he was. Thank you, Naruto-kun, he said. It means a great deal to hear that from you. But we have more to discuss, I think. Iruka, please escort Karen to Team 7's room. Naruto will follow soon. Iruka nodded and led the girl out. Agent Cat, Hiruzen then said aloud, and the purple-haired ANBU agent emerged from her concealment. Please take your force out of the room, he ordered. The full force. Guard the entry points. Agent Cat hesitated, then nodded. Her two comrades emerged from hiding and left by the door, while Cat took the one window. As soon as they were gone, Naruto pulled out 4 scraps of paper. Silencing seals, he explained, as he walked the perimeter of the room, placing one in each corner. Not too high level, but we're roughing it. He came to a rest across from Hiruzen. All right, he said. We're secure. What did you want? Any details you have on Karen-chan, the current Hokage said. And a full report of goings-on in the forest. I heard you assembled a tidy little shinobi corps within the forest. Naruto grinned. We coordinated with the other teams that had time travelers, he said. Gaara, Fujinshiriki of the Nanabai Shikamaru, and Shino all brought their teams together and joined up with us. We made it a point to take out any teams Shikamaru's intel said might prove lethal to other genin, and in the process got enough scrolls to pass everyone, including Team 9, who I dragged here last night after Hyuga Niji made an ass of himself a couple times. Hopefully the result will be a fully non-lethal Phase 2 of the exams. Hiruzen shook his head amusedly. Only you, Naruto-kun. Naruto shrugged. Only the best teams have a chance at passing anyway, he said, especially since I took a few extra scrolls out of circulation. I just didn't see the point in letting people die when I had a choice. Anyway. Naruto grew somber. Other stuff happened. Akatsuki showed up. Hiruzen's eyes widened. You're serious? Naruto nodded. When Sasuke went to save Karen, she was a teammate of his when he was hunting down Itachi, by the way, and he saved her last time Hashigaki Kisame showed up to give him some warning. Sasuke, being the cocky bastard he is, baited Fish Face into attacking him before he could finish. Then Itachi showed up and pulled his partner's ass out of the fire, and I had to do the same for Sasuke. And do they? Hiruzen began. Yeah. Naruto's voice was grim, and his eyes were dark. They know. The Dishonored's been busy. Must have spilled his guts to Madara at some point. Hiruzen closed his eyes. It's not as though this is entirely unexpected, he acknowledged. We knew Akatsuki would find out sooner rather than later. Naruto nodded. And we're still neutered by public opinion and inter-village politics, he said. We Jinchuriki can't reveal ourselves because people are already too damn scared of us. Finding out we're from a future where everything goes to shit would not get the intended responses. Sasuke can't risk getting any more attention than he already has without my support, and Shikamaru needs to avoid being a target at all lest we risk our tactician. And Shino can't exactly deploy alone, can he? There was a moment's silence as Hiruzen stared at Naruto. Naruto's eyes narrowed. I don't like your expression. Hiruzen shook his head. It's a moot point. Akatsuki isn't our only enemy. Orochimaru still doesn't know the truth, and until he either does or is neutralized, we can't show our hand. Naruto's eyes widened. Actually. Hiruzen's fist hit the table. It cracked. You're kidding, he said flatly. I don't know, Naruto said, raising his hands defensively. I don't know. All I know is that the genin he was supposed to be impersonating attempted to engage Team 9, and that when I moved to stop them, I was able to neutralize her without any trouble. I went back to check on her later, after she woke up, because she was on Shikamaru's list of potentially lethal genin. She wasn't Orochimaru, I can confirm. Hiruzen breathed heavily once more, aghast, then a sigh and said, But you're not certain that this is because he knows the truth? It might a fluke? Naruto nodded. We've seen a good few flukes like that, although up until now none have involved major details. Kabuto did approach us in the first part of the exam, though, and the team from Oto was present. So it looks to me like Orochimaru is still involved in the exam. He never attacked us, but that might be because there were 16 of us, including 2 known Jinchurikai who didn't know about me last time, until we fought, but he definitely knew about Gaara and he probably knows about Fu. On the other hand, Hiruzen said grimly, he might know the truth of the matter and not have wanted to engage potentially Kaigeter shinobi without more backup. We have no way of knowing, and as such have no idea what to plan for. Naruto nodded. We need to get in touch with Jiraiya, he suggested. If he's seen any hint of contact between Orochimaru and Akatsuki, we can probably assume that he's been brought, at least partially, into the fold. That has promise, Hiruzen agreed. I'll remain here for the evening. We have genin on a D-rank for the village preparing the meal. After we eat, I would like to see you, Shikamaru-san, Shino-san, and Sasuke-san in this room for further discussion and planning. Hi, Naruto agreed. Shikamaru might have ideas, and Sasuke might have caught something I missed. You sure you don't want to see Gaara and Fu too? Hiruzen shook his head. This will already be suspicious enough without inter-village politics getting involved, he said. Just the 4 of you will do. Naruto hesitated. Sasuke's bringing Sakura into the fold right now, he said hesitantly. I'd rather not exclude her anymore. Can she come too? Hiruzen smiled. Of course, he said. It's good to see Team 7 uniting at last. The Hokage wants to talk to us, Naruto told his teammates quietly. They'd gotten the room to themselves for a time while Karen was downstairs being stalled by Shikamaru and Team 10. Naruto had, of course, placed a silencing seal on the door in case she decided to come up early. Us, Shikamaru, and Shino. We've got some planning to do. He wants to see me too? Sakura asked, clearly surprised. Naruto grinned at her. I insisted, he said. No more secrets between us. Right. On that topic, Sasuke interjected, I didn't have time to tell her everything, and some of it was, well, yours to tell. I gave her the basics but not some of the details. I figured you'd be better with some of those. Naruto nodded at him. Fine, fair enough. Sakura, he grinned sheepishly, well, some of this might make you freak out. Please don't, okay? Sakura rolled her eyes. There's not all that much that could make me freak out anymore, Naruto, she said. My teammates are a time-traveling hero/villain pair from the end of the world. It doesn't get much weirder than that. Sasuke snorted. She's not wrong, he told his blonde friend. Naruto shrugged. True, he agreed. Here goes. First, I figure Sasuke didn't tell you about the Kyuubi? Sakura frowned and shook her head. It attacked Konoha when I was just a baby, she said. The Yondaime defeated it, right? Those are true statements, Naruto agreed amiably, looking at Sasuke in amusement. This is going to be fun. So, first point, Biju can't be killed, especially not in their full beast form. They're chakra constructs. At best you can make them disperse for a while, and no human in hundreds of years has been able to bring that kind of power to bear. Sakura was staring at Naruto, wide-eyed. Sasuke had to fight to keep from laughing at her expression. So, Naruto continued, what happened to the Kyuubi? Well, there's something called a Jinchuriki. It means power of human sacrifice. A Jinchuriki is a human who has a Biju sealed inside them. Gaara, for instance, is Jinchuriki of Ichibi no Shikaku. Fu is the Jinchuriki of Nanabai no Komiai. The Jinchuriki all remember parts of the future, Naruto continued, because the Biju are tied to the jutsu that brought us back, and they remember. You understand? Sakura nodded slowly. So, wait, she said slowly. You said Biju can't be killed. So what happened to the Kyuubi? Who's its Jinchuriki? Her eyes widened. Shino? Or Shikamaru? Sasuke told me they came back in time too. Sasuke burst out laughing. Naruto, he noticed, did the same. Sorry, Sakura, Naruto gasped through his chortles. No dice. He took a moment to calm down and then grinned at her. It's me, he said simply. I'm the Kyuubi no Jinchuriki. His name's Kurama, by the way. Sakura stared at him, her eyes wide. Oh, Naruto added, as if it had just occurred to him. I'm also technically head of the Uzumaki clan, which makes me technically heir to Whirlpool Country, if Konoha ever gets that back from IWA, through my mother, Uzumaki Kushina. Sakura's eyes widened farther. Also, Naruto said, raising a finger as if to forestall questions. My father was Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. Sakura's jaw dropped. Naruto looked over at Sasuke, his face red with barely suppressed laughter. What else did I forget? He wondered aloud. Oh, I was Hokage. I told her that, Sasuke interjected. Bah, spoil sport, Naruto said, sticking his tongue out at the Uchiha. I'm sure there's other stuff I'm forgetting. He looked over at Sakura and seemed to take pity on her. That stuff can wait, though, he said. Let's go down and pick up Karen. Right, Shikamaru said, spreading his map of the elemental countries across the table as Naruto laid the silencing seals around the room. Sakura, I assume you've been brought into the fold since you're, well, here? Sakura nodded. Apparently, meetings like this had been happening occasionally since not long after they arrived, months ago. It was honestly rather frightening. Fine. Probably about time that happened, Shikamaru said, stepping back away from the map. All right, so here's the situation. We know that Akatsuki is, at least, monitoring these exams. We know from Gaara that Suna was sent here intending to invade in concert with Oto, which means we know that, at the beginning of this exam, Orochimaru intended to do exactly, or nearly, what he did last time. Sasuke, he turned to the Uchiha. Do you know what Orochimaru's motives were in attacking the village last time? Sasuke shook his head slowly. I don't think he actually wanted to destroy the village, he said quietly. Whatever else you say about him, he's not vengeful. He doesn't care enough about people to be vengeful on them. I think the entire invasion might have been an attempt to convince me that Konoha was weak, as well as an opportunity to assassinate the Sandaime. Sasuke nodded at the Hokage. Sakura gulped. Sasuke and Naruto had briefed her more in full, but she was still processing. Hokage-sama will die a month from now if we don't do anything, she thought. No pressure. And you don't currently have a curse seal, Shikamaru said, which means that, even if Orochimaru is out of the loop, he might still call off the invasion. But that doesn't mean we're safe, because Akatsuki has deployed. If Akatsuki knows about Yuzune Dahen, only two courses of action make sense from their perspective. Shino's voice was low. Either they must go to ground, and rework their plans from the ground up to avoid being exposed and destroyed. Or they have to commit to an all-out assault, Shikamaru finished, and try to destroy us before we get any stronger. Naruto, Kurama still hasn't recovered from what the dishonor did to him in Nami, right? Suddenly there was a weight on Sakura's mind. She flinched as a voice boomed into her skull. He stole one of my damn tails, Nara, growled the Kyuubi no Yoko. No, I haven't damn well recovered. Naruto had told her he was a Jinchuriki, and had told her that the Biju weren't the monsters they were made out to be, but that didn't stop her from whimpering audibly. The Kyuubi sighed. Calm down, girl, he muttered. I'm not about to hurt you. Not like I have a body to do it with, anyway. Sasuke put a hand on her shoulder. Like he said, Naruto continued, flashing her a sympathetic grin, no? Kurama will recover, the tail will grow back, but that'll take months, maybe more than a year. It's only been a few weeks. Right now he's at a little over 8 tails worth of power. And we can't use it against the dishonored anyway, cursed Shikamaru, because he'll just swipe it. Sasuke shrugged. Naruto doesn't use Kurama's chakra in its pure form all that often anyway. I doubt the dishonored can absorb a Biju Dama. If anyone would know, grumbled Shikamaru, glaring balefully at the Uchiha. Sakura felt her teammate's fingers tense slightly. Now I think is not the time, Shino said calmly. Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame approached with a warning. What does that mean? Shikamaru threw his hands in the air. I have no idea, he exploded. It makes no tactical sense. Why the hell would they send anyone in as a pair knowing we have two Kaigeter powerhouses and Joninter support? Why is Itachi even still with them if the truth has come? He stopped, as though he'd been hit with a sudden thought, and a slow smile spread across his face. Can we all agree, he said thoughtfully, that Itachi was probably the second or third strongest member of the Akatsuki before his death? Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino all nodded. Then Naruto's eyes widened. He's playing both sides, he whispered. Or Madara is, Shikamaru agreed. I'm inclined toward the latter. We can expect that Madara knows the details, but the rest of Akatsuki is being kept in the dark about all but the basics. They know we came from the future, they know you two are monstrously powerful, but they don't know all the details. Itachi, for instance, Shikamaru stared at Sasuke, doesn't know you know the truth. Sasuke bowed his head. And he'll go report back after our fight, he said quietly. Madara will see I've shown Itachi my hand and will kill him before he has time to work out what it means. Naruto shook his head vehemently. I don't think so, he said. Itachi's too valuable to Madara. He'll try to spin it, and he'll manage too, since Itachi wants to stay on in Akatsuki. Next time we fight Akatsuki, I'd bet Itachi will still be with them. But, he added, turning to Sasuke, if you're confident you're right, you know Madara better than I doubt can try to mount a rescue. That, the Hokage said sharply, is a terrible idea. We don't have the resources to assault Akatsuki at this time, not to mention we don't even know where they're currently based. Naruto glared at him. Itachi is one of our greatest potential assets, he said fiercely. More importantly, he's the closest thing this bleak world has had to a real hero in generations. A tragic one, perhaps, mused Shino. Naruto glared at him. I won't lose him, said the blonde forcefully. Not if I have anything to say about it. You don't, Sasuke said flatly, turning on his heel and walking across the room, his back to them. Itachi's a greater shinobi than any of us. If you respect my opinion, Naruto, you'll leave him be. Sasuke. Sakura had never seen such an expression on her teammate's face. It was some mix of tenderness and pity. Leave it be, Sasuke said, turning back to them. His eyes were dark and hooded. Itachi will have a way out if things go south. It's too much of a risk for us to go in. I don't know if Madara will turn on him, but I don't think Itachi will die even if he does. Then we'll operate on the assumption that he'll be working against us for the foreseeable future, said Shikamaru, and we'll have contingencies in place for his defection. If Akatsuki, as an organization, knows the situation, but its members are running with partial intel, what can we expect? Any ideas? Kisame wasn't afraid enough of me, Sasuke said flatly. At least before we fought. For that to be the case, Madara must be keeping them in the dark about how powerful we are. That should prevent him from being able to justify an all-out assault at this juncture, Shino finished the thought. We can expect, then, that Akatsuki will go to ground. That might have been Kisame's warning, Naruto suggested. Telling us we can't expect to know their plans. Shikamaru nodded slowly. It's a bad idea to count on that, he warned, but it seems likely. In that case, it only makes sense that they will either try to bring Orochimaru into the fold, or use him as a distraction by letting his invasion pan out exactly as planned. What odds would you give them of getting Orochimaru on their side, Sasuke? Not a chance, Sasuke said flatly. Orochimaru hates Akatsuki, if he hates anything. They can't get him on their side. Shikamaru sighed. That would be comforting, he muttered, if not for the fact that Orochimaru wasn't where he was supposed to be. Where the hell is he? No one answered. After a moment, Sakura spoke up. The kunoichi he was impersonating last time was a Kusa shinobi, right? Why not an Oto nin? Doesn't he run Oto? Shikamaru looked at her thoughtfully. I would say he didn't want to waste one of his own assets, he said, but I don't think Orochimaru cared about any member of his village any more than he cared about any of the people he experimented on. Maybe he thought Konoha might have already tied him to Oto, Sasuke suggested. If we had, he would have stopped Otot shinobi at the gates. Do we know when the bodies of the Kusa shinobi were found? Shikamaru closed his eyes and thought. Outside the village perimeter, he said quietly. Otherwise we'd have found them sooner. Then Orochimaru wanted a way in, even if his own forces were stopped, Sasuke said. So he had to use a foreign shinobi. Then, Naruto muttered, why Kusa in particular? Just a coincidence? There were only 2 Kusa teams in this exam, Hiruzen said slowly. Not enough for us to worry about. They were screened even less thoroughly than our Suna allies upon arrival. I assume this would have been even more true in the original timeline. Then that's why he used a Kusa shinobi, Shikamaru said probably. So why that one? Her tongue? Naruto suggested. Sasuke snorted. That was his jutsu, not hers. Suddenly he froze. Shit, he whispered. There were 3 bodies found. He replaced her entire team. He turned to Naruto, his face ashen. What if he just chose the other Kusa team? He whispered. The Dishonored faced the other masked shinobi across the small table. The room was small, and lit only with a single ceiling light which left most of the room bathed in shadow. In Tobi's hands were 2 cards. 2 more were in the Dishonored's. Between them, on the table, were 8 cards, 3 were face down, while 5 were face up: a 4 of spades, a 5 of hearts, a 6 of clubs, a king of hearts, and an ace of spades. All in, murmured the Dishonored, pushing a stack of chips to the center of the table. Tobi watched him through the hole in his mask. The Dishonored had no idea what he was thinking. This was rather what made masks such an advantage in poker. You're bluffing, Tobi said lowly. I'll call. The orange masked leader of Akatsuki pushed his stack in to meet the Dishonored's. The armored shinobi cocked his head. Bluff. He mused, showing his 2 of diamonds. And double bluff. He showed the 3 of clubs in his hand and helped himself to the stack of chips as Madara began to laugh. Chapter 44 Reassurance. For a moment, there was dead silence. Naruto stared at Sasuke in dawning horror. Oh, Kami, damn it, Kurama growled viciously in their shared space. Karen-san. Sakura murmured, her green eyes darting from one face to another, as though seeking reassurance. It can't be, can it? Shikamaru slammed his palm onto the table. Sasuke, he hissed. Is there any reason, at all, for Orochimaru not to kill and replace Karen? Sasuke looked over at him dazedly. I don't. Suddenly he hissed as if in anger. Give me a minute to think. The silence was thick as he looked down, eyes closed, brow furrowed in thought. Naruto watched him, worrying his lower lip with his teeth. If Orochimaru replaced Karen-chan, he thought to Kurama, just, ballpark guess. How bad is it tactically? You're the Hokage, Kurama grunted. Why are you asking me? Because I'm too distracted with the fact that my only living family might be dead to worry about the tactics, Naruto told him, without rancor. Humor me. Kurama huffed. Well, to start, Orochimaru now definitely knows something's up with you, since you've already taken clan leadership. If he has other spies already in Konoha, it's even worse, since he'll know that you were never informed of that leadership before now. In addition, he now will know better than to deploy Suna since he had an opportunity to see you, Gaara, and Fu in action and knows that the Jinchuriki are close. He'll also know the identities of our powerhouses, and at least be able to guess at Shikamaru's importance. Possibly Shino's, as well. So, Naruto summarized bleakly, we might have just lost. Not quite that bad, Kurama defended, but yes, we might have just taken several very large steps back. He never put a curse seal on her, Sasuke finally spoke up. Naruto looked up at him hopefully. Sasuke had calmed visibly, his skin had regained its color, and instead of wide and horrified, his eyes were narrowed forcefully. He didn't want to risk damaging her and her Kekii Genkai last time. I don't see why that would be different. Of course, growled Shikamaru, there's no reason why he couldn't have just kidnapped her instead of killing her and replaced her anyway. The Sandaime Hokage stood then, suddenly in one fluid motion. His robes billowed around him, making him seem larger than he was. Instinctively, all conversation ceased. He crossed the room in 2 strides and opened the door, ignoring the slight flaring of chakra as Naruto's seal network was broken. Agent Cat, he said lowly and harshly. The ANBU seemed to appear before him as she emerged from hiding. Go to Team 7's room at once and fetch the Kusa girl, Karen. If she is not present, send a runner to me and mount a search of the building, code yellow. If she is not in the tower. He paused. Code red. Lock down the tower, and find her. "Hi, Hokage-sama," Kat said in her musical voice and turned away. "Bear," she ordered, "stay and guard Hokage-sama. Rest of you move." The Sandaime closed the door as she vanished. Naruto crossed to the corner to reactivate the seal network. As he knelt, he heard Shino's voice behind him. "If she is found within the tower, this will cause a stir." "No," Naruto said, standing and turning back to them. "It won't. You know why?" Shino cocked his head, and Naruto grinned ferally. "Because every single person in this tower works for at least one of us." Kurama started laughing. Shikamaru shook his head, however. "Someone may have arrived after dinner," he said, "or we might have a traitor among Konoha's Chunin that we don't know about. We can't count on it." "But it is a good point," said the Sandaime with a heavy sigh. "We know a great deal about our enemies, and even with our knowledge, as far as we know, we are currently safe. That is a good thing." There was a knock on the door. Naruto, who was closest, leapt to open it. There was Agent Kat, and there, looking very scared, was Karen. Kat's hand was on her shoulder, but she didn't seem to have been restrained in any other way. "She must not have resisted," Kurama mused to Naruto. "That's probably a good sign." Naruto agreed inwardly. Orochimaru doesn't do this kind of bluff. He smiled at her, but he was sure it didn't look totally sincere, especially since she looked even more frightened afterward. "Thank you, Nico-san," he said with a bow, opening the door wider so she could see the Hokage. "Karen-chan," said the Sarutobi heavily. "Come in, please. I apologize for the inconvenience." Kat let go of the girl's shoulder with a gentle nudge into the room. Karen stepped through the doorway. "It sits to trouble," she said in a high, frightened voice. Hokage-sama. I don't know." "You don't know what you did," Shikamaru finished coolly, "to get the Anbu to drag you into their Kage's office. For your sake, Karen-san, I hope that's the truth. Have you got a plan, Sandaime-san?" The Hokage nodded. "Kat," he ordered, "send a message by wire to the village. Get Yamanaka Inoichi to me. I want him here 5 minutes ago, understood?" Kat nodded briskly and closed the door behind her. "And now," said the Hokage quietly, "we wait." "Can't exactly continue talking with her here," Kurama muttered in Naruto's head. "Even if it is just her." Naruto nodded, then had an idea. "While we're here," he suggested, "can we talk about what's going to happen with the Uzumaki if things go well?" Shikamaru said coldly, turning to him. "Or if they go badly?" Naruto glared at him. "Bring it down, Commander," he hissed. "That's an order." Shikamaru reeled as if he'd been struck. Naruto took the opportunity to continue. "I think it's clear," he said flatly, "what we're doing next if things go badly. Kill the snake-faced bastard. At this point, I don't think they will. Since we can't work though a lot of our long-term plans at the moment, I'd like to include Karen-chan in a piece of the discussion she does have a part in." The Sandaime Hokage nodded. "I agree," he said loudly. "Naruto, if you would replenish your seals? Some of this should remain secret, I expect." Naruto nodded and returned to the corner, kneeling to work. "All right, Naruto," Sasuke said. "What do you suggest?" Naruto stood, having finished with the seal. "I think," he said, "that the Uzumaki clan situation, whatever that is, should be kept on hold until after these exams. One way or another." He grimaced. "I have a feeling a lot of cats are going to be out of their bags by the time the third part ends." Shikamaru sighed. After so much work keeping everything secret, he muttered, "It's all starting to fall apart." Naruto looked at him. He was looking down at the table, his face carefully neutral. "Do you agree, Shikamaru?" Naruto asked openly. Shikamaru looked up at him. "About keeping the clan quiet?" he asked. "Yes." "About our secrets coming out?" "Yeah, that too." Naruto nodded. "Then I guess the next order of business is to decide on the legal status of the Uzumaki," he said, turning to the Sandaime. "Can you help me out there?" The Sarutobi nodded. "The Uzumaki are currently registered as a protectorate of Konoha, largely because they never attempted to make significant treaties with the other clans as a clan of Konoha following the Second Great War," he explained. "This was mostly because, following the war, there were never more than 10 of them in the village at a time, and none of them felt particularly inclined to declare themselves as head of a Konoha clan. Naruto nodded. So I'll be working from the ground up, building my political standing, he summarized, with only the slight advantage of already being a recognized clan. The Sandaime shrugged. That's not nearly so minor an advantage as you might think, he said. It takes a great deal of wealth and power to declare a clan, as a holistic political entity. It takes much less to retain the status. Even at your most impoverished, Naruto-kun, you were never at risk of losing the status of the Uzumaki clan, at least in the eyes of the law. But even if you ran missions as lucrative as the one in Nami for years and had 8 children, you would still be unable to declare clan status before you were a grandfather. Naruto nodded, accepting. So I guess I do have a fair advantage, he admitted. Fair enough. I'll need to start building closer ties to some of the other clans, though. You've got an alliance with the Uchiha, Sasuke reminded him. Even with as little actually power as I've got, the name carries weight. And I can use the sheer size of the compound to build my power base, rent our living space, etc. The Nara will support you as far as we can, Shikamaru interjected. My father trusts me, as you know. But he can't back you in anything that'll seriously damage the clan unless the stakes are really high. I am less noteworthy among the Aburame, Shino said, but I am still the heir apparent, and have some influence. Such as it exists, it is, of course, at your disposal. Naruto grinned at all of them. Thanks, guys. It means a lot. Aji-san, any chance I can get an alliance with the Sarutobi? The Hokage shook his head amusedly. I am afraid not, Naruto-kun, he said. I must at least appear to remain neutral if I want to retain the equilibrium I have managed to build among the clan, elder, and civilian councils. Speaking of the Elder Council, Sasuke's voice was suddenly cold and sharp. What, exactly, is the situation with Danzo? The Sandaime sighed. I have placed increased limitations on him, he said, but I cannot decrease his political power at this time. Sasuke whipped his head around to stare at the older man. Why the hell, he growled, but Naruto interrupted. Sasuke, he said sharply. Down. Now. He jerked his head at Karen. Not the time. Sasuke's fists clenched as he stared over at Naruto with dark eyes. Then he nodded once, sharply, and looked away. I think, Naruto continued, his voice calm, that this is enough to get the clan on its feet. We won't be huge, of course, but there's plenty of time to grow. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Naruto reached over to pull it open. Sorry I'm late, Hokage-sama, said Yamanaka Inoichi as he entered the room. Hokage-sama, said Agent Kat as she followed him in. Yakushi Kabuto and his team have arrived in the tower. The Sandaime nodded gravely. Keep them under surveillance, but assume the Yakushi has Joninter situational awareness and Chuninter detection specialist skills, he said quietly. Avoid being detected at all costs. Kat nodded and was gone, closing the door behind her. Naruto turned to Sasuke as he reactivated the silencing seal. Why can't you be as good a groupie as she is? He asked petulantly. The Uchiha hit him. Keep talking, he growled, and you'll see how good a groupie I can be. The Sandaime cleared his throat loudly. Naruto turned to him, all business. Inoichi-san, the Hokage said, drawing the interrogation specialist's attention away from where it had been lingering on the Jinchuriki. I apologize for the inconvenience. I hope you were not busy. The Yamanaka shook his head quickly. Nothing I couldn't put down easily, Hokage-sama, he responded deferentially. What did you need? The Sarutobi nodded. This girl, he said, gesturing at Karen. Inoichi looked at her. Naruto noted with some guilt that her face, which had started to calm over the course of their conversation, was now as fearful as ever. If it's Orochimaru, Kurama warned, we'll be glad we did all of this. I know, Naruto agreed. But if it's not, I'll feel like shit. She must be examined by your techniques, the Hokage said quietly. We have recently received intelligence of a potential infiltration of the Chunin exams. Inoichi turned sharply to his Hokage, his face lined with sudden worry. Izino. He started, before clearly containing his impulse. Have there been any injuries? He asked eventually. Your daughter is fine, the Sandaime said with a smile. The infiltrator has not engaged anyone yet, and we are not entirely certain they are even here. If they are, however, Hiruzen grew somber. We know they have a technique that allows them to impersonate another person as a physically perfect copy, and we have reason to believe Karen-chan here was a viable plant for him. What? Karen exclaimed suddenly, staring at Naruto. Naruto-sama, you can't believe this. After you? You promised. Naruto smiled at her, and it was actually genuine. I don't think you're our infiltrator, he said honestly. And as long as you're not, everything I said is still true, and even if you were, it would still be true for the real Karen. Inoichi-san, he nodded at the Jonin, is a Yamanaka. They have abilities that allow them to read and manipulate people's minds. All he's going to do here, he continued quickly, noticing Karen tensing, is run a cursory examination to make sure you're not. Well, in order for the examination to be cursory, Inoichi interjected suddenly, I would have to know exactly who I'm looking for. I'm sorry, but. Then you shall, Hiruzen said softly. Inoichi, our infiltrator is Sannin no Orochimaru. The Yamanaka Jonin whirled to face his Hokage in shock. Orochimaru? He spluttered. Orochimaru is in my daughter's Chunin exam? Hiruzen nodded wearily. It appears so. This, Inoichi, is an S-class secret. You must tell no one. If Orochimaru is present, we must not show our hand until we are ready to spring a trap, and we are far from ready. The only reason we need to have an examination at all, Shikamaru added, is because Karen has come into some information we don't want in Orochimaru's hands this quickly. He'd get it eventually if he's here, but we want to catch him looking. Inoichi nodded. I understand, he said. I've read the psych profile on file for Orochimaru, of course, but it's been a while. Do you have any particular details you want provide, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen turned to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun? He asked. If you would? Sasuke cocked his head at the Hokage. Unless you want me to wipe his mind later, the Uchiha said quietly, this means bringing him into the fold. The Sarutobi nodded. If you insist, he said, then you may wipe his memory of this part of the conversation, if such precision is possible? Sasuke gave a sharp shake of his head. It would be if we were already in a genjutsu, he said, but real memories are harder. I'd have to wipe his memory of, at bare minimum, the entire conversation, and more likely he wouldn't remember the past several hours to the whole day. If I screwed up, he could lose a whole week. Bring him in, Shikamaru sighed. It's not as though we can't trust him, it's just that Ino's shrewder than we give her credit for, and if her teammate and her father are in on it, it's only a matter of time. The Jonin was looking between them in confusion. What is this fold I'm being brought into, Hokage-sama? He asked slowly. What secrets have these genin been keeping? Later, Sasuke said flatly. Karen doesn't need to hear all of that, and Orochimaru sure as hell doesn't. What you need to know now, Orochimaru is a sociopath with some psychopathic tendencies. His ambition is to learn every jutsu in existence. He's got a god complex and a crippling fear of death. Sasuke seemed to think for a moment. He's very much a scientist, he added. The man values knowledge above just about anything else. Definitely including people. And he hates Konoha, but he especially Sarutobi-sama. Inoichi nodded briskly. Fine, he said. That'll be plenty to work with. If I see any of those indicators, I'll delve deeper. If I don't, I'll be out in 2 minutes. Sarutobi nodded and looked at Karen. Karen-chan, I regret that this is necessary, he said gently, but I am asking for your cooperation. Please do not resist. The procedure should not hurt at all. Karen was staring alternatingly between him and Naruto, looking more afraid than she had yet. The beseeching look in her eyes was almost enough to break Naruto's determination, but he just smiled sadly at her. Please, Karen? She swallowed. Okay, she whispered. I'll do it. Inoichi nodded, and put his hands gently on either side of her head. I suggest you close your eyes, he told her, doing the same himself. Sensory crossover is common during the procedure. It's not harmful, but it can cause vertigo. She nodded. Her eyes closed. Naruto felt the flare of Inoichi's chakra. It blossomed and hung in the air, thick around the two. There was dead silence. The tension lay thick as a blanket over the room, seeming to choke the very air out of Naruto's lungs. Each second felt like an eternity. 126 passed. Then, after eons of breathless waiting, the chakra flare broke around Inoichi. He stepped back from Karen with a sigh as her eyes slowly opened. She's clean, he said wearily. Not a trait of any of the characteristics you mentioned, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke was silent as Naruto whooped. Great, he said excitedly. I thought so. I'm so happy you're not a dangerous snake-obsessed psychopath, Karen. Inoichi-san, Sasuke interjected in a low voice that somehow cut through the relief and Naruto's celebration. Orochimaru is quite good at mental warfare. He is capable of possessing his enemies via mental attack. And the tension was back and thicker than ever. It takes him a while, Sasuke continued, still perfectly calm, to assimilate his opponent's body into his mental self-image. This means that if he has time to prepare, the use of the Sharingan's signature genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, won't reveal him. If he doesn't have that time, however, it will. Sasuke blinked, and his eyes were red. Sorry, he said coldly, meeting Inoichi's eyes. Naruto had barely blinked before he looked away, eyes black again. I had to check. She really was clean. Do you mean to tell me, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was deadly quiet, that you risked the mental sanctity of one of my jonin without consulting me? Sasuke turned to him. If Orochimaru was in her head, he said quietly, Inoichi-san was the only one who could find him. I was fairly confident he would be quick enough to pull out before Orochimaru attacked him. The man's no Yamanaka. I only remembered that Orochimaru could use his body switch as a mental attack after Karen was here, he continued with perfect calm. At that point, tipping my hand and discussing the Sharingan, especially the Mangekyo's techniques, could have been fatal. Orochimaru is very good at getting away from potentially deadly situations. I had to wait. You're paranoid. Naruto whirled in surprise, for the voice was Shikamaru. She should have been the last person to accuse anyone of paranoia. Sasuke laughed mirthlessly. It's only paranoia until people are actually trying to kill you. No, you're right, Shikamaru agreed quietly. It's not paranoia. What the hell did he do to you? Sasuke's eyes flared in rage. What, he asked, his voice a razor, are you insinuating? Pipe down. Everyone in the room turned to Naruto. He and Kurama had spoken in unison, their tone identical, barely controlled fury, a healthy dose of disappointment, and a touch of contempt. The simultaneous approach from ear and mind decidedly empowered both of their relatively quiet voices into something absolutely impossible to ignore. We should keep doing this, Naruto suggested. Agreed. Shikamaru, they ordered. Sasuke. Stand down. That's an order. They turned to Inoichi. You alright, Jonin? Inoichi nodded shakily. High. Good. They turned to the Sandaime. We apologize for Sasuke's behavior. We will discuss it with him in detail at a later time. Until that time, his disciplining shall be postponed, and we will not have our soldiers questioned any further on the matter. The Sandaime actually swallowed. Naruto, he said hesitantly. Are we clear? The Sandaime looked like he wanted to say something, but just nodded jerkily. They nodded. Good. Let us move on. They turned to Karen. She was staring at their eyes, transfixed with horror. They're red, the Kyuubi advised the human. Aren't they always? They said. Right. Kurama did not sound happy. Time to split. Naruto blinked, and the room heaved an audible sigh of relief. He blinked again. Right, he said. Probably shouldn't do that again in the near future. He smiled slightly at Karen. Sorry about that, he said gently. I'll explain as much as I can later. For now, just. We all have our own monsters. Screw you, brat. What do you want from me? It's not like I can just up and dump the whole Biju aren't evil shtick on her right now. Why not? Because she's terrified out of her mind. So? So you think she'd buy it? Yes? That explains a lot about your behavior, actually. Bitch, I eat people. Go back to the room, Karen, he told her gently. Don't tell anyone about what happened in here. The rest of us will be along soon. Karen nodded quickly and fled. She was immediately brought back in by ANBU Agent Bear. Sarutobi nodded at him sheepishly. She has leave to go. Escort her to Team 7's room. No, Naruto said flatly, looking at Bear. Don't follow her, don't try to make her do anything. She's dealt with enough of that. Just let her go. Bear cocked his head at the Sandaime, who nodded at length. Naruto is correct, he said heavily. Go on, Karen-chan. She swallowed and looked at Naruto. He smiled gently at her. I'll be along soon, he promised. She nodded and ran wordlessly. Bear closed the door behind her, and Naruto reactivated the silencing seals. Right, he said, turning to Inoichi. Exposition time now. After that, we plan a little bit more like what to do about Kabuto, then we split, because there are a few conversations I need to have with my teammates. Sasuke shuffled awkwardly, but said nothing. So, Naruto said expansively, folding his arms behind his head and leaning back against the corner. Ask any questions you've got, Inoichi-san. Ask anyone. Most things, you'll get answers to. Inoichi blinked at him, then turning to the Sandaime. Hokage-sama, he asked slowly. Was that the QB I felt? His name's Kurama, Naruto interjected. I'm his Jinchuriki, but of course you knew that. He's a friend. No, I don't control him. No, he isn't sealed. No, you can't seal him. And yes, if you call him a demon, monster, or any variation thereof, I will be angry. Inoichi stared at him. Naruto grinned. Long story? That's what you're here for, though. Inoichi turned back to the Sandaime. Hokage-sama? The Hokage rubbed his forehead wearily. Yes, Inoichi-san? Is he serious? Yes, Inoichi-san. Oh. Inoichi turned to Naruto's smiling face with an odd, numb look. Good. Shikamaru grunted. This is inefficient. Inoichi-san, here's the basics Naruto, Sasuke, Shino, and I traveled back in time from 5 years in the future. Everything went to shit. Our job is to prevent that. We clear so far? Inoichi nodded dumbly. Great, Shikamaru said. Do me a favor and don't die this time. I was Hokage, Naruto cut in. Shikamaru was my ANBU commander. Shino was an agent under him. It sucked to be Sasuke. Almost as much as it sucked to be in my way, grunted Sasuke sarcastically. Naruto nodded agreeably. A few other people came back, Shikamaru continued. We 4 are the only ones from Konoha. All 8 other Jinchuriki did as well. And this one son of a bitch, Naruto finished. He's called the Dishonored. We don't like him. He tried to kill us. And will do again, Shikamaru added. There was a pause. Inoichi had given up looking from one speaker to another, and was instead just looking pathetically at the Sandaime, as though begging the old man to spoil the joke. Was there anything else? Naruto wondered aloud. Oh yeah? Biju can talk telepathically, Kurama told the Jonin, who proceeded to startle comically. All right, Naruto said as the genin emerged from the Hokage's temporary office. Sakura, can you go keep Karen company? Today. Can have been fun for her. Sakura nodded. Of course, she said sympathetically. I guess I can't tell her anything? Naruto shrugged. Basically anything that isn't an S-rank secret? He said helplessly. I don't really like this either, but who would really believe us without support from someone they trust? And she's only known us for, what, a day? Sakura smiled wryly. I guess. I'll go see what I can do for her. You'll both be along soon? Should be, Naruto confirmed, turning to where Shikamaru and Shino were already moving the other way down the hall. Oh, Shikamaru? He said cheerfully. The 2 former ANBU froze. Leaving so soon? Naruto asked. We need to talk. Shikamaru slowly bade Shino goodbye with a wave of his hand and turned back to his Hokage. Yes, Naruto-sama? He asked, face perfectly straight. Ah. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the Nara, smile still in place. None of the sass. Follow me. He glanced at Sasuke. Both of you. We need to have a discussion. He led them down the hall to an as yet empty bedroom. Once they were in, he closed the door and placed his silencing seals. Right, he said, smile dropping as he turned to face them. The hell was that? The hell was what, Hokage-sama? Shikamaru asked calmly. Naruto didn't move towards him, didn't shout, or raise his voice, or in any way show anger. Instead, he sat down in an armchair in the corner. I can wait, he said simply. There was dead silence. Then Sasuke sighed. You really are Hokage, he said wonderingly. Naruto didn't even smile. Not, he said quietly, without a trace of displeasure, if my own people can't keep themselves in check. They both flinched, but neither spoke. Fine, he said at length. I'll lead this little talk. Sasuke, you explained your thought process behind letting Inoichi risk himself. Let's talk about that first. Sasuke's fists clenched. What would you have done in my place? He asked coldly. Risked a. That, Naruto interrupted, is not how this works. You two just almost alienated the damn Hokage. The Sandaime, that is. You risked one of his shinobi without his knowledge and without his consent to one of the worst deaths I can imagine. Shikamaru? Yes, Shikamaru asked quietly, Hokage-sama? What do you think I'd do, Naruto asked him, if someone had done with Aino what Sasuke just did with her father? Shikamaru visibly gritted his teeth behind closed lips. You tear them limb from limb, Hokage-sama, he said slowly. If they were lucky. Correct, Naruto agreed. We should all thank our lucky stars that Sarutobi Hiruzen is a much more traditional Hokage than I am, because if he wasn't we would have just lost our most important supporter. As it is, I'm going to have to run damage control, and I really hate damage control. So Sasuke, he said, his voice still perfectly steady, the next time you see a potential security breach that you can't neutralize without putting an ally at risk, do you know what I want you to do? Sasuke swallowed. What? Naruto cocked his head at him. I want you, he said slowly and clearly, to get my attention in one of the 10,000 ways you have, and getting me to establish a telepathic link via Kurama. We have actually done this before, Sasuke. Just because you can't see a solution, doesn't mean Shikamaru can't. Am I understood? Hi, Sasuke said dully. Good, Naruto said. He blinked slowly at Shikamaru. Now, you called Sasuke paranoid and then referenced his time studying under Orochimaru. What was that reference meant to imply? Shikamaru's lips tightened. I wish to make a report in private. Tough, Naruto said flatly. Talk. Now. Shikamaru nodded tightly. I believe Uchiha Sasuke to potentially compromised, he said clearly, by fear of or revulsion for Sannin no Orochimaru. Naruto noticed Sasuke had frozen. He sighed. What are the grounds for this belief? He asked. Orochimaru, while a clear and present threat, Shikamaru said formally, as though giving a prepared speech, is far from the greatest danger presented to this party. I believe Uchiha Sasuke is giving his potential activity too much weight. Too much weight? Sasuke spluttered furiously. Naruto rose. Kurama growled in his head, and Naruto knew his eyes were red again. Pipe, he said, enunciating clearly, glaring at Sasuke down. Sasuke visibly bit his tongue to keep silent. Naruto watched him for a moment before sitting down again and blinking the red out of his eyes. He gestured to Shikamaru. Continue, he said. Shikamaru nodded. Too much weight, he continued, in light of the greater threats posed by such opposition as the Akatsuki and the dishonored. I believe the reason for this is some trauma Orochimaru inflicted on Sasuke during his time as the Sannin student. Naruto nodded slowly. I understand your position, he said, without tone. Sasuke, what did you mean when you asked what he was insinuating? Sasuke looked away. I thought he was suggesting. He actually swallowed, that the snake-faced bastard had his way with me. Naruto nodded slowly. Kurama, he asked privately, got any brain bleach? It's in use, Kurama replied tonelessly. Badly needed use. This, I assume, is untrue? Naruto asked. Sasuke's fists clenched. Of course it's bloody untrue, he hissed. I'd have included pedophilia on that list of traits I gave Inoichi otherwise. I'm not about to let some trauma get in the way of my job, especially, he glared at Shikamaru, if that trauma doesn't exist. Naruto nodded. Then what, he asked clearly, are you afraid of, when it comes to Orochimaru? Sasuke froze. Looked at him. Shikamaru, Naruto continued, still watching Sasuke. You may go. You are hereby ordered to avoid antagonizing Sasuke. I already gave you that order once, I think, but I'll let this one slide since I'm assuming it was an accident. Be more careful. He turned his eye on his erstwhile commander. I need, he said softly, a cohesive force, Shikamaru. You know that as well as I do. Please help me get it? Shikamaru nodded wordlessly. Then, after a moment's hesitation, bowed low. Hi, Hokage-sama, he said quietly. Naruto smiled slightly. Scram, he ordered. Shikamaru did, closing the door behind him. Naruto leaned out of his chair to reactivate the storage seal beside him before turning back to Sasuke. So? He asked. What has got you so scared? Orochimaru's dangerous, Sasuke said flatly. Naruto smirked and casually formed a Rasengan. So are we, he said, allowing the technique to disperse. Sasuke clenched his teeth. There was a pause. He was the first, the Uchiha said finally. Naruto said nothing, waiting for his friend to continue. At length he did. That damn Junjutsu he put on me, Sasuke said quietly. Before the Chunin exams, do you remember? We were genuinely starting to warm up to each other. Naruto nodded wordlessly. I think I see where this is going, Kurama said quietly. And then he comes along, Sasuke practically spat, and tears it all apart. You mellowed out again after the exam, Naruto said calmly. Yeah, Sasuke hissed, until he came again, by proxy this time, and made me try to kill you. Naruto sighed. I talked to Sakura about that a couple times, he said conversationally. You know, she and I came to the conclusion that second tipping point was actually Itachi. Sasuke looked away. He probably had a part in it, the Uchiha conceded. But Itachi meant well. Orochimaru. He was the first, you know? Naruto nodded. The first to turn you against the village. Screw the village, Sasuke snorted contemptuously. I don't give a damn about this village or any other, such as they are. One is basically like another. He was the first to turn me against you. You, and Sakura, and Kakashi and the others. Sasuke swallowed apparently a reflexive action. I'm not afraid of the bastard, he said more quietly. I know you can remove any seal he puts on me now, and it'll take you at worst a few weeks to work out a counter seal. No, I hate him. I think. Naruto cocked his head. You think? Sasuke shrugged. The more I think about it, he said quietly, the more I realize I've never really hated anyone as an individual before. Itachi. That wasn't hatred. That was hurt. With you, it was a rivalry I didn't know how to deal with healthily. With Danzo. He was just a part of an organization that killed my family. I don't hate him. Well, I do. But because of his group, not himself. Naruto nodded. And with Orochimaru, it's just him. Sasuke shrugged helplessly. I'm not sure why it makes a difference, but it does. Naruto smiled slightly. It doesn't matter why, he said. If it does, it does. He stood up and held out his hand. I promise you, he said. If I get the opportunity to choose, you get dibs on Orochimaru's head. They both knew Sasuke had had more than enough of vengeance, but this wasn't vengeance. It was catharsis. The gesture was small, but they were ninja. Even small gestures were a rarity. Sasuke grinned and shook his Hokage's hand. Chapter 45 Restitution. Sakura knocked on the door gently. Karen? She called. Are you in there? After a beat of silence, the response came. Why, yeah. I'm coming in, Sakura told her, turning the knob and entering the team's shared room. Karen was lying on her belly in one of the 4 beds, her head turned to expose her face to the doorway, her eyes listlessly seeking Sakura's own. Sakura sat down on the bed next to her and smiled at her. Are you okay? She asked. Karen gave a half-hearted shrug. Tired, she offered. Sakura nodded sympathetically. Naruto and Sasuke are like that, she offered gently. Even when they aren't keeping secrets, or worrying about the fate of the village. They just. They're bigger than we are, Karen mumbled, not looking at the senior team member. They'd roll over us without noticing we were ever there if they weren't looking. Sakura chuckled dryly. That's a good way of putting it, she agreed. Karen closed her eyes wearily. I think all powerful ninja get like that, she confessed. They're so far above the rest of us that if they want they can just stop caring what happens to us. She sighed, and the sound was older than she looked, like something that might have come from Naruto or Sasuke. And who's to say they're wrong? She asked, opening her eyes to stare lifelessly at the ceiling. Who decides what's right if not the powerful? Naruto seemed different, but... Sakura nudged the redhead's arm with 2 fingers in a gentle rebuke. Many powerful ninja may be like that, she agreed. They might think that because they're stronger, they get to decide what's right and what's wrong. I don't think my teammates are, though. Karen looked over at her. How do they decide then? She asked. When it's okay to roll over someone like this? Sakura sighed. I don't know, she confessed, not really. But I know Naruto, and I can tell you for certain. It was hard for him to do that to you. He didn't want to. Doesn't that mean something? Karen swallowed and looked away. If he didn't want to, why did he do it at all? Sakura smiled slightly. I think that's the point, she said softly. It's less about what stops him from doing whatever he wants, and more about the fact that something does it all. It means that what he wants isn't the most important thing to him. Karen nodded slowly. I understand, I think, she said. And that thing, whatever it is, that's what right and wrong is to him? Sakura nodded. I think that's what it is to everyone, she said. But each of us has something different that stops us and makes us do things we don't want to. Karen sighed. It was easier when I was just the Kusa healer genin no one really wanted, she confessed wryly. I didn't have to think about why people did things. I just had to worry about whether I'd be eating my whole dinner that night. Sakura chuckled. Well, I don't think you'll have to worry about dinners anymore, she promised. Naruto wouldn't stand for it. What wouldn't I stand for? The blonde Jinchuriki stepped into the room with a raised brow. Sakura narrowed her eyes at him. Eavesdropping teammates, among other things, she chided. He looked embarrassed. Yeah, sorry, he acknowledged. I just got here, for the record. He looked at Karen and grew serious. Karen, he said slowly, I just want to get a couple things straight. He crossed the room and sat across from Sakura on the bed, watching the red-headed girl closely. I'm not going to apologize, Naruto said quietly, for doing that. Check earlier. It was necessary to have a war brewing, and I can't afford to lose. Karen visibly swallowed. Sakura put a hand on her leg gently. But Naruto continued, his eyes softening, I am sorry about how we handled it. I'm sorry for both Sasuke's and Shikamaru's behavior, and I'm sorry we had you in a position where that check was necessary in the first place. I'm sorry for sort of losing it in there. Mostly I'm just sorry for making your first day as an Uzumaki such a bad one. He grinned ruefully. I'll try to make it up to you. Karen watched him warily for a moment before a slight smile broke across her features. It's all right, I guess, she mumbled. I suppose I understand. Sakura smiled at her, then turned as a throat was cleared in the doorway. Sasuke was standing there, clearly trying not to look awkward. Not to ruin the moment, he said slowly, but consider the moment ruined. Naruto, are we eating sometime today? Only it's nearly 9 and I last ate on the way to the tower. Naruto laughed aloud. Shikamaru-san. Gaara's voice was low and measured, a tone designed to go unheard by most, and unheeded by the rest. It was now the 4th day of the second exam. The 19 genin who had been in the tower had by now been joined by many others, and the dining commons were very crowded at mealtimes. Gaara and his team had taken to sitting among the other genin in Naruto's small army, and Gaara was currently sitting next to the Nara as he methodically carved his way through a varied plate of sashimi. Shikamaru raised a brow at the Jinchuriki idly. Yes, Gaara-san? He asked, with the same inflection. I was wondering, said Gaara, his idle tone belying a serious glint in his eye, what our friend's plan is for the next round of the exams. Naruto's plan for the elimination tournament. Shikamaru shrugged. As far as I know, he plans on getting through with all his people, he said disinterestedly. I guess the question is, what will they do if 2 of them face off? Gaara nodded. I assume it concerns him? He sounded almost bored. Shikamaru shrugged. The way I see it, he said, the guy who's best in one place is best in the next, right? The whole exam's just a glorified sparring match anyway, in some ways, just with higher stakes. This might be even more so. In other words, whoever wins moves on. I wonder. Gaara mused. I'm quite certain, for instance, that if you and I were to face one another, I would almost certainly win. Shikamaru shrugged. You're probably right, he agreed. And yet, Gaara continued, in many ways, you are more qualified for certain other matters than I. Should such a scenario arise for our friend, should the weaker be allowed to surpass the strong, in some situations? He's worried about Temari, Kankuro, and any poor sod's unfortunate to encounter him, Naruto, or Sasuke, Shikamaru decoded. If he and Shino, or Temari and I, or some other skewed pair of priority players were to face off in the prelims, should the weaker player get by because they might provide more to the plan? Shikamaru shrugged. I doubt our friend has a detailed plan in place, he said frankly, because Naruto didn't, but if it were me, I think I would leave it to the competitors to judge. They're all fairly aware of the situation as a whole. Gaara nodded thoughtfully. Most of them, he agreed, and the only exceptions are excusable. Thank you, Shikamaru-san, I believe I understand better now. Shikamaru nodded. I'm sure our friend will let us know if he has any better ideas, he said, and turned back to his meal. Will all competitors please assemble in the primary atrium? The command rang out throughout the building. Naruto recognized Irika's voice as having issued it. It was 1 in the afternoon on day 5 of the second examination. The preliminary round was about to begin. Hokage-sama will be addressing the Chunin examinees shortly. Naruto looked over at Sasuke. They'd been light contact sparring, taijutsu only, while they waited. He grinned at the Uchiha. I thought we'd never get to it, he said. Sasuke chuckled. So impatient, Dobe, he said condescendingly. You'll never amount to anything with that attitude. Naruto stuck his tongue out at him, while he quickly checked his kunai holster. Ready? He asked, in lieu of an answer. Sasuke grinned and followed him out. They met Sakura in the arena. She looked a little worried. They told her what was coming. She smiled at them when they fell into line with her, however. Naruto, Sasuke, she greeted. Keeping in shape? Sasuke shrugged. Can't exactly spar properly indoors, he groused. We'll see. At least we're fresh, unlike some. Naruto nodded. It'll be fine, he said. We're stronger than about 90% of the genin here. He gave Sakura a look. All 3 of us, he finished, daring her to disagree. She smiled slightly, happily, and didn't argue. The crowd of genin slowly formed into lines of 3 by team. Naruto was first in line for Team 7, behind him was Sakura, with Sasuke in the rear. Gaara led his team immediately beside him. He gave Naruto a nod as they fell into place. Naruto grinned back. As the last genin fell into place, the Hokage stepped into the room from a doorway off to Naruto's left and made his way to the statue in the room's front. He surveyed the young shinobi gravely as they fell silent, his eyes lingering on Naruto's momentarily. Chunin examinees, he began at length. Congratulations on your successful completion of the second examination in the Forest of Death. Several more teams had passed this exam than before, Naruto knew. The genin from Oto had been thoroughly shut down, although Kabuto's team had been allowed through to avoid tipping Orochimaru off. In the absence of several potentially predatory teams, 3 more teams had passed who had failed before, 1 from AIM, 1 from Konoha, and the last from Suna. This meant that there were 27 competitors, and assuming Kabuto dropped out, that left 13 preliminary rounds. You are all here to become Chunin, the Hokage said slowly. But few, if any, of you understand the importance of the test you are taking. I think it best if those of you who have proven yourselves thus far are given an explanation. There was silence as the genin listened with varying degrees of attentiveness. In the days before this peace the hidden villages now tenuously share, the Sandaime began, there were no Chunin exams. If a ninja from one village appeared in another, it was an act of war, and that ninja would invariably be killed. Now, however, we send our children into the hearts of one another's power and influence once every 6 months. How can this be? Have the hidden villages grown to trust one another so? No. The Hokage sighed. No, the villages still compete, and will inevitably attempt to strike at one another eventually. Perhaps not soon, but war, in this world, is always unavoidable. This Chunin exam, of which you are all a part, serves a function to this peace we have built. You genin are a substitute for war. He looked around at the young faces grimly. Each of you represents the collective might of your village. In the third portion of this examination, each of you will be watched, not only by other shinobi, but by independent merchants, daimyo, and other potential employers of ninja. How you comport yourselves in that portion of the test will, in part, determine not only who becomes Chunin, but also to which village these clients will go. The Hokage surveyed the genin again. Do you see? In this test you compete, not only for yourselves, but for your village, just as the villages themselves competed in the old days. It is in the nature of these villages to fight one another, and through this exam, we prevent that conflict from taking the form of bloody and wasteful war. The Hokage sighed audibly. Naruto sympathized. It wasn't easy to admit you ruled over a village which, inevitably, degraded to something like a rabid animal periodically. With all this said, the Sandaime continued, I would like now to explain the next part of the examination. Hokage-sama. One of the shinobi to the Sarutobi's right had stepped out of the line, turned, and bowed before him. Please, he said, allow me, as proctor, to introduce the next stage of the examination. The Sandaime studied him for a moment before nodding. Very well, he acquiesced, and stepped back. Naruto's teeth clenched. He'd always liked keeping his troops comfortable around him too. The top was a lonely location. But this was, by his standards, unacceptable. This Jonin had interrupted his Hokage mid-speech in front of foreign shinobi. Naruto made a mental note to ask Shikamaru for an analysis of the action, and whether it had merits he couldn't see. The Jonin turned. Naruto vaguely remembered him. He died between this preliminary round and the exam proper before. What was his name? Why should I know? Kurama grumbled. He's your species. It was rhetorical, furball. I am Gecko Hate, proctor of the third phase of the Chunin exams, the Jonin said, turning to them. Right, that was it. Before we move on to explaining the third stage, the Jonin began, and was interrupted by a coughing fit. At length, he was able to continue. There is something to be done, a preliminary elimination round. There was a rustle as the genin digested this. What? Kiba growled loudly somewhere to Naruto's left. We might be eliminated without even getting to the third round. Naruto ignored that little gem in favor of studying hate curiously. So first he's insubordinate, and now he's sickly? This is what Sandaime-sama wants to represent our village's Jonin. Your Hokage is an idiot. Or he knows something I don't. Too many genin passed the second test for us to move directly on, continued Hate blandly. A cough stopped him from continuing for a moment, before he went on. As such, we will be having one-on-one matches to eliminate half of the competitors. He coughed a few more times before going on. Given that these matches are one-on-one, as is the third portion of the exam, the success of an individual genin no longer another cough depends on the success of his or her team. Should one of you wish to forfeit now, you may do so without jeopardizing your teammates. I'm out then, said a familiar voice from far to Naruto's right. I used up what I had on the forest. I forfeit. With that, Yakushi Kabuto fell out of his place in the line and marched out of the room. There was murmuring among the genin. The word coward was thrown around a great deal. Naruto just rolled his eyes. Very well, said Hate with a nod. If no one else is forfeiting, we will move straight on. The matchups will be randomized and brought up on the screen there. He pointed with a cough at a black screen set against the back wall. They will be held here, in the center of this hall. The other genin should wait along the balconies. He coughed a few more times. Without further ado, he said the first match. The screen flickered to life. Names flickered on it like a roulette before settling. Sama Makusho versus Nara Shikamaru. Naruto and Gaara looked at each other. Naruto snorted. This should be fun, Kurama said, amused. Sama Makusho was a genin of Konoha who, Shikamaru was certain, had either never made Chunin or had been dead by the time Naruto gained power. That alone was a decent indicator of his relative weakness, so Shikamaru wasn't worried. The young man across the arena from him, older than Shikamaru, at least in body, by some 2 or 3 years, was sneering arrogantly at him, another indicator of weakness. He carried twin tanto, each about a foot long, sheathed at his sides. In addition, a standard shuriken holster was on his leg, and no other equipment was visible. In any other context, this would suggest to Shikamaru that the opponent's tricks were hidden. Here, he thought it more likely that the man had none in the first place. Shikamaru gave him a respectful nod. Makusho's sneer only widened. 3. Hate began. 2. 1. Begin! Shikamaru lazily formed a rat seal as his opponent charged. His shadow lashed out as Makusho drew his swords. The other genin found himself frozen, left foot in the air, in the middle of a leap. Shikamaru blinked, and raised his right leg. Makusho fell on his face with a muffled oath. Shikamaru didn't release him, he was still conscious. He stepped towards the prone, face-down genin, Makusho's feet jerking spasmodically as they reflected Shikamaru's gait. With a sigh, the Nara reached into his pocket and pulled out a handkerchief. He held it in his left hand, knelt down, and covered Makusho's mouth and nose, using his right hand to push the other genin's head into the cloth. There was silence for a time as Makusho's struggles against the shadow possession became increasingly frantic, then slowed as he ran low on oxygen. Before he could find himself within danger of asphyxiation, however, Shikamaru removed his hand, released the possession, and decked the other genin in the temple. Makusho went limp. Shikamaru stood up and turned to Hate. "He's unconscious," he said unnecessarily. Naruto began to applaud, and others joined in nervously. "The winner is Nara Shikamaru," Hate pronounced. "Medics, a cough, please see Tatsuma Makusho. Shikamaru-san, please return to the balcony while the next match is called." Shikamaru nodded and walked off, his eyes on the screen as it flickered. Saburo Matsuyama versus Yamanaka Ino. Shikamaru gave Ino a nod and a murmured, "Good luck," as he passed her on his way up. She gave him a confident grin in return. "I'll be fine, Shika," she said firmly. "They'll learn not to mess with Team 10. Good job on your fight." Shikamaru smiled slightly. "Thanks." A few moments later, he was settled beside Choji and Asuma, who had apparently come to watch. After greeting them, Shikamaru studied Ino's opponent intently. She was a genin from Suna, about Temari's Ajiso, about 3 years older than Ino, with cropped black hair and a flowing red robe, suggesting her role as a ninjutsu specialist. On the one hand, that meant she was likely to be able to field a great deal of damage at range, which was where Ino preferred to stay if she couldn't have a stealthy approach. On the other, it meant she was likely accustomed to staying fairly still during battle, which boded well for Ino's mind-body switch. It would be a difficult battle, to be certain. "Begin!" called Hate. Matsuyama moved first, but as Shikamaru had expected, didn't actually leave her place. Instead, a few quick hand signs were made and a hand was brought to her mouth for the phoenix flower. A flurry of fireballs was launched in Ino's general direction, but the girl avoided them admirably, diving into a roll to the left, coming up kneeling, 3 shuriken already in her right hand. She tossed them at her opponent quickly before diving away again. Instead of dodging, Matsuyama called on another ninjutsu to fire a projectile of pressurized air to knock the projectiles off course before firing a great fireball at Ino. The Yamanaka dove out of the way again, tossed 3 more shuriken, dove preemptively to avoid the futon deflecting jutsu, and then formed the Yamanaka hand sign, aimed at Matsuyama's position. Even as Matsuyama focused on forming her chakra for the deflection of the shuriken, she was caught in the mental technique. She froze mid-jutsu, and the 3 shuriken met her flesh directly. She cried out, and Ino's prone body twitched in reflection. Shikamaru's fists clenched as his mind already raced, tracking the trajectories of the shuriken, trying to figure out what they'd hit. One sank into her right arm, another in her left leg. Neither of those was threatening. The third, however, cut into her torso where, exactly, Shikamaru could not see, and that one might be a danger. Matsuyama's left hand rose shakily even as her right hand clutched at her belly. "I forfeit," she said tersely, and then sank to her knees as Ino released her. The Yamanaka's body twitched as her mind returned to it, even as Hate called out, "Yamanaka Ino is the winner. Medics, another cough, please see to both competitors." The Irionin entered the field quickly with stretchers even as the screen began to flicker again. Shikamaru glanced at Asuma. "Let me know how the matches go," he muttered. "I'm going to check on Ino." Asuma nodded firmly. I would, he said, but Choji still has to go. Get going, I'll get you if Choji's match is announced. Shikamaru nodded gratefully and turned away from the arena even as the next pair appeared on the screen. Sabaka no Gara vs. Ayaro Kamaya. Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly as the names appeared. The Ayaro were a small family in Suna. He would be facing one of his own. With any luck, she would be so paralyzed with fear that I forfeit. The girl's voice was panicked. There we are. Gaara rolled his eyes. Higurashi Tenten vs. Hyuga Hinata. Sasuke winced and looked over at Naruto. His teammate's face had hardened, but even as the Uchiha watched, he sighed, relaxed, and smiled. Good luck, Hinata-chan. He called to the Hyuga who was already entering the arena. Hinata visibly ducked her head. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Does she have a chance? Sakura whispered to him worriedly, her voice low so Naruto couldn't hear. Of course, Naruto was a trained shinobi and a Jinchuriki to boot, so he heard anyway. She does, he said firmly. Hinata's not weak. Nor is Tenten, Sasuke said mildly. Hinata definitely has a chance, but Tenten's got more experience, and she's sparred with a Hyuga regularly for over a year. It'll be an uphill fight. Naruto's knuckles tightened around the railing. Yeah, he agreed quietly. But no matter what happens, it can't be worse than it was. Sasuke grimaced. He remembered Hinata's fight with Niji, how the branch clan shinobi had taken a sick pleasure in destroying her utterly. True enough, he agreed. This might even be good for her, if they get to talking. They've both been on the receiving end. Begin! Hate shouted. Tenten began by speaking. Hinata-san, she said by way of greeting. Niji's told me about you. Hinata seemed to shrink inward. Oh? She said in a small voice, but the wide acoustics of the hall let Sasuke hear it anyway. What did he say? Tenten's voice was sympathetic. Mostly? She asked ruefully. He says you're weak and undeserving of being in the main family a lot. Hinata seemed to be trying to fold herself up. Well, I'm sorry for not being as strong as some. I think he's wrong. Sasuke's respect for Tenten shot up a few notches. Hinata was looking at her opponent blankly. What? Tenten grinned. I think he, and a lot of other people, are underestimating you, Hinata-san, she said firmly. I think you just need to stop letting them get you down. Hinata was silent. I mean, look at Naruto. Tenten chuckled. You saw him in the forest. You saw how hilariously outmatched Niji was. And Naruto considers you a friend. If that's not a recommendation, I don't know what is. For the record, Naruto called loudly. I agree with Tenten, but I don't think that should stop you pounding her into the ground. Tenten laughed, winking up at the balcony where Team 7 watched. Sasuke rolled his eyes. I think you should definitely try, she said, grinning as she palmed a storage scroll. Because one of us Konoha Kunoichi is going on to the third exam, but I don't want either of us letting people think Kunoichi can't make a good show. There was a beat as Hinata seemed to visibly absorb this, and then the girl took a jukin stance. Hi, she mumbled, and then, more forcefully, hi. Tenten's grin widened. Good, she said. Then let's get started. She jumped off both feet in a flying leap backwards, 2 storage scrolls unraveling around her hands already reaching into the extensive seal arrays. With a deft motion, she began throwing a steady stream of weapons, both large and small, at the Hyuga. Hinata moved like water. She flowed between a falling naginata and a whirling katana, deftly keeping her feet steadily as she moved rather than resorting to dives and rolls. Sasuke's eyes widened, impressed. He hadn't expected her to be agile enough to dodge through the middle of the technique like that. That was skill beyond most of their peers. And then Tenten began to fall as gravity took its hold. Hinata's Byakugan was already active as she began to flow among the continuing stream of weapons towards her dropping opponent. Tenten stopped pulling out new weapons and instead used her chakra strings to manipulate the ones already on the ground, trying to keep the Hyuga at bay, but Hinata just wove between them with the same unexpected deftness. It visibly took Tenten a moment to realize that she couldn't keep Hinata from getting to her before she hit the ground, and as soon as she realized she dove for a new weapon, but the instant she stopped controlling the weapons, Hinata was already leaping for her. "Juken!" Hinata called out forcefully. 32 palms. And the strikes began. Sasuke couldn't help activating his Sharingan to track the motions as they impeccably hit a tenketsu each. 32 strikes wouldn't seal the entire network by any means, but it was certainly sufficient to weaken Tenten, especially with the way Hinata was focused on her opponent's arms to prevent her controlling her weapons. The final strike met Tenten squarely in the left shoulder, sending her rolling away. She recovered into a kneel, both her arms limp at her sides, staring at Hinata in something like wonder. She began to laugh. "Told you they were underestimating you," she said breathlessly. "Well, I can't fight without arms. You win." "Go Hinata!" Naruto shouted ecstatically, beginning to clap wildly. Sasuke nodded slowly and joined in. "The winner is Hyuga Hinata," Hate announced between coughs. "Tenten-san, will you be needing medical attention?" Tenten shook her head, already leaving the arena. "The Juken goes away on its own if you slowly feed chakra into the block tenketsu," she said. "I've had practice. I'll be fine." "Very well," Hate said and coughed. "Then please clear the area while the next match is called." Inuzuka Kiba vs. Sabaka no Temari. Sasuke grimaced. Kiba, he expected, would not enjoy this. The Konoha shinobi and the Suna kunoichi faced off at the center of the arena. Temari's fan was out, folded and held like a heavy walking stick. She smirked at the boy and his dog. "Hello again, Inuzuka," she said tauntingly. "I hope you plan to bring a bit more to the field than I saw in the forest." Kiba grinned wolfishly. "If you think your performance in the forest was enough to take me down, you've got another thing coming," he responded challengingly. Temari's smirk widened. "In that case," she said, unfolding her fan to show a single violet circle, "may the best ninja win." "Begin," ordered Hate. Kiba immediately lunged, but Temari reacted quickly. With a swing of her fan and a concentration of chakra, which Sasuke observed with a flare of his Sharingan, she cast sharp winds at the charging Inuzuka. Kiba rolled to avoid the slashing ninjutsu, still pounding steadily towards the Suna Genin, but Sasuke saw something he doubted Temari noticed. As Kiba rolled, he let Akamaru out of his jacket, and even as Kiba continued to charge, Akamaru munched on a soldier pill Kiba had dropped with him. Misdirection, Sasuke mused. His estimation of Kiba's abilities rose a notch or two. Kiba was forced to dive away from Temari, rolling behind her, as another technique barely missed him. She turned to face him, and thus missed Akamaru's transformation into a beast clone of his trainer. Kiba grinned. "That fan's not bad for keeping me at a distance," he said conversationally. Temari shifted her grip on it. "You really can't win," she announced. "It's a bad matchup. A taijutsu specialist can't beat me like this." Kiba chuckled. "We'll see about that." Temari had only a moment's notice before Akamaru swirling tunneling Fang dove for her from behind. To her credit, she did notice and dove to her right to avoid it, but even as she did, Kiba attacked in a second tunneling Fang, marking the transformation into his signature Fang over Fang. Temari swung her fan as Kiba approached. Sasuke's Sharingan caught the moment the actual fabric of the fan caught on the whirling mass of Inuzuka. The redirected airflow of the interrupted jutsu kicked up a cloud of dust, thick enough that even Sasuke couldn't see through it. His teeth clenched. If Temari's strike had gone through well, that might have killed Kiba at that range. She had probably shown restraint, but... Slowly, the dust settled. Temari was breathing heavily, several meters back from where they'd impacted, leaning on her folded fan. Kiba was apparently in worse shape. A deep cut ran along his right shoulder, bleeding profusely, and he appeared to have been scraped up badly by flying dust, but he was still standing. Akamaru, still in beast clone form, was beside him. Temari glowered. "That was a neat trick," she said grimly. "Now I'll show you mine." She unfolded her fan in one fluid motion, but stopped as the first circle emerged and stared at the war fan, aghast. Right across the circle, pushing inward from the fan's outer edge, was a great gash torn in the fabric. Kiba's strike had torn the fan. Temari's teeth clenched, and she opened the fan fully, before closing it from the other end to hide the torn part. 2 circles were left exposed. Right, she hissed. Now you're getting it. With a flourishing swing, she launched a complicated array of chakra-bound gusts at the Inuzuka. Sasuke watched them with his Sharingan. The Inuzuka was faced with an X of gusts headed directly his way, while more swung around the central technique like doors swinging shut, or like a vice closing on him. He was able to dodge the primary strike, but one of the secondaries sent him reeling, a new gash opening in his left leg. He gasped at the impact, even as Temari charged another strike. Akamaru dove for his master, shielding the Inuzuka with his body as the cutting wind struck out. Sasuke's eyes widened, and his Sharingan caught everything as the slashing gale met the beast's clone squarely across the back and cut deeply. Akamaru howled, popping back into his original shape. Akamaru! Kiba bellowed in horror. Temari stilled. Sasuke closed his eyes. Chapter 46 Recompense. The Inuzuka Kiba rolled out from under his hound in a visible panic. Akamaru, he said again, cradling the dog in his arms. Akamaru twitched feebly, the gash in his back still flowing freely with blood. Forfeit, kid, Temari snapped, her face set. Forfeit, so the medics can help him. Kiba bared his teeth at her. Screw you, bitch! He hissed furiously. Fine, I forfeit. Help him, someone! Sabaka no Temari is the winner, announced Hate. Medics, please see to the Niken and his master. The white-clad Irionin were already on the field, rushing towards the downed Inuzuka and dog with a stretcher. Kiba grimaced and handed Akamaru over to one of them before allowing himself to be helped onto the stretcher himself. As he was taken from the arena, he sent a death glare Temari's way. You'll pay for this, he swore as he left the room. Temari slowly slung her, damaged, fan on her back, looking after the boy. He damaged my fan. He deserved what he got, she told herself, but it rang hollow. Temari-san, the proctor said, coughing, please vacate the field while the next match is announced. Temari nodded slowly and returned to the stairwell. Once she finished ascending, she was met with a surprise. The Nara boy Shikamaru from the forest was there with her brothers, waiting for her. Can you repair your fan? He asked immediately, studying her intently. Her teeth clenched. Of course I can repair my fan, she said coldly. Be a bit stupid to use a weapon I can't maintain. Shikamaru nodded. Good, he said. Then, with a sort of spasm, as though he hadn't even intended to do it, his fist came up and nearly struck her. She leaned away to dodge, but the boy had stopped the blow before it connected. He was shaking slightly, and his eyes were dark. Because Kiba might not be able to repair his, he said quietly, and I like that dog. He turned away from her, his fist falling to his side. He gave Gaara a nod and walked away along the balcony without looking back. She stared after him blankly. Gaara cleared his throat behind her. Don't worry, he assured her. He'll forgive you. He knows it was an accident. He just needs to calm himself. Temari turned to him, her eyes narrowed. What do I care if he forgives me? She demanded. He's a Konoha shinobi. We're about to invade them, Ototo, remember? Gaara didn't answer, only turned to look at the screen on which 2 names had settled. Kamiun Mai versus Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara coughed once. This, he mumbled, should be fun. Sasuke didn't bother going for the stairs. Instead, he vaulted over the railing and landed in a crouch on the edge of the arena. Under the pretense of fiddling with his arm guards, he primed the storage seal on his right wrist where the storage seal containing Kubikuribochos sat dormant. Try not to kill her, Sasuke, Naruto hollered from above. No promises, Sasuke called back without turning. Naruto just laughed. Mai soon entered from the other end of the arena. She was a young woman, about 3 or 4 years older than Sasuke, and perhaps half a head taller than him. She wore a battle kimono in a soft green hue, with slits cut up the legs and on the shoulders for freedom of motion. Her taki forehead protector gleamed in the electric lighting of the room. Her hand was on the hilt of her sword. Sasuke gave him a short nod as he entered the field. He recognized the girl from the encampment in the Forest of Death. She'd been Lithos Maitreya Kenjutsu user, by the long katana at her belt. Mine's bigger. The thought came unbidden as he considered his opponent's sword, and he banished it immediately, his left hand twitching slightly towards the seal on his wrist. Mai was staring him down, a determined set to her face. The image was betrayed, however, by the glimmer of stark terror in her eyes. She remembered him from the forest, too. He smiled. Begin! Hate ordered. Feel free to yield, Sasuke said casually. In response, she shouted battle cry and charged him, her katana leaping from its sheath in a gleam of bright silver. Sasuke's hand went to his wrist and out came Kubikuribocho. The massive blade sent the slimmer katana bouncing away as it deflected her downward strike. He twisted the blade in his grip, circling its tip around her sword and hooking it with the gap before pulling. The blade came free from her hands with barely a trace of resistance. The battle was, realistically, over in the field. Sasuke would have simply gutted his opponent then and there. Here, however, where the opponent's death was actively discouraged, he withdrew with a lunge, picking up her sword as he went. Yield, he ordered. She was staring at her sword in his hand. The entire exchange had taken about 2 seconds. Yeah, she said, stuttering. Yeah. I yield. Hate nodded. Uchiha Sasuke is the winner, he announced. Sasuke tossed the katana at her, held downward, and then turned away. He actually took the stairs to return to the balcony, partly because he wanted the isolated space to lock his storage seal without everyone realizing what he was hiding under his armguard. Naruto was looking at the board when he reached them. Kakashi had apparently meandered over to their little group at some point during Sasuke's fight. He gave the Uchiha a condescending eye smile. Sasuke didn't dignify it with a response, opting instead to follow Naruto's gaze. Hyuga Neji vs. Akado Yoroi. Sasuke's brow rose. Isn't that the guy who absorbed chakra? He asked his teammate lowly. Naruto nodded. I wonder how that'll interact with Juken, he mused. Sasuke shrugged. Neji and Yoroi were already entering the field. Begin, Hate ordered. You should forfeit, Neji said immediately, coldly. Your own teammate abandoned this competition without making an attempt. He has shown you to be weak, fated losers. Yoroi's masked face was still for a moment before nodding. I'm a taijutsu specialist, he said flatly, and I don't like my odds. I forfeit, Proctor-san. Naruto winced. That's going to make Neji insufferable, he muttered over the sound of the Hyuga monologuing about the futility of Yoroi's situation. The next match was soon called. Atsushi Shigeru vs. Kamyo Osura. Shigeru was Fu's other teammate, a wiry teen with a mop of black hair over a bony, sallow face. He wore all black and carried no visible weapons besides a standard-issue kunai holster. Osura was a Suna Kunoichi from the team that had newly passed. Sasuke didn't care, and thus didn't watch, opting instead to lean back on the wall and close his eyes for a bit. Kasa knows Shigeru is the winner, Hate announced. Medics, please see to Osura-san. Sasuke opened his eyes and looked down at the arena. The girl from Suna was on the floor, bleeding from what looked like kunai injuries, surrounded by her own bloodied weapons. He shrugged and turned his attention to the screen. Abirame Shino vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Don't you dare forfeit before we've started, Naruto hollered over at teammate. Shino looked over at him, nodded once, and made for the stairwell. Naruto grinned, punched Sasuke lightly in the shoulder by way of farewell, and emulated his earlier jump into the arena. You planning to let me out for this one? Kurama asked hopefully. You know that's a bad idea, Naruto told him, if only because we want to keep you in reserve. Fine. Kurama was displeased, but understanding. Shino entered the field slowly and coolly, seeming totally unruffled. How shall this go, Naruto-san? He asked as he came to a halt in his place across from the Jinchuriki. Is anything barred, and would you like me to test myself fully? Naruto shrugged. I'm not using everything I've got, he confessed. Got to save some stuff for the third part, right? I probably won't pull out all the stops even if I'm about to lose, because there's other things to save for besides the exam. I just want to have a proper fight. You and I don't spar often. Shino nodded. Very well, he said, and took a ready taijutsu stance. Begin! Hate called. Naruto palmed 3 kunai and tossed them at the Abirame, who blocked them with one of his own, all while insects slowly flowed out of his clothes to swarm all about him. There was a flicker, and for a moment Shino vanished into the cloud, before 3 of him coalesced. Insect clones. Naruto formed 5 shadow clones, Kawarimi with one of them, and then charged. For a few moments, he and Shino were engaged in 3 2-on-1 taijutsu battles. Shino hauled for an impressive 5 seconds before, one by one, all 3 of him dispersed. The real Shino had hidden himself in the confusion. Naruto closed his eyes. Under us? He asked Kurama. Yep. Want me to flush him out? Nah. Naruto looked between his clones until one got the idea and nodded at him, as though in instruction. He formed a few seals and palmed the ground in a Doton jutsu. The ground began to shake in a localized earthquake. Then a portion began to crumble, exposing the top of Shino's hood where he had buried himself. No sooner had he appeared that the Abirame was moving, leaping out of the pit and diving for the clone that had nodded at Naruto with a kunai. It was blocked, and the clone grabbed for Shino's wrist, but got a face full of Kikeichu for its trouble. Naruto flickered behind Shino as it dissipated and poked him knife into Shino's throat. Yield, he ordered. I yield, Shino acquiesced, the insects flowing back into him. Well fought, Naruto-san. You too, Naruto agreed as Hate announced the winner. Saburo Kasumi vs. Akimichi Choji. Saburo Kasumi was a Konoha genin from Mikusho's team, Shikamaru supposed. She had actually survived into the war, and had been a chunin in charge of a squad of career genin until she was killed in an engagement with the reanimated. Shikamaru had never known her well, but he had a vague recollection of her abilities. The Saburo were a very minor clan. Shikamaru wasn't even certain they had legal clan status, whose specialty was Suiton ninjutsu. Kasumi, with her distinctly watertight black bodysuit, seemed to be no exception. Begin! Hate ordered. Choji enlarged a hand and tried to smack at Kasumi, but she nimbly dodged backward. Her hands shifted rapidly into hand signs. Suiton Suryuden! A classic. The dragon of water burst from under the arena floor. She must be using groundwater and charged Choji, swerving erratically to make predicting its approach more difficult. Choji set his feet, glaring into the charging ninjutsu. His body expanded, rounded out. Nikuden Sensha! He roared, and rolled forward. He met the dragon halfway. For a moment, they seemed perfectly even. His rolling form ground against the arena floor, kicking up gravel and debris, and the dragon pushed back against him, its form wavering against the impact. Wavering. And collapsing. Choji broke through the water form like a cannonball breaking through a high wave en route to its target. Kasumi nimbly leapt out of the way, already forming another jutsu. But this battle was over. Shikamaru knew it, and so, he expected, did Kasumi. There was no way an aspiring chunin knew any Suiton jutsu more powerful than Suryuden, and if Choji could break that with his most basic technique Kasumi likely knew was basic, since it was an Akimichi staple and she was a Konoha ni, there was no ready path to victory. Certainly, ingenuity could substitute for strength. Shikamaru himself counted on that fact more than any other, as a rule, but given that Kasumi had burned probably 2/3 of her chakra on an attack she'd only bothered to charge directly with, ingenuity didn't seem like her strongest trait. Indeed, the battle continued in this strain for a time. Kasumi launched Suiton jutsu after Suiton jutsu at the Akimichi juggernaut, growing weaker with each attack as her chakra reserves were depleted, and Choji weathered them all without difficulty. Eventually, Kasumi grew tired enough that she failed to leap out of the way of one of Choji's enlarged arms, and at that point all was lost. He threw her into the wall, hard, and she fell to earth limply. Akimichi Choji is the winner, Hate announced. Medics? Shikamaru gave his final teammate a nod as he returned to the balcony. Well done, Choji, he said. Choji grinned at him. You weren't half bad yourself, he said. Shikamaru snorted. Come on, he said, glancing at Ino. I'm headed to the hospital to check on Akamaru. You two coming? Ino nodded, looking unhappy. Oh, I hope he's okay, she said. He's a good dog. You don't know the half of it, Shikamaru wanted to say. He remembered a Niken who had been able, by the end, to stand against even the upper echelons of the enemies reanimated on his own and come out on top. He remembered a dog that had had more talent for following orders when prudent and improvising when necessary than most human soldiers. Yeah, Shikamaru said quietly. He really is. They passed Team 7 on the way out. Shikamaru flagged Naruto down. We're going to check on Kiba and Akamaru, he told his Hokage. Naruto nodded. Got it, he said. We'll come once Sakura's gone. Let me know if you need me. Shikamaru nodded. Later, he said. The next match placed Kabuto's final teammate, Misumi, against some faceless Konoha Gen and Sasuke didn't much care about. As with the previous match of that type, he leaned against the wall and ignored it completely. Neither participant died, and Misumi progressed. The next match, however, Fu versus Rock Lee, promised to be much more interesting. Sakura, it seemed, did not agree. Oh great, she mumbled. Another Jinchuriki fight where everyone knows how it ends. Sasuke chuckled. Well, yes, he agreed. But Lee has a way of making even his losses entertaining. At least as long as you ignore his spouting about the power of youth. Which Lee was now beginning. Yash, he said as he entered the arena across from the green-haired Taki Jinchuriki. Welcome to Konoha, fellow shinobi. I am sorry, but it seems I will have to defeat you now. Fu's lips were twisted as if to contain laughter. Oh, really? She said, and her voice was strained with mirth. I'm sure that's just tragic for you. It is, Lee said earnestly. After all the work you put in to get here, it seems a shame to send you home without a chance to demonstrate your youth. The capital letter neatly fell into place in Sasuke's mind in the tournament proper, and become Chunin. Fu giggled. Say, you're a taijutsu user, right? She asked. Lee nodded fervently. I am, he said proudly. I will prove that through youth, one can become an excellent shinobi without ninjutsu. I'm sure you will, Fu said, and now there was a predatory glint to her eyes, but it won't be today. I'll use only taijutsu too, all right? We'll see who's the better practitioner. Yash! Lee exulted. Your youth knows no bounds. Very well, I accept. If I lose, I will do 1,000 laps around Konoha, on my hands. Fu laughed aloud at that one. Oh, I like you, she said. It'll be a shame to take you down a peg, honestly. But also so much fun. Are you two quite done? Asked Hate wearily. Fu cocked an eyebrow at him. You have 26 high-powered adolescents packed into a room and ordered to beat one another into submission in formal one-on-one fights, she said dryly. Did you not expect monologues? Hate rolled his eyes. Expected, he coughed, yes. Desired, no. Are you done? She grinned. Cricked her neck. I'm done. Good. Begin. And both competitors were gone, flickering into motion so fast that even Sasuke's highly trained eyes could barely detect their passage. He flared his Sharingan, the better to see. The two fighters met in the middle of the arena, exchanged a single blow. Fu's roundhouse kick was dodged by a roll from Lee, who used his lowered height to deliver a sweep which she nimbly leapt over and then dashed apart into one another's starting positions. They stopped, and turned back to face each other. Lee's face was glowing with boyish excitement. Fu's was set in a devilish grin. Yash! Lee said excitedly. You are as fast as I am. Nah, said Fu, her smile widening. I'm faster. And they charged again. They clashed once, broke apart, circled one another for a time, and then dived for one another. Lee threw a kick which Fu ducked. She rose again with an uppercut to his gut, which he deflected. He tried to grasp her wrist in the motion, but she drew it back too quickly, and spun to deliver an elbow to his face. He ducked it and tried to kick her legs out from under her. She tucked them up, bringing them up to her torso. She turned in midair, and both feet snapped out, striking Lee hard in the center of the chest. It was a hard target, and damage was minimal, but it pushed him back a couple feet and threw her several. She landed in a roll and came up ready. They watched one another for a moment, perfectly motionless. Fu smiled. "All right," she said. "Enough warm up." Her speed had nearly doubled, now that she wasn't holding back. Sasuke doubted anyone without a Sharingan could follow her now. She was in Lee's face in the blink of an eye, and had planted a fist each into his gut, both cheeks, and one kidney, before driving an elbow into his solar plexus which cast him back several yards. He landed hard, but kept his footing. He coughed painfully. "Yash!" he said in pained exuberance. "You truly are a powerful ninja." Fu rolled her eyes. "Whatever trick you have planned," she said, "use it now. This next exchange doesn't end until you're unconscious." Lee glanced up at the balcony. Sasuke followed his gaze and saw Guy nodding solemnly. "You may, Lee," he said. "Go forth, show her your youth." Fu's nose wrinkled. "At least buy me dinner first," she protested. Lee's brow furrowed. "I do not understand," he told her. She rolled her eyes. "My friend," she said, "you know how I hit you just now?" Lee nodded. "Well, there's this thing called puberty. It hasn't." Besides Sasuke, Sakura was gripping the railing hard and trying to stifle her laughter. Sasuke noticed that he, too, was chuckling. Naruto, of course, was guffawing without a care on his other side. "Yash!" Lee said, leaning down and pulling up his shin guards to reveal the training weights beneath. "I, too, will stop holding back. And I will learn what this thing you call puberty is, and I will hit it." Sasuke's face met his palm. They greeted one another like old friends. There was a crash as Lee dropped his training weights with a resounding thud. "Yash!" he cried. "I am coming, Fu!" She blinked. "Are you trying to do the innuendo thing?" she asked. He charged. So did she. They were evenly matched against two fantastically fast fighters, exchanging blows at speeds most humans couldn't even perceive. Strike after strike was deflected, dodged, or blocked outright, and for almost 3 minutes of solid combat, either gained an advantage. But Fu was a Jinchuriki, and what she could not outpace, she could outlast. Lee began to tire, after 3 minutes at his very peak. Fu did not. He took a blow to the face first, but came back from it. Then it was to the solar plexus, but he recovered admirably. Another to the kidney, his other kidney, this time followed up with a kick to the thigh, and he stumbled. That was fatal. Fu was on him in an instant, a veritable whirlwind of arms and legs. Several blows to the gut, and at least 3 to the same temple later, and Lee was falling back, reeling, barely holding on to consciousness. "Enough," Fu said. "It was a good fight, but you're done. There's no shame in that." "And no," Lee managed. "Through youth and hard work." Fu sighed. She approached him as he staggered and took him into her arms. "You're right," she said, "but hard work takes time. Sometimes you go into a fight, it can't win you now. That doesn't mean it can't win it later. One day, Lee. But not today." She pulled back, steadied him. Smiled. "Today," she said, "it's time for you to rest." Her head reared back and struck him, hard on his bushy brows. He staggered, tipped, and fell. She stood over him for a moment before glancing at Hate. "You calling it?" she asked. He nodded. "Fu is the winner," he declared. "Medics, another cough, please. See to Rock Lee." Sasuke nodded and turned to Sakura. "See?" he said. "Interesting." She chuckled. "And funny," she said. "Fu's crude, but I like her." "You ready?" he asked her. "You're up next." She smiled at him. "Against Kankuro," she said. "I think I'll be okay." He nodded. "Good luck," he said. "Don't lose." Sakura grinned. "I don't plan to," she said. "Let's see poisons, puppets, and poor taijutsu, right?" He snorted. "Sounds like you've got him figured out." "Meh," she said. "He might surprise me." The match was declared. Hate called for the combatants. Sakura gave him and Naruto each a quick hug and then did as they had vaulted over the railing and landed firmly on the ground. She cricked her neck as she approached the center of the arena. Kankuro was coming out of the stairwell opposite her just as she reached Hate. "You should forfeit, girlie," he said tauntingly. "A little shrimp like you, getting carried by her teammates, isn't going to be any match for me." Sasuke frowned. Kankuro was prodding at her weaknesses. He didn't appreciate it. Sakura, however, just shrugged. "And Gaara hasn't been carrying you?" she asked lightly. "More to the point, I'm not the one who hides behind dolls even in the middle of a fight." Kankuro's face twisted into a furious grimace. "They're not dolls," he said lowly. "They're puppets." Sakura rolled her eyes. "Right," she said, her voice carrying an impressive sarcastic lilt which Sasuke couldn't help smiling at. "What do you call this one, Barbie?" Kankuro shuddered in rage. "Oh, you're gonna wish you hadn't made me mad," he said. "Begin!" Hate ordered. Kankuro charged. No, Crow, Sasuke realized. The puppeteer wouldn't charge. An amateur tactical error, but then Kankuro was an amateur. It was Temari who had become the budding tactician under Shikamaru's tutelage. Kankuro didn't even have the talent. Sakura did. She nimbly sidestepped the charge, tapped the bandage-wrapped puppeteer, and then leapt away as he slowed to a stop. The face on the puppet slackened, became neutral. It stood perfectly idle. Sakura approached warily, a kunai in hand. When Kankuro didn't move, she set the tip of her kunai against where the jugular would be under the bandages. "Proctor?" she called. "He's trapped in my genjutsu. Can you call the match?" Hate nodded. "The winner is Haruno Sakura," he said. "You may go. I'll wake him so he doesn't attack you." Sakura nodded and leapt up to the balcony in a single bound. Sasuke found that he was smiling at her. "Nicely done," he said. "No unnecessary flair, in, genjutsu out. I like it." She smiled at him. "Thank you," she said, bowing slightly with a flourish. "You're too kind." Naruto clapped them both on the shoulders. "Good job, Team 7," he said. "We're all gonna make Chunin for sure." "Now that there are fewer of you," the Hokage said to the assembled genin, "we can proceed with the final part of the Chunin exams. First, I wish to impress upon you all once again that your promotion does not hinge on victory in the tournament. Your performance may be sufficient to warrant promotion regardless of whether you win or lose. The only reason winning fights is better is because it gives you further opportunities to demonstrate your skills in later fights." Naruto stood beside Sasuke, with Sakura on the Uchiha's other side, as they listened to the Hokage give his speech. "As such," the Hokage continued, "the actual bracketing of the tournament is not as vital as it may appear. 3 of you will be given byes. The other 10 will fight in 1 round more than those 3. The structure of the tournament shall be as follows. First, competitors 1 and 2 will fight. 3 will be given a bye. Then competitors 4 and 5 will fight. 6 will receive a bye. 7 and 8 will fight, followed by 9 and 10. 11 will be given a bye, and 12 and 13 will fight. Then, the winner between 1 and 2 will fight 3. The winner between 4 and 5 will fight 6. The winner between 7 and 8 will fight the winner between 9 and 10. Then 11 will fight the winner between 12 and 13. In the semi-finals round, the winner between 1, 2, and 3 will fight the winner between 4, 5, and 6. Then the winner between 7, 8, 9, and 10 will fight the winner between 11, 12, and 13. After that, the last 2 competitors will face one another in the finals. The Hokage looked around. "I will, of course, be giving you both charts of the brackets and the names of your first competitor," he said. "Are there any questions?" There were none. "Good," the Hokage said. "Then, without further ado, competitor 1 is Sabaka no Gaara. He will be facing Yamanaka Ino in the first round. Haruno Sakura, as competitor 3, will receive a bye. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji are competitors 4 and 5. The winner of that match will face Hyuga Hinata in the second round. Competitors 7 and 8 are Shikamaru Nara and Sabaka no Temari. Competitors 9 and 10 are Akimichi Choji and Uzumaki Naruto. Atsushi Shiga will receive a bye, and face the winner of the match between Fu and Tsurugi Misumi. Naruto quickly committed the brackets to memory. Hyuga Hinata and Konoha Team 10 are currently at the hospital, the Sandaime said, glancing at Naruto. "Would you?" Naruto nodded. "My team will tell them their brackets," he confirmed. Thank you, the Hokage said. You each have 1 month to prepare. Good luck. That is all. How's Akamaru? Naruto asked immediately upon entering the White Room. Shikamaru glanced up from his book. He'll live, he said. But his spine was partially severed. We need Tsunade to heal him up to being a combat-capable Niken again. Naruto grimaced. Oh, Kami. He glanced over at the bed, where the Inuzuka was sleeping. Kiba looked more peaceful than he ever did when awake. Where's your team? He asked. Choji went to get some food to bring back. Shikamaru's voice was clinical, detached. Ino took Hinata to her flower shop. I think she wanted to distract her from. Well, Akamaru's her teammate. Naruto nodded. Yeah, he said unhappily. Shikamaru shook his head then. Anyway, he said, turning to face them fully. The brackets. How's it look? You're up against Temari round 1, Sasuke said darkly. Naruto had expected Shikamaru to grimace. Instead, the Naruto's face set into a grim little smile. Good, he said. I'll be able to teach her just what I think about trying to kill a damn puppy. It was a fight, Sakura said meekly. And Kiba wasn't holding back. Temari has other tools, Shikamaru said firmly, looking at Kiba. I should know. She had alternatives. She just didn't think or choose to use them. And I'm not okay with that. She's not the same girl, Naruto said quietly. Shikamaru snorted. Doesn't stop me feeling like I just got stabbed in the back, he said. Then he sighed. Right, after I take her down a peg, who's next? Me or Choji, Naruto reported. So you? Well, yeah? That'll be fun, Shikamaru considered. What about Ino? She's facing Gaara in the first round, Sakura said. I'm facing him in the second. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Best of luck with that, he said dryly. Sakura smiled. I think I can make a good enough showing to be worth promoting, she said. Won't win, obviously, but no one's expecting you to win against a Jinchuriki, Shikamaru said. Right. Do we know when they're planning on engaging? They might plan on doing it as soon as Gaara steps onto the field in the first match, Naruto said. But he's not going to be activating Shikaku, so they'll probably scramble to figure out what to do from there. Shikamaru nodded. Hopefully, he said. Unless Orochimaru's planned around us somehow. He rolled his eyes. This is definitely the messiest game of espionage I've ever played. Naruto snorted. What about you, Sasuke? Shikamaru asked. Who are you up against? Neji round 1, Hinata round 2, Gaara round 3, Sasuke reported. And then Naruto in the finals. Naruto grinned fairly. Oh, that'll be fun, he said. Sasuke grinned back. That it will, he agreed. Shikamaru sighed. But we have a lot to do before then, he said, standing up. We have Sannin to talk to, spies to coordinate, and a war to win. Naruto held out his hand. Good thing we've got the best commander in the world on our side, he said. Shikamaru's lips twitched into a slight smile. Flattery will get you nowhere, Hokage-sama, he said, and took the offered arm in a firm grip. The preliminaries were done. It was time to prepare for the real challenge. Chapter 47 Rearticulate. Nice bracketing, Shikamaru drawled as he followed Naruto into the Hokage's office. The Sandaime smiled slightly. I thought so, he agreed lightly. None of the powerhouses face each other in the first round or the second. It seemed fitting. Naruto chuckled. Didn't know you had a flair for the dramatic, Aji-san. The elderly Hokage chuckled. In this business, he said, it's nearly as essential as politics. Then the smile slid off his face. Now, to business. Naruto took his seat across from the Hokage. Shikamaru stood beside him and clasped his hands behind his back. We know that Akatsuki is watching the tournament, he said crisply. We know they want us to know that. Orochimaru hasn't shown his hand, but Kabuto is still in the village and Tsurugi Misumi is participating in the tournament. We know from Gaara that the invasion by Suna is still going forward. He grimaced. Our worst-case scenario, he said grimly, is that all three of our enemy factions have been brought together by the Dishonored in preparation for a coordinated attack on our heavy hitters, possibly in conjunction with other threats which we don't know about. How likely is that? Naruto asked. Shikamaru shook his head. Not very, he said. The Akatsuki are global criminals, everyone. Suna can work with Orochimaru to destroy Konoha without reprisal because he's only really criminal from our perspective. But the Akatsuki would make them the enemies of every other nation as soon as Konoha was defeated. It's not worth the risk to them. However, he added darkly, what I think is possible is that the Dishonored has allied Akatsuki with Orochimaru, and thus Suna through him. That's not quite as bad, because Suna Shinobi will be hostile to Akatsuki, especially Sasori, and possibly vice versa, but it's still far from a good situation. Agreed, the Sandaime said grimly. How can we improve security? Make sure the evacuation procedures are dusted off and prepared, Shikamaru said promptly. Start evacuating civilians discreetly the moment the tournament starts. Call back as many shinobi as you can on the grounds of security for the exams, and try to get as many others as possible in nearby staging areas. The Sandaime Hokage nodded. Good ideas, he agreed. I'll see to it. Shikamaru, Naruto cut in. Sasuke's encounter with Akatsuki. Your analysis? The Dishonored can have told Itachi the full truth of the situation, Shikamaru said, or Itachi would have already defected back to us. That means he can have told Kisame either, because there's no way he could keep any important secrets without Itachi finding out. Yet he sent them to engage Sasuke in the forest. We're missing the why, but he must know there's a risk of Itachi's defection regardless, just based on what Sasuke says. So either he wants Itachi to defect, or he gains something that outweighs that risk. Well, either he did or Madara did. Or wants us to believe that Itachi defected, Naruto said quietly. Shikamaru's face slackened. Juinjutsu, he said in dawning horror. You think? If Itachi shows up, Naruto said, he needs to be contained. No matter how much we want to trust him, our enemies aren't above mind control and sleeper agents. Clear? Shikamaru nodded. Agreed. I'll pass that on to Danzo, the Sandaime said. If anyone can keep Itachi's presence from his brother, it would be him. Let us hope it doesn't come to that. Naruto nodded. Right, he agreed. Shikamaru, any idea when they plan to start the invasion? I've spoken with Gaara, Shikamaru said. They want him to kick it off during his fight with Sasuke. Naruto nodded. I figured it'd be then. Good. Do we want him to actually do that, or leave them guessing? I think he's better equipped to decide that, Shikamaru said. He knows Suna better than any of us. True, Naruto agreed. Fine, we'll leave that to him. What else can we do? Not much, Shikamaru confessed, besides hope we get more intel before the tournament. Speaking of which, he glanced at Naruto. I believe you and I have a spy master to meet. Naruto blinked. A smile spread across his face like the break of day. Jiraiya, he said happily. Oh, it'll be great to see him again. Be careful, Shikamaru warned. I will. Sasuke stood ready, his knees bent, Kubikurabocho held behind his back in a reverse grip. His eyes were covered by a blindfold, but his ears were perked to all sound. A rustle, barely audible, emanated from the tree to his right. There she is. He didn't betray his thoughts, but he mentally prepared to bring his blade around to deflect. A rush of air crossed his ears as Sakura leapt. Sasuke triangulated the positions of her kunai and brought his sword around. Cock-lang! His angled blade caught one and then the other in rapid succession. He spun, slashing across his partner with the dull edge of the sword, but she ducked and brought her leg around to sweep away his feet. Sasuke jumped, landed with both feet on the top of her head, and jumped over her before somersaulting in midair and bringing his sword down hard. It came down on Loam, kicking a cloud of dust up explosively. The clattering of clods of dirt hitting the ground muffled the sound of Sakura's movement, but he still heard her roll away and then leap back toward him. He turned to the sound and brought the flat of his sword up to block the charged punch she launched at him. Sasuke skidded along against the ground, thrown backwards by the impact, but a liberal application of chakra to his feet allowed him to stay upright. Kubikurabocho spun like a windmill before him, deflecting 1, 2, 3 thrown shuriken before he leapt out of the way of Sakura's second barrage, diving to his left. He rolled, came up kneeling, and brought the sword up to deflect another pair of tossed kunai. He dove forward then, arcing the sword around behind him and bringing it down towards where his opponent must be. She blocked it with 2 crossed kunai, but he followed through, leveraging his arm downward to bring the base of the blade around the pivot of her blades, forcing her to dive out of the way. His ears pricked, picking out the direction of her motion, and he brought around his sword in a whirl and a leap, landing atop her just as she came out of the roll. Sasuke landed lightly in a crouch, 1 foot on either side of Sakura's torso, his knees inward and forcing her body down under him, his sword at the back of her neck where she lay face down, breathing heavily. He found that he, too, was panting slightly with exertion. "Good fight," he said. She said intelligibly. "Get off!" His lips twitched, and he rose up, bringing Kubikiribocho away from his teammate. His right hand came up and tore the blindfold away from his face. He blinked in the sudden light just as Sakura rolled over. She was panting much more heavily than he, and the skin of her face and bare arms was slick and glossy with sweat. Her hair was plastered to her head, and her developing breasts rose and fell to a rapid rhythm as she gasped for breath. "You're so fast," she mumbled ruefully. "I'm having to go all out just to keep up at all." He smiled slightly. "I've got a few years' experience on you," he said, tossing the blindfold away and extending a hand for her to take. She did, and he pulled her up easily into a standing position. "How are you feeling?" "Like I need a rest," Sakura said, stretching and visibly wincing at the strain before extending a hand and watching it shake with exhaustion. "And food?" "Lunch?" Sasuke asked. She smiled at him. "Sure. Where?" Sasuke shrugged. "Take your pick," he said, pulling up his arm guard to prime the seal for Kubikiribocho. She sighed. "I'm too tired to make decisions," she whined. "All right, that barbecue place Team 10 likes?" Sasuke nodded, sealing away his sword and locking the seal. "Sounds good to me," he said. "Shall we?" She blinked at him. "Not going to find Naruto?" she asked him. "Surely he's not still busy with the Hokage." Sasuke shook his head. "He's got other errands to run," he said, thinking of an old man with a summoning contract. "Besides, he can feed himself for a day. Unless you want him to come with?" No, she said quickly. "No, it's fine. Lead the way." He did so. She followed at his right, half a pace behind. "So, Sasuke," she said as they left the training ground, "what should I work on? I mean everything, but any advice?" Sasuke nodded, considering. "You need a more diverse genjutsu kit," he said at length. "A more diverse kit in general, really. All you've got are touch-based genjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, and then projectiles and visual genjutsu. Projectiles are relatively easy to counter for most ninja unless they're used by a specialist like Tenten, and it'll be years before you're competitive with the best at melee range. A kenjutsu or bukijutsu specialist, then, you basically have to fight with visual genjutsu, and if they've got a way around that like I do, then you're in trouble." Sakura nodded. "But the tools I'm using well?" she asked. Sasuke nodded. "You're not using them as imaginatively as you could, though," he cautioned. "If you manage to hide projectiles behind one another, you can really screw with anyone trying to deflect them. Of course, a good ninja uses the redundancy of hearing and sight to figure out about those something in the light shadow of something else probably isn't in its sound shadow. But if they're blindfolded," Sakura finished, "then I can use that. Thanks, Sasuke. I'll have to calculate the angles for sound shadows." "Even if they're not blindfolded, most ninja have a dominant sense," Sasuke advised. "Mine's sight, obviously. Some people don't train their secondary senses nearly enough." "Right," Sakura agreed. "And I can probably figure out what kind of fighter someone is by poking their defenses. What about Gaara?" "Sound-based," Sasuke said immediately. "Decent vision, but nothing fantastic. He's also got a sort of tremor sense to his sand. If you're displacing sand he can control, he can feel you." "Does he do anything really effective with that?" Sakura asked. "Like, a weak detection field in the air around him to sense projectiles?" Sasuke blinked at her. "I have no idea," he confessed. Kaidorami primary ninjutsu and Sharingan abilities are fast enough that I don't usually have to worry about detection-only prediction. I'd bet on it though. Gaara's smart. So I'd have to send 2 projectiles through exactly the same space to avoid him sensing the second one, she mused. Good to know. Means kunai will be more effective than shuriken because of spin. That's the kind of thinking that'll get you the promotion, he told her, impressed. I hadn't considered that. Promotion, yeah, she said absently. But it's also a chance at winning. He stopped. So did she, after a moment. You want to beat him? Sasuke asked evenly. I aim to try, she said firmly, almost defiantly. He considered her for a moment. You probably can't, he said eventually. He's a Jinchuriki who made Kazekage at 16. Of course I probably can't, she said. But what kind of Chunin wouldn't try, if that was their mission? He snorted. A live one. He wouldn't kill me, she said. I thought he was a friend. He's Naruto's friend, Sasuke corrected. He doesn't like me. For very good reasons. But no, he wouldn't kill you. Then there's no harm in trying, Sakura said flatly. Now, are you going to help or just keep trying to stop me? He sighed. I'll help, he said. I'm sorry. I didn't, I'll help. She smiled. Thank you, Sasuke, she said. Now I'm hungry. Can we eat? Oi, Naruto called. Ero Sennin. Jiraiya visibly jumped a full foot into the air and scrambled away from the small hole in the wall of the women's hot spring. Hey, shhshshshshshshshshshh, he hissed. What, you want them to hear? Shikamaru considered that. Would it make you stop? He asked. Jiraiya blinked. No. Probably for as long as it took to get to safety, Naruto corrected. Then yeah, kind of, Shikamaru said. Naruto nodded. So, Ero-sennin, he said conversationally. Your information is out of date. How so, brat? Jiraiya said, already turning away from them and moving back to the tight palisade. His attention, now that they were not in his face, was clearly not on them anymore. Naruto sighed. Where to start, he mused. Well, I'm your godson. Jiraiya froze. Then, after a moment, he turned back to them jerkily. You. Naruto nodded. Got your attention yet? He asked rhetorically. Good. Also, the Kyuubi's a friend and I'm from the future. As am I, Shikamaru put in. Naruto nodded. And Akatsuki is led by Uchiha Madara who wants to functionally end the world, he said. Was there anything else, Shikamaru? All the Jinchuriki are on our side, Shikamaru said. Right, Naruto agreed, snapping his fingers. That. And the Dishonored isn't. You might have heard of him, he glanced at Jiraiya. Armor, seal packs on his wrists, and a really bad case of nut. Case. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Short version, he said, you need to go to the Sandaime for a debrief and reassignment. And then, Naruto added, you need to meet me at Ichiraku's for dinner. We need to talk. Also, try not to up and die this time, Shikamaru suggested. Right, Naruto agreed, and rushed forward to embrace the man. I'd much prefer that, thank you. Jiraiya was blinking at, as Shikamaru observed, exactly 100 beats per minute and looking between them at exactly 50 beats per minute. He looked at Naruto. Blinked twice. Looked at Shikamaru. Blinked twice. Looked at Naruto. Blinked twice. Then he threw his hands up in the air and clapped Naruto, whose arms were wrapped around him, on the back. All right, I give up. His voice was slightly high-pitched, a sign of the early stages of hysteria. I'll go see the old man. I don't whatever. Figure this out later. Shikamaru nodded sagely. Probably a good idea, yes, he agreed. Shino-kun, wait a moment. Shino stopped and turned slightly. Hinata caught up with him, her breathing ever so slightly heavy with the exertion of the run. Thank you, she said. I just wanted to talk. Where are you headed? I was going to lunch with Choji-san, Shino said. He wished my advice for his match against Naruto-san. Hinata blinked. Why didn't he ask Shikamaru-kun? She asked blankly. You're both good friends with Naruto-kun. Shino nodded. I believe he did, he said. Shikamaru Taicho likely referred him to me after giving advice. He is a strong believer in second opinions. Hinata coughed. Do you mind if I join us? Shino finished. Not at all. You will be facing Sasuke-san, and I am familiar with him as well. I would be happy to provide any advice I can. Well, assuming he beats Niji-kun, yes, Hinata said. But Niji-kun uses Juken, so I at least know how he'll fight, even if he's better than me. Shino snorted. I assure you, he said. Niji-san has no more chance against Uchiha Sasuke-san than the students in next year's graduating class at the academy. You will be facing Sasuke, and you will not win, but I can at least advise you with regards to making a good showing. Hinata flushed and looked down. But I'm too weak to have a chance to beat him? She asked lowly. In your defense, Shino said evenly, so am I. That will be unlikely to be a barrier to your prospects for promotion. Sasuke-san is an unusual case, for several reasons. Because he's a prodigy, Hinata murmured. A genius. Shino rolled his eyes. No, he said. Other reasons. All will become clear in time. For now, come. I will see how I can prepare you and Choji-san over lunch. Is Naruto-kun stronger than Sasuke-san? The question was blurted out just as Shino turned away. When he looked back, Hinata's face was downcast and shrouded in her bangs, but he could see the mortified flush creeping up her neck. Likely, Shino said. I would like to believe so, at any rate. Why? Hinata was silent. Shino gently reached out and took her arm. You have good taste, he said quietly, but strength is, in such a comparison, unimportant. Naruto-san is a better man, a better leader, and a better shinobi than Sasuke ever could be. That is what should matter to you, not whether he is, in any concrete way, stronger. Hinata glanced up, face flaming, and then looked away again quickly. Shino sighed. You should speak with him, he said. Hinata seemed to shrink in on herself. But he's so strong, and I'm worthy of his attention, Shino finished firmly. He himself seems to think so, and that is all that matters, although I would agree with him. You should speak with him. Silence. Shino sighed. But first, he said, let us go meet with Choji-san. We can stick to safer topics for a time. Hinata followed him, looking grateful. Naruto glanced over as the door of the Hokage's office opened. Out stepped the Toad Sage. Yo, Ero-senin, he called. Ojiji-san caught you up? Jiraiya glanced over and seemed to flinch. Naruto, he said roughly. Aiya. Great, Naruto said. Sorry, I should have waited at Ichiraku, but it occurred to me you might try to bail. This time Jiraiya did flinch. I'm sorry, he said, and his voice was raw. Naruto grinned at him. I'm not bitter, he said honestly. If I was gonna be bitter, there are a hell of a lot of people I'd take it out on before you. I just want to catch up. Come on, let's get ramen. He pushed off of the wall he was leaning against, turned, and started down the corridor. The Sannin soon caught up with him. So, Jiraiya said lowly, you're from the future? Naruto nodded. No need to keep it down, he said. I got Sasuke to put up an interference genjutsu around me, secured with a few injutsu. Anyone listening will think we're just talking about something totally inane. Jiraiya frowned. If they see Konoha's spy master talking to a snot-nosed brat about something totally inane, won't that raise red flags? He asked. Naruto grinned. Sasuke's got that covered, he said. Dunno how, mind, but he's got it. Apparently his genjutsu makes it actually impossible for people to think anything I'm doing is suspicious unless they think about me really hard. They can still see you doing odd things, but they'll not notice that you're talking to me, or at least they won't think that's odd. It's only got about another hour of uptime though. Jiraiya considered that. Useful genjutsu, he said grudgingly. Sasuke's good with them, Naruto said easily. Anyway, how have you been? Have you already started investigating the Akatsuki, or is Itachi the only one on that at this point? I've started, Jiraiya said. Hadn't turned up much until Sensei caught me up. I always thought it was weird that all those S-rank missing nin were working together. Well, you weren't wrong, Naruto agreed. Whatever else you might say about the bastard, Madara's got charisma. He pushed open the doors to the Hokage Tower and held them open for Jiraiya to follow him out. How is it, being back in Konoha? He asked. When was the last time you were even here? A few months back, Jiraiya said. I make it a point to visit at least a few times a year. It's home. Yeah, Naruto agreed, a faint smile touching his lips. It is that. They walked down the road in silence for a time. So, you were Hokage? Jiraiya asked at length. Naruto nodded. Rokudame, he said. I see why you didn't want the job now. Jiraiya chuckled. Second thoughts? He asked. And third, said Naruto with a laugh, but it's worth it. There's still no job I'd rather have. Someone else might get it wrong. Jiraiya considered him. You think? He asked seriously. There's a lot wrong with the world right now, Naruto said quietly. It's easy to tell yourself that the easiest solution to a problem is the best, because there's so many problems. It's easy to think that one life, or one person's sanity, or your own morals don't matter all that much in the scheme of things. His lips twisted. And then one day you wake up, look in the mirror, and you don't recognize the person looking back. Did that happen to you? Jiraiya asked softly. No, Naruto said with a sigh. I learn from other people's mistakes. It happened to enough of my friends that I still take it personally, though. There was another silence for a time. Yeah, Jiraiya said slowly. Someone else might get it wrong. When do you plan to take over? Naruto snorted. I'm not about to drum up a coup d'état out of nowhere, if that's what you're asking, he said, amused. I don't think the old man even wants the job anymore, anyway. I'll probably take over once we've dealt with Akatsuki and I can act without tripping every alarm bell in their boss mast head. Fair, Jiraiya said. I might spend more time in the village once it's under your control. Naruto shrugged. A village doesn't change overnight, he said with slight reproach. But I'll do what I can. I hope you will too. Jiraiya twitched. Yeah, he said wryly. Iltree. Naruto nudged him with his elbow. That's all I ask? They reached Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto leapt up onto a bar stool and gave Ayam a wide smile. Hey, Ayam-chan, Tuchi-san. Naruto, you're back, said the aging civilian jovially, coming across from the pot he'd been stirring. You haven't been by as often. I was starting to worry you didn't like us. I've got to watch what I eat now, Naruto said lightly. I'm a ninja now. Can't go shoveling crap like what you make down my throat all the time anymore. Gotta be healthy and ready for anything. Oh, crap, huh? Tuchi asked, eyes twinkling. I see how it is. Think you're better than our humble food? Care to prove me wrong? Naruto prodded, grinning widely. Ooh, you watch yourself, Tuchi said with a laugh. I'll make you eat those words. And the ramen, too. What would you like? 3 large bowls of miso ramen, Naruto said merrily. To start off light. Ayam giggled. Where does it all go? She asked. Little known fact, Naruto said with a cheeky grin. I have a ravenous demon in my belly. Temari slipped into her team's hotel suite with a sigh of relief. Although she was still in Konoha, this little room had come to feel like something of a haven. This town made her itch in an unsettling way, like she was being watched. She hoped it was just paranoia. Temari, came Gaara's voice from the common room. Welcome back. Were you training? Yeah, said Temari, sandals clacking on the wooden floor as she traveled down the hall and joined Gaara. He was kneeling on a pad, a teacup in his hands, staring out the window expressionlessly. What have you been up to? Training in my way, said Gaara quietly. Shikaka and I are nearing an accord. It is slow going. Do you think you'll be ready in time for the invasion? Gaara shook his head. I will not be able to call on the Biju's energy as easily as I might, if that's what you're asking, he said. For that, I would need to consult with a Fuinjutsu master, likely for a period of weeks. While there are Fuinjutsu masters here in Konoha of them, in fact either of them is really available to assist me for that span of time, at the moment. But you'll still be ready to fight? As much as I have ever been, One-chan. Temari sat down beside him and looked out the window too. They had a very fine view of the village from here, looking directly into the four faces carved into the mountain. I do love this village, Gaara said softly. Temari blinked, looking back over at him. Say again? I do, he confirmed. Konoha is my second favorite of the great villages. It treats its shinobi corps better than most, and there is much to be learned from their will of fire. You do remember we're going to invade them in about 3 weeks, right? Of course, Gaara said dryly. This isn't going to. My loyalty is unchanged, dear sister. Are you going to speak to Shikamaru? Temari frowned at him. Why should I? If nothing else, so that he gives you a chance to show your quality in the match before wiping the floor with you. Temari laughed aloud. That scrawny kid? Do not underestimate Nara Shikamaru, said Gaara coolly. Were I his first match, I would be worried, especially given he has a full month to prepare countermeasures. So what? I should try to bribe him into going easy on me. Bribe him with what? Gaara shook his head. Merely apologize, he said. To him, and to Inuzuka-san. I know you want to. They're enemies. That doesn't change the fact that you nearly killed a puppy in cold blood. It was a combat situation. And? Temari gritted her teeth. Her hands worked fruitlessly for a moment. Then she sighed. Tomorrow, she said. Good. You really need to talk to her. Naruto glanced back at his friend guiltily. I don't know what you're talking about. Sasuke's face was perfectly impassive as he took up another piece of sashimi with poised chopsticks. Right, he said. That's why you were fine with coming to eat here even though you hate raw seafood. I'm sure that, he nodded out the window at the Hyuga compound entrance, directly across the street, has nothing to do with it. It doesn't, Naruto whined, poking at his roll. Then why are we here? You suggested it. Sasuke nodded. Your point? Naruto stuck his tongue out at his teammate. Sasuke remained impassive. You need to talk to her, he said. This isn't doing either of you any good. She's a kid. Oh, and you're such an adult, aren't you? Naruto stuck his tongue out again. Case in point, Sasuke sighed. Look, I'm not telling you to go in there and bang her. I'm not even telling you to ask her out. But you're leading her on like this. She's not oblivious enough to miss that you're interested, and without an explanation you're torturing her. So what? Naruto said. Just put it all on the table. Explain the whole story, no secrets. Aren't you supposed to be the one reigning in my stupid ideas? You really think Hinata's a threat to operational security in any way? Naruto looked away. Stop hiding from it, Sasuke ordered. It's not going to go away. The Hinata I knew is gone, Naruto said weakly. The Hinata you knew became who she was through suffering, Sasuke said. Suffering you now have the opportunity to spare her. He took up another piece of sashimi. Isn't that the whole point? He asked, before slipping it into his mouth. Naruto pushed a roll around his plate with his chopsticks. What are you afraid of? Sasuke asked after swallowing. Rejection? No. I could handle that. She's not the Hinata I knew. Then what? Myself. Naruto dropped one chopstick and turned the other over and over in his fingers. She's so young. She's innocent. She's mutable. I don't want to manipulate her, and every time I talk to her I am. I can't help it. There's no way to help it. Every conversation is manipulation, anyway, but I know so much more about her that. He sighed. I'm scared that I have that kind of power over her, he whispered. I never wanted that. I just want her. But not taken. Not coerced or convinced. I want what we had. A real, mutual relationship, where I encouraged her, and she guided me. You'll never get that, Sasuke said, without first being honest. But what if it's too soon? What if? Naruto. Sasuke reached out and put a hand on his Hokage's shoulder. The worst thing you could do right now, he said, is to stay silent. It's only getting worse as you put it off. You think so? I know so. Talk to her. Naruto took up both chopsticks and put a roll in his mouth to buy time. Then he grimaced. Not a fan? Sasuke asked with a chuckle. No, not really, Naruto grumbled, his voice muffled by the food in his mouth. He swallowed, then looked back out the window at the Hyuga compound. You're right, he said quietly. You knew that already, Sasuke said. What are you going to do about it? Naruto swallowed. Glanced down at his food. Do they have anything cooked? He asked. I don't want to do this on an empty stomach. Sasuke shook his head. Not this place. Let's go, I've already paid. He stood up. We can stop by Ichiraku, get some food in you, and then I'll drag you back here if I have to. Naruto stood up as well. All right, he said. Sounds good. Sasuke nodded and led the way out of the restaurant. As they made their way down the road, Naruto caught up to him, so they were walking side by side. Sasuke? He said. Thanks. Thanks for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love.